So I quickly wanted to go over what the course has to offer. I first want to start off by saying this course is essentially built to be a fundamental stepping stone for you to enter the world of faceless YouTube channels. And of course, there will be valuable stuff for more experienced people, but the basis of this course is basically to give you the right resources, connection, and fundamental knowledge of YouTube to become successful with faceless YouTube channel. So one thing I really believe in is that you can't be the expert in everything. Essentially, there's always going to be people who are better than you at certain parts. Like, for example, there's better editors than me. There's better people who know a lot about storytelling, or there's people that are better at thumbnails, retention, stuff like this. In general, I'm very good at YouTube automation, but there are people who are better at specific things than me. So essentially, not only do I want to teach you the fundamentals of YouTube to first become a generalist, but then I want to give you the resources, links, connections, stuff like this to become an expert on some areas. So this course is essentially built around you having the right resources, knowledge to get started, as well as that I wanted the course to be as clear-cut and concise as possible. I don't want to drag out the course very, very long. That's very boring to watch. Like, I personally wouldn't watch a course that's very long and dragged out. I'm trying to summarize what YouTube automation or YouTube faceless channels is about in as short of a period as I possibly can. This way I optimize your time, and hopefully it sticks better when I just stick to the main points of YouTube automation and not go too much into the details. I do have to say I will be adding a lot of specialized videos, so we'll also be going over how to integrate AI into your YouTube workflow. We'll be going very extensive into, how to use ChatGPT, how to use things like Midjourney to basically speed up your workflow. Those things will all be added to the course. But for now, I'll be focusing on the fundamentals. Keep in mind that if you bought the course on pre-sale on April 15th, that essentially there's still a lot of stuff that needs to be added to the course itself. So stuff like AI, copyright issues, MCN, how to sell your channel, sponsorships, those things will all be added. The course will be really extensive, but we'll be adding that on the 1st of May. So keep this in mind. Those things are coming. But yeah, essentially, this is what it is right now. There will be a bunch of templates added on the 1st of May too. So just keep an eye open after the 1st of May so you can also catch that new content if you've bought this course on pre-sale. Anyway, thank you very, very much for purchasing, and have a good time watching the course. All right. There's one more thing I want to get across to you before you actually start getting into the actual course, which is how much should you invest into YouTube automation? And I think this is really a good thing to talk about before you even get started, because you have to put that clearly inside your mind, and you shouldn't be overspending. So I just want to go over a few guidelines I would recommend when you're starting out on YouTube automation. The first one is that I recommend you invest or set a budget aside of $3,000. And essentially, this is just a set budget, like $3,000. And I would recommend sticking to that budget. Don't go over that budget too much. And especially don't spend any money you don't have. If you don't have play money laying around, like $3,000, I would recommend first really saving up and not jeopardizing any personal living expenses. You first want to make sure your own lifestyle is taken care of, and then you can start investing in upgrading that lifestyle by getting a second income stream. So keep in mind that that $3,000 is money you have to be able to play with, and you shouldn't mind too much if you lose that money. It shouldn't be your last savings. Don't invest your last savings, because just like with any other business, there is a bunch of risk. And if you lose your last savings, that would be horrible. So then again, make sure you only invest money you can play with, money you can afford to lose. Another thing I would suggest doing is scaling your spendings over time. In the first few months of YouTube automation, you will make a bunch of really, really stupid mistakes. You will choose the wrong video editor, you will hop into the wrong niche and spend a bunch of money in the wrong niche and basically fail there. And you have to make sure that you expect these mistakes. There's always going to be like learning money involved, and make sure that you try and limit that loss at the start. Try and manage your risk. So at the start, when you just start with your own channel, make sure you only invest a small portion of your budget so you don't lose everything in one go. So make sure to really only start spending when your channel starts breaking even or your channel starts earning money. Because once your channel breaks even and your channel actually turns a profit, that's when you can scale as much as you want. As long as you're covering that budget or you're covering those costs, you can scale as much as you want. But before that, please make sure you manage your risk and scale up those spendings in the long run. So I would recommend maybe spending around $600 a month on videos. $600 to $850 a month would be okay. So around 2 to 3 videos a week, I think would be appropriate for a beginner. And then I think if you only spend around $650 a month, you should probably be lasting around 4 or 5 months, and that should be enough for you to see success in YouTube automation. The last thing I want you to keep in mind is that this will be an exponential process. So essentially, you will be making a loss for a long while, and then all of a sudden, it will shoot up. Just like with any other business, it takes a long run before you see success. So it's essentially the 80-20 rule. Once you start uploading and one of the videos takes off and goes viral, you will immediately earn back all your investment. That's it. Like overnight, you will probably earn easily $3,000 from a video if it really gets a few million views. So keep that in mind. You will usually run a loss for a bit on the channel. I do that a lot as well. Like for maybe a month sometimes or 2 months, I will be running a loss on the channel, and then all of a sudden the video takes off and I make my money back 5 times over. So keep in mind that's usually how the progress goes. But don't let that make you overconfident. Make sure to only spend within the money you can lose. So don't overspend on YouTube automation. So only when you don't jeopardize your personal lifestyle, you can keep investing. So yeah, I hope that bit of transparency and bit of honesty will really help you. Don't be too afraid to, of course, invest, but just make sure you're cautious. As with any other business or any other investment, you have to make sure you're playing it a little bit safe and you're managing your own risks. So anyway, thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. When it comes to my personal brand, I want to be as transparent as I possibly can. So that's why I first want to tell you about, okay, what should you expect when you start YouTube automation? First, I want to start off by saying that it's not a get rich quick. It's not. It's simply not like dropshipping or not like any other business model. You have to understand YouTube takes a ton of skill. And not only skill, you have to be good at nearly every single element. You have to be a good HR director. You have to understand how thumbnails work and how to manipulate psychology to get people to click on your thumbnails. You have to understand how to be a good storyteller, a good video editor, a good scriptwriter. You all have to understand these things, and you have to get good at these skills. But once you master these skills, YouTube automation is one of the best business models to start now. So keep in mind that learning this and seeing any results will take you months, probably a minimum of 6 months. It will take you to see any results. Some people get lucky, and that's like survivor bias. Like some people get lucky really quickly, but it personally took me years to become successful on YouTube. And you have to keep that in mind. It's not overnight success. It's something you have to work hard at, but still it's a really good business model regardless. So I want to warn you, if you're not committed to it, I wouldn't recommend investing your time and money in YouTube automation. You have to understand it takes time and it takes patience and it takes a lot of effort to see results. But once you get it, once you get the skill and the switch goes off in your head and you understand how the business works and you understand how to replicate your success, that's when it's the best business model ever, because it's just passive income. You can set up these channels, they can make you money passively, and it's a great investment for the long run. So hopefully you can understand where I'm coming from. And again, enjoy the course. But yeah, please do keep this in mind. It's not a get rich quick. You have to put in that work. So anyway, good luck. All right, welcome to the course. In this video, we'll be talking about one of my own YouTube channels. We'll be breaking it down. I'll be going through the thought process of essentially how I made the channel, why I made certain choices. What I want to highlight before I start talking about this channel is that this will be a breakdown of one of many case studies. So essentially, we'll be doing a case study on court cases because right now I've not been uploading for a couple of weeks. Essentially, I want to kind of run it into the ground and then build court cases back up in the coming months. So we want to go from around $10,000 a month in revenue to $50,000 a month in revenue. And I'll be documenting that starting from the 15th of May. We'll also be working on other case studies of my other channels, as well as new channels that we're going to be scaling from $0 to $10,000 a month in the coming months. So keep an eye out for that. So this is basically a channel I chose to show just to show you the principles of YouTube automation and how fast you can scale up some YouTube channels if you choose the right niches and if you play the game correctly. So let's have a look at my channel. It's called Court Cases, and essentially I've started it around 7 months ago, and it's been doing really, really well. This was one of the first videos, so maybe the second video, and it got 4 million views, and the third video got 5 million views, and there's a bunch more with around 1 million views. I've only uploaded around a dozen videos or so. So keep in mind that this is not a very active channel right now. We're going to be scaling that up in the future. But anyway, let's just have a look at the analytics itself. So as you can see right here, we started on August, and then this channel has so far done around $100,000. By far, not my best earning channel, but it's a really nice case study on channels that go viral very quickly. It's also a nice example of choosing a perfect niche. So with that being said, let's dive right into the breakdown of court cases. So a few months ago, I was searching for niches on YouTube when I found one of these videos. It's a channel called Courtroom, and I saw that their first video literally got 17 million views and 1.3 million views. And I saw this and I was like, okay, that's extremely interesting. That's a very, very solid niche if that's the case. So I started searching for more channels, and I found another channel. It's called Court Moments. And when I saw this, and I saw the channel doing very well, as you can see, this is like 6 months ago. I saw the channel doing very well, and I was like, okay, I have to look into this niche some more. So I started doing some research. So essentially, I found A&E Network, where they were essentially also doing a court cases TV program, and they were showing like the craziest moments in court. And when I found that and I saw the amounts of views they were getting, I was like, okay, this is a gap in the market, because then again, I can find very recent channels doing very, very well, getting a lot of views, and there seems to be enough demand. And there wasn't a lot of saturation, again, because I couldn't find any more channels than these two. So I hopped into the niche. I thought, okay, I have to jump onto this as soon as I can. So I looked in my network, I looked on Twitter, I looked on Upwork, and essentially I found 2 guys who are really passionate about making crime videos, and essentially I took them on board. I was paying them around $250 a video, and yeah, we started working on court cases. So once I found the niche and established my team, I started doing research as into what type of videos I should be making and what type of topics I should be doing. So I started analyzing their channels, and I saw that 6 defendants that got attacked in courtroom did well, as well as 5 craziest convict reactions to a life sentence also did very, very well. What I then did is I started doing broader research into topics. So I was looking at the A&E channel as well, since they also had compilations of court moments. I'll show you. So as you can see, I found the A&E channel, and they were doing huge amounts of views with court cam. So for example, you can see the most dramatic moments, the most disrespectful defendants, and I basically started analyzing all these videos and finding, okay, what is triggering this audience? What makes this audience watch these videos, and what makes them give off certain signals that YouTube likes? So once I studied this, I came to the conclusion I should probably be doing something that's as close to their format as possible. So the first video I made was 5 most shocking convict reactions to a life sentence, and essentially that was something that, you know, Courtroom did, and that video did really, really well. So essentially I emulated that, so I could tap into his suggested, and YouTube would send the traffic from his video to mine. And after I did that, I also emulated his second most popular video, which is 5 guilty teenagers reacting to life sentences. So once I did that, the second video absolutely took off. And we'll be breaking down why these videos take off so quickly later in the course. So essentially, this is just a simple story of court cases and how it came to be. But yeah, essentially we'll be breaking down the why as into these videos went viral later in the course. So when we started working on those 2 first videos, I knew I had to do something unique. So you can emulate what is already working, but you have to add something unique. So essentially what I started doing is, okay, I'll probably change over the thumbnail style. I also make sure that the clips within the video were also unique. So I was looking at, okay, what clips were they using? And essentially I was trying to find new and original clips, because I knew if I did the same clips as them, and that same audience watches my videos and they see the same entries, they're gonna click off. So I had to find unique clips. So eventually I found some unique clips and we put those videos together. And after a few days, court cases absolutely skyrocketed. So within a week or 2, we went to hundreds and thousands of views per day. So once the channel was running, we essentially had a few problems. So one of the problems we were really running into was getting limited ads. So as you can see right here, we were getting age restrictions and limited ads because we were showing actual violence within our clips. So people punching each other, also a lot of curse words, and YouTube doesn't really like that. So they essentially limited those 2 videos. That's why they didn't go viral. I think if these videos didn't get limited ads, they also would have gotten similar results to the other ones. But yeah, essentially, once the channel took off, I could start to innovate because I had an audience now and I could now kind of start doing my own unique topics. So the first thing I did once the channel got established, so we upload those first 4 videos and they did really well. So we got nearly 9 million views on those first few videos. And then I started innovating. So the first thing I did was, at the time, Jeffrey Dahmer was really, really popular. So we did a video on Jeffrey Dahmer reacting to getting sentenced to life in prison. So that video got 1 million views, as you can see right here. Again, we were trend checking. So I was looking at, okay, what topics are popular? And I took what was trending at the time and I implemented it in my own channel. So that made that video skyrocket as well. Then the next thing I did after I did the Jeffrey Dahmer video is I started searching for, okay, what would be another really, really viral video. So another thing I knew that was very, very popular was Karen content. So essentially compilation of entitled Karens getting owned. So for example, this video I came across when a Karen goes to prison. And that's when I knew this is going to be my next viral topic. Because I was like, okay, this matches my format and people will probably want to watch entitled Karens getting owned in court. So I then next made 5 reactions of Karens getting karma in court, and that video did insanely well as that the RPM on that video was really, really high. So we did 2.6 million views and that video generated me $20,000. So I spent $250 on that video and that video generated me $20,000. So as you can see right here, the RPM was around $8. So that's pretty good. So again, this was a great move as well, since yeah, we essentially leveraged other trending topics in other niches and we took it to our niche and yeah, we crushed it. So if you're interested, the first few videos alone on this channel generated me tens of thousands of dollars. So this video generated me $16,000. It got 4 million views. And then this video generated me another $20,000. So that's the great part about YouTube. You can input small investments, like I maybe spent $2,000-3,000 on the videos, and it literally earned me back $100,000. For example, this one, $250 in, $20,000 out. It's one of the only business models in the world where you can get these types of profit margins. Now, obviously, it sounds like everything went perfect with court cases, but this is definitely not the case. We definitely made some mistakes. So one of the mistakes we made is that we focused too much on storytelling on the channel. So essentially the script writer and the video editor, they were really into telling the story of the people within the court clips instead of like focusing on the clips itself, which really took down the retention on the channel. So that's why later on the performance of these videos took took a downturn as well, because we were focusing on like storytelling and stuff like this, and we found out that people just really want to see the reactions, and they really want to see the moments in court and not so much the full backstory. So yeah, we really took that to heart, and then now we're slowly pivoting back to doing more clips instead of a lot of storytelling. The storytelling did really help us avoid those limited ads and age restrictions, but still, because we were moving away from those clips, essentially we were killing our performance, because yeah, that's not what makes our audience satisfied. What made our audience satisfied was really showing those clips and then giving a little bit of context instead of a lot of context, little bit of clips. So another big issue we were having is that people were clicking off between cases. So once the first case finished, they clicked off. So if you look right here, the retention was decent. And then once we switched to the next case and we didn't do that fast enough, or we didn't rehook them for the next case, they massively clicked away. So we implemented more rehooks within the video. I'll later in this course explain what rehooks are, but essentially we had to rehook them throughout the video, essentially to fix this problem. But yeah, this is another roadblock we kind of ran into when building court cases. So the last issue I wanted to go over is simply our production speed. Our production speed was really slowed down because we were focusing so much on quality that we kind of forgot the quantity and the profitability, because we were enjoying creating that content so much. So essentially, we kind of threw away the quantity and went all out on quality. But the problem with it is that, yeah, we were simply not outputting enough videos to keep up the earnings. So to be honest, if we did a video every other day, we could probably get this channel to $2,000-3,000 a day if we did it really well. As well as that, we've not been implementing sponsorships too much. So that's exactly why we're going to do a series bringing court cases from $10,000 a month all the way back up to $50,000 a month. And yeah, that's essentially what we'll be doing. And I hope you guys all look forward to that series. And throughout the course, I'll also be explaining certain concepts, like thumbnail breakdowns from court cases will be done later in the course as well. Same thing for retention. Those things will all be done later in the course. I just wanted to show you court cases as well as kind of what is possible with YouTube channels. And yeah, I hope you enjoyed it. One last thing I just wanted to show and go over is the revenue court cases made across the months we've been running it. So the first month we made $30,000 from it, the next month $20,000, and as you can see, this is kind of the money we made from court cases. So I hope you enjoyed the breakdown. I also really hope you will enjoy the course. Keep in mind, we will be adding a lot more case studies and a lot more examples to the course later on. But yeah, thank you very much for watching, and enjoy the course a lot. All right, you've come to the end of this course for now. Essentially, this should have taught you everything you would need to know about the fundamentals of YouTube automation. Keep in mind, I'm going to be adding a lot of more things to this course. So if I see messages like, hey, okay, this is missing in the course, or maybe we can have a module about something else, or a more in-depth module about, for example, storytelling or whatever, I will be adding that in the coming months. So this is just basically the start of the course. It's only just showing you the fundamentals. We will be adding more modules. The next few modules coming out at the end of May, start of June, they will be about how to leverage cutting-edge AI to essentially build up your YouTube channels faster, as well as how to handle MCNs and sponsorships. So those things will all be added. And if there's any other suggestions, feel free to let me know. I'll be delving into anything else I can add to the course to make it as good as I possibly can. I'll also be working on the case studies during the coming months, so you can see me grow channels from $0 to $10,000 a month. So also keep an eye open there. And yeah, that's it for now. The next few videos will be posted around the end of May. And yeah, keep your eyes open, and thank you very much for watching this course. All right, so in this video, I'm going to show you how to use Google Trends and ChatGPT to find really good niches for YouTube. Essentially, this method will basically be utilizing Google Trends on a larger scale to target specific audiences. So say, for example, right, you run a crime channel, or you know someone who runs a crime channel that gets a nice RPM. Say they're getting an $8, say they're getting a $6 RPM. And you also want to get a piece of that cake, but you don't know where to start. Essentially, what you can do is enter the following prompt into ChatGPT. So what you do is you go into ChatGPT and then ask it to do the following thing. List 20 keywords or topics related to crime that have high interest levels in the American states of, and then you must list the states of which you know that channel attracts a lot of viewers from. So say, for example, you have a friend that runs a channel and you ask, okay, which states are your viewers from? You can utilize this in this prompt. You don't necessarily have to do so. You can just enter United States in general. But I do this because I essentially kind of want to know what high RPM audiences are searching for, and thus increase the odds that I will find a niche that has a high RPM as well. So essentially, this is what the prompt looks like. Then you have to ask it to set the Google Trend settings to the location of America. The search source has to be YouTube, and list them from highest to lowest relative search score. You can now just enter the prompt into the system, and then you will get a really, really nice overview of different topics or niches you can talk about. So for example, what you can discuss is, if you look at these results, you can see, okay, police brutality is a really trending subject. Make sure you double check some of the relevancy of these keywords again in the real-time Google Trends, because essentially ChatGPT data has a cutoff point of 2021, like September 2021. So you have to make sure they're still relevant, but it's still a nice way to generate ideas or concepts for niches. For example, you can use it to generate topics, but you can also come up with niches. Like, for example, you could do documentaries about police brutality, or you could do videos about drug trafficking. Again, that's a really huge niche on YouTube as well. So it kind of shows you things people are searching for, and then it indirectly does also show you where the demand kind of is. And then if you know where the demand is, the only thing you have to check is if the supply is really strong. And if the supply is not really strong, you might have found a really, really interesting niche. So you can just go in, type in the keywords, check what you can find. If you do like the keyword scanning method, so this month, and then 20 minutes, and then have a look if you can find, the low sub and high view channel. Like, for example, we have this one. It's not monetized yet, but it's putting some decent views, nothing too crazy. The thumbnails are really bad. The videos are probably also pretty bad. But then again, you find some interesting channels. So again, ChatGPT plus Google Trends can be an extremely helpful tool to find you good niches. Thanks for watching. All right, now we get into the really interesting stuff. We're going to find, let's say, 5 interesting niches on NexLev in the next few minutes. I'm just going to say what I think during the process of which I'm using NexLev, and essentially I'm going to show you what my thought process is while using it, and I'll show you how quickly you can actually find interesting channels or niches. So let's go over to the computer and we'll start the timer. So all right, we're in the channel filter tool. This is the first tool I'll be using for this video. Then in the next video, we'll use NexLev AI to find niches. So let's go ahead and find some interesting niches. So obviously the thing I always add is the first video upload date, because recency is very, very important. So let's say we'll add November to this thing, just to broaden our search results, because first when you start using the channel filter, you want to make sure you start a little bit broad so you can see everything up front. So subscriber count, I'll leave a little bit untouched, but I would say I want at least channels with 3,000 subscribers. And then for RPM, I'll put that a little bit up so we avoid kids and trashy channels. For channel category, I don't really mind what niche it is in, but just for this showcase, let's try and find some niches in the crime niche. Let's say boxing, anime, finance, geopolitics. Yeah, I think that would be fine. Yeah, let's keep it to this. So, politics might be interesting. All right, so I made it quite specific now, and then obviously I want the average views to be a little bit higher. Let's say I usually go for 100,000, but obviously, like, if you want to have like really big channels, like for example, if your RPM is really low, you want to make sure that the average views per video is very high, because you have to compensate for that low RPM, right? So it depends on what you're searching for. Now, moving on, the rest I don't really touch in this case. Shorts, I'll leave as be monetized. I'll also leave as be. If I don't get any results, it might be because there's shorts on the channels, but we'll just go for it. So let's let it load in. All right, there you go. So now you have all these keywords, as you can see right here. Now, these are quite broad. Like, for example, the anime keyword, there's a bunch of channels in there. But because we have all the filters enabled, we can just literally click on it and see what we find. So as you can see, you'll see a lot of anime channels. So let's go see this one. So this is all anime recap. This might be interesting, but I know there's a lot of other channels in that niche, so that's not as interesting, because again, the supply is getting higher and higher and higher. So if we go to this channel, this might be an interesting niche, the animations and anime characters reacting to certain TikTok videos. I know this does very well. I've seen multiple channels do very well in this niche, but obviously, again, this RPM is quite low. So keep that in mind. But yeah, that's everything for the anime niche. As you can see, this one is also interesting, although it's quite an older channel. So actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make my recency a little bit tighter, because I find that these channels are quite old. So let's go move up to February and then go to August, and then let's filter again and see what we find. So let's click through and see what we can find in this one. Let's click on the crime niche, see if there's any interesting stuff here. So we have the criminist, 13 videos uploaded. As you can see, there are a few videos that are doing well, but it's not really consistent. So that's not as interesting, because again, like, they haven't figured out the format where all the videos get consistent views. So that's another really important thing you want to look out for with good niches, is that the views also need to be consistent, because then they figured out an area of supply and demand where the demand is very constant for that format. So let's go to Rap Rewind. It's also quite recent, 23 videos. And there's actually quite some results here. So this might be an interesting niche. What I would do next is, okay, we have a channel with 23 videos. I would check how many other channels are doing the same format. So what I would literally do is copy and paste these titles and see if there's other channels doing this exact same videos, and see how many there are. If there's a lot of them already, might be less interesting. But if every single one of them is still getting results, you can still enter that niche. But preferably you want to not see more than 5-6 channels doing the exact same format, because then it will get milked out very quickly. The cinema cop, let's see if this is anything interesting. Now this is very interesting, what we have right here. I think this is like this is quite interesting. So as you can see, the results are very consistent. It's 3 months ago, very recent. As you can see, it's in the crime niche. And yeah, this is very interesting, because this format, one, performs very consistently. It's in the crime niche, and I think also in the video game niche. So I guess the RPM is going to be around 3 or 4. So if you look at the amount of views, this can be a very profitable channel. So yeah, I would say that this might be very interesting. Like, if we look at the revenue that they potentially could have generated here, the RPM is a little bit too high on the prediction, but I would say definitely around $15,000 they generated with just a few videos on this channel, 11 videos. So that's not bad. So this, again, might be an interesting channel or niche. So I'm going to save this in the crime niche. So there you go. That's number 1. So as you can see, it goes extremely quickly. So let's keep on scrolling. You can just scroll through. You can also, if you want, sort by average views, see if there are any interesting things on the lower side or on the higher side. As you can see, the cartoon recaps are doing very well. Perhaps that's maybe interesting because I've not seen any crazy cartoon recap channels. So this one is also doing very well. Again, you want to check because obviously, you know, the movie recap niche is quite popular. You want to see if there's too much competition here. But as you can see, this one started 5 months ago and is getting insane amounts of views per video, like literally 16 views and nearly 100k subscribers. So yeah, again, might be an interesting niche. But I have seen quite some channels doing this, so might be less interesting because there's a bit too much competition. But the other niche we found was definitely very, very interesting. So science might be interesting. This seems like, as you can see, if you look at the profile picture, this might be a personal channel, so I'll skip this for now. But yeah, you can very quickly see what you're looking for, but I would just keep that away for now. So let's see what else we can find, especially on the high side. You will find quite a lot of, especially when you're looking at higher amounts of views, you will often find a little bit more saturated niches, since, you know, obviously higher views, people will recognize that more often. Football moments, well, I mean, football moments is nice, but again, the RPM might be a little low, and there's issues with copyright, so I'll stay away from there. But as you can see, this channel is actually monetized, so it might still be worth getting into if we look at the, channel. All right, let's see what else we can find. I think it's better, to be honest, to move from, let's see what's here. These seem like gaming channels that are making, yeah, these are gaming channels. Yeah, so I would stay away from these. You can really quickly see if it's a channel that's interesting, yes or no. So this police insider channel might be interesting. The body cam niche, it's a good niche to get into nowadays. Although it's getting very, very saturated, but still the views are crazy high. You just have to be careful with limited ads, copyright, stuff like that. But yeah, definitely might be an interesting channel to look into. So I see another one with horrifying crimes. Crime Dynasty Twisted. Let's see what's up here. So this also might be interesting. This format right here. 2 videos on the channel, 1.8 million views and 603k views. This might be an interesting channel to look into. And maybe you can even start a niche around people who got killed in prison, or you know, prison stories. If you can find a pattern there around this niche of high demand, low supply, that might be an interesting niche. Now, I'll save that channel because it's quite interesting, especially for the crime niche, of course. So we'll save that in there. All right, now moving on. Like, what I would just do when you're using this tool is just keep scrolling. So you can, as you can see, a lot of these keywords I've already revealed. So maybe it's even easier for me to just do something like this and only look at the newer keywords that I haven't seen before. So this one is also looking interesting. Let's see what's here. So you have the channel Super Prime again. Again, this might be an interesting niche, but I think the videos are doing well because the quality is high. Geopolitics might be an interesting one. There you go. This might be an interesting niche. So yeah, this one has 45 videos on there, and it's doing pretty well. I think this channel is made by in the infographic show. But again, like, as you can see, it does get picked up by NexLev, and yeah, you can perhaps build something around it. Let's see, something around China, same channel. All right. So what I would suggest when, for example, you feel like you've kind of milked out this section, I would recommend to essentially just revisit your filters and switch them up a little bit. Like, for example, I would say, okay, maybe lower the RPM, perhaps make the average views per video higher or lower. Perhaps I see that I have a last upload date selected. I would just probably reset the filter at that point. Sometimes all right, so when you feel like you're kind of backed in the corner and you see similar results or the same results, or you're not finding what you're searching for, I would suggest, like, again, changing the filters, trying something else. See maybe if you missed certain channels because you selected a specific filter. So again, I would say, you know, put the channel filter up against January this year, and then go all the way up to August, and then just perhaps only look at average view count, because obviously we only were looking in those categories, and perhaps that was limiting us quite a bit. So I think this will also get quite a lot of results if we do it perhaps in this way. So we can start by sorting on lowest to highest and see what we find. I see the crash might be an interesting one. Okay, that's a BeamNG channel. That's not that interesting. All right, so if we keep scrolling, you can see that there's quite a lot of keywords here, and perhaps, like, for example, you can find interesting channels in here. You can see Inside Cruise. This channel has 18 videos uploaded, started 7 months ago, and it makes videos about cruise ships. I think these are cash cow videos. Yes, these are. No, these are actually not cash cow videos, but I think you can easily convert these into, you know, a faceless channel. But yeah, essentially this channel is doing very, very well, doing cruise ship news, and you can pretty easily replicate it. But again, you have to check if it's a good niche. So yeah, this channel is very interesting. I'll save that because, you know, the cruise niche, it can be very, very profitable. So I'll do something like cruise niche and see if I can find more later on. Yeah, so moving on, let's see what else we can find. I see some videos about Russia. Ooh, lore might be interesting. Let's see what's here. I think this is a Minecraft channel. Okay, that's not interesting. Yeah, so let's see what else we can find. Let's see, I see here one about celebrity drama and violence. Let's see, one's Trendspot. Let's see that channel. So yeah, this is the same niche as the one we found earlier. So again, this might be an interesting niche because there's multiple channels doing pretty well. But yeah, we can keep this one on the backbone. All right, let's see what else is available. If we scroll through, we're shocking. Dino Magician. No, these two don't look like YouTube faceless channels, so you can just skip those and then see what else is available. So I decided to set the average view per video up against highest to lowest again and see what we find now. So there's a few things that are interesting. I found one in comic. That's this channel. Might be interesting. I think this has been shared before in the Discord. But yeah, I've seen a lot of comic book channels doing very well recently. Now we've got our filter points quite high, but yeah, you can definitely find some interesting stuff in here. Okay, so in the case you're endlessly scrolling, I again would recommend that you niche down your filter points. So let's say we often notice that the higher, like the very high amounts of average views per video are a little bit random channels. Like I would decrease this and perhaps also increase the average views per video to something like 80,000 just to make it a little bit less broad. And then I would also say something like number of uploads. We will tune down the number of uploaded videos because you want the smaller channels in there as well. So let's say under 50 uploads. That's usually where you find those more interesting channels. And then we press OK, go on the filter and see what we find now. So we find one about Bikini Bottom. Let's see what we have here. So these are music videos, so that might not be an interesting. All right, also what I often notice when you're scrolling through NexLev is that obviously when you do highest to lowest views and you're looking at videos that, or channels that get like 500,000 views per video on average, what you often get is, you know, niches that are either personal channels or, you know, perhaps pretty saturated already. So what you can also do is, again, like your average views per video, that's a very important metric to look at. Set it new, like lowest to highest, and as you can see, you can find pretty interesting stuff. Like if you go to Fighter, for example, you can press here and you can find this channel, but this is a pretty interesting channel if you look at it. The views are pretty consistent, like 142k, 10k, 107k, close to 100k, and the thumbnails are really bad. So again, you can easily up the quality here. There seems to be a market for this type of content and the aviation type stories. So yeah, you can definitely make a niche out of this if you can find multiple channels doing well here. Super interesting. So yeah, you can keep going and seeing if there's anything else. Like you can literally just scroll. I see here one about monster trucks. This is BeamNG, I think. Again, you have to be careful because there's a lot of these BeamNG channels in there. Yeah, and also during that you're scrolling through NexLev, you want to also really make sure that essentially while you're scrolling through NexLev, you also really want to make sure that you're constantly reading the keywords and checking out, okay, cold cases, for example, right here, could very much be related to crime, and thus could be an interesting niche because obviously we have a lot of good cash cow channels in the crime niche, right? So if you press on cold cases, you'll get this channel, Real Crime Psychology. I've not seen this before actually, and as you can see, the recent videos haven't done as well, but these videos have done very, very well. I don't know why they switched away from those, but yeah, you can definitely see these videos have done pretty well. So yeah, this way you can find very interesting niches. I would suggest you would save a channel like this because again, it's very interesting. So you can literally just go here and add it to your crime category. So you can just add it here and press save. So yeah, that's very interesting. And like this, you can find thousands and thousands of other interesting niches on NexLev. But yeah, that is the filter tool. That's how you use the filter tool to find potential niches. And I hope it was very valuable. And thank you very much for watching. In this video, we're going to discuss the transfer method. And I call it the transfer method because essentially what we're going to be doing is looking at popular formats from popular YouTubers and transferring it over to other niches. This way, you basically create the wave. You basically create new sub-niches within existing niches. So I'm just going to show you an example right here. Essentially, looking at the channel SunnyV2. It's a very popular channel. The format is very viral and it works every single time. So essentially what we can do is look at the format and think, okay, what makes the format work? And then take that format and transfer it over to other niches. So here I found a good example. This channel, 16 videos, 12,000 subscribers, took the SunnyV2 format, and you can definitely see the inspiration here, and essentially pasted it in the rap niche. So he does it with rap celebrities. But for example, you could have also copied the SunnyV2 format and put it in the tennis niche. You could take the SunnyV2 format and apply it to Formula 1 or NBA or golf. In this way, you can create new niches that have never been done before. There's one issue with this format though. The issue is that you have to be experienced to execute this well. Essentially what happens is that most beginners just don't have the intuition to execute on something like this. If you're a beginner, you don't really understand what goes into a format like this and what exactly makes this format so viral or successful. Essentially, I would only recommend doing this type of method or innovating when you understand YouTube thoroughly. If you don't, I would recommend you stick to all the other methods we're going to discuss. So essentially, this is kind of a way to stay ahead of the wave. You're essentially creating new niches here, but the downside is it comes with more risk and you need more experience. Anyway, I hope this helped. So this next method of creating or finding niches is going to be extremely lucrative. Probably one of the most high-paying way of finding really good niches. And I call this method the high-paying niche method. And essentially what it is you look at keywords or niches which you know have a really high RPM. So look, for example, at this list. You can just find them online. You can just search up highest CPM niches on YouTube, and you'll find a bunch of lists showing you a bunch of things like day trading, digital marketing, fashion, lifestyle, content creation. Like there's a bunch of really extensive lists that you can essentially leverage. And once you have one of these lists, let's say, and you look at the list and look at the categories that are in the list, what you can do is apply the transfer method we discussed earlier and essentially create a new format in a high-paying niche that can go extremely viral. And I'm not talking about doing like really niche videos. I'm talking about trying to make a format in a high-paying niche that can attract millions and millions of viewers. So think about the following. What if we did day trading documentaries? So there are actually a few good examples. So for example, you can search up the trader that made, and then so you can search up the trader that made and then X amount. You can just come up with a certain title. Sometimes it's been done already, but again, these documentaries you can also do in entrepreneurship niches, investing niches, drop shipping, stuff like that. You can make documentaries about, or compilations. I just recommend doing documentaries, to be honest, in most cases, since they attract a really wide audience and they usually don't really have problems with monetization, as well as that if you get a sponsorship on one of these channels, you can earn massive amounts of money. For example, if you look at a channel like this, it's called Billionaire Bears. This guy has had 3 videos, and one of them got 1.1 million views in the day trading niche. That's unheard of. That's really rare. That's really rare in this niche. And he's making documentaries about day trading. So essentially, if he would put a sponsorship on this video, he probably would have made anywhere in the ballpark, if he's a good negotiator, anywhere from $50,000 to $100,000 just from sponsorships on this video. So essentially, there's multiple, for example, you can see there's multiple guys making documentaries in the day trading niche, but you could literally take this idea and put it in any other high-paying niche. Think about gambling, for example. You can make poker documentaries about legendary poker players, or you could make slot machine documentaries, or you could make documentaries about casinos, stuff like that. Can earn massive amounts of money. You could even talk about the world of online gambling. That's also a possibility. Even if it's only generating you 500,000 views a month, you can still earn so much money with this method, because essentially you only have to get a few views to become profitable. Because if the RPM is $15 to $20, you break even within a few thousand views. So yeah, this is a really overpowered method if you know how to leverage it. Again, it's kind of more for experienced players, but it's really overpowered. So yeah, make sure to really look into it if you have the skill set, and I hope it was helpful. All right, so in this video, I'm going to tell you about a method to find niches through other social media platforms. So essentially, it's not much of a technique, it's more so of a bit of a mindset. Essentially, what I do here is I'm always watching the trends. I'm always looking at, okay, what do I get recommended on Twitter? What do I get recommended on Instagram Reels? What do I get recommended on TikTok? Say, for example, I see trends coming by. A good example of this is the president's niche, like we discussed earlier. Again, this all started as an Instagram Reel, and now it's a massive niche where people are earning tens and thousands of dollars a month. So there's a lot of opportunity when it comes to social media trends. Think about Donald Trump getting arrested right now. You could probably make the same style of videos we were doing when Andrew Tate got arrested, like those news type videos or gossip type videos. You can do those videos, but with Donald Trump. And again, all these social media trends are convertible into YouTube niches. Think about ChatGPT, for example. I'll show you it with NexLev. So I've opened ChatGPT as a keyword in NexLev, and essentially you can literally see that channels like AI Explained, it started maybe 60 days ago, so 2 months ago. This channel has been doing 400,000 views a video, and this niche probably has a $10 plus RPM, so he's making crazy money from this niche. And essentially, by tracking these trends and always trying to associate trends with potential YouTube niches, you can be the first one to start a channel like this, or one of the first people. Essentially, because you're not looking at competitors that already exist on YouTube, but you're transferring certain information from other industries into your own. And that's extremely powerful if you want to be ahead of the curve. So that's the social media method. Thank you for watching. All right. In this video, I'm going to teach you one of the most basic ways to essentially find niches. It's essentially the backbone of my software NexLev. So what we're going to do here is basically the manual way of what I'm doing with NexLev. So what you do is you go to a list of word or a random word generator, like I have right here, and you're going to look through the words and essentially try and kind of like gain inspiration from these words. So essentially, I'm looking at the words, and for example, I see the word artificial in there, right? So I could think, okay, that might be an interesting niche or an interesting subject to build a channel around. So you constantly have to keep that in mind, like think about, okay, oh, is this an interesting subject I could potentially build a whole channel around? So keep that in mind while looking through these words. So for example, another one that might be interesting is prediction. You know, predictions might be something people are interested in. So for example's sake, let's just look at artificial. So I'll type in artificial intelligence because that's what it inspired me. And then essentially what you want to do, and this is what NexLev does as well, but automatically and then around 1 million times a day, is you have to sort by view count, and you have to then sort by 4 to 20 minutes, go to this month, and then essentially you'll get a list of all the most popular videos that have been uploaded in this month. Now what I want you to do is install vidIQ and look at the subscriber count compared to the view count. So what you're searching for is channels with high amounts of views, low amounts of subscribers. Essentially by doing this, like this channel right here, essentially by doing this, you find the newly made channels that are doing really well. So let's just scroll through and see what we find. And there you go. You can see a channel here with 200,000 views on the video and 4,000 subscribers. So that might be interesting. So what we can do is essentially have a look at the channel. It might be a very interesting channel to create a niche around, and this is basically our cornerstone to start our niche research off of. So maybe after we found this channel, we can start researching making documentary videos about GPT-4, or making documentary channels about Tesla AI, something like that. So, but essentially, this is a really easy way to find niches. You can do the same thing for all these other words like prediction. And if you run out of inspiration, you just go to the next one. Here you have another one like hostage. Maybe you can make videos about hostage situations or documentaries. Again, like you can find an infinite amount of niches using this method. So yeah, essentially it's really, really powerful. I really recommend this for beginners. And the only thing you just have to do is go through a list or use NexLev. And essentially scan through all those keywords and find the channels that have the information or have the requirements we talked about in the previous videos. And again, keep in mind you have to be very consistent with this method. So try to really make it a habit, integrate it into your daily routine. Like when you're bored at work, open your laptop, start keyword scanning. When you're in the train, and open your laptop and start doing this routine. And eventually, 100%, I guarantee you, you will find interesting niches. There are just so many different niches you can get into. Guaranteed, you will find niches with this method. So I hope this helps a ton. And thank you for watching. All right, so in this video, we'll be talking about how to find niches using NexLev AI. I'm just going to show you a few prompts and see what comes out of it, and then basically we can see if we can find some good niches using NexLev AI. So let's hop straight into it. Let's just start off with show me 5 channels that started in 2023 with average views exceeding, let's say, 350k, RPM higher than $8, have to be monetized, and more than 10k subscribers. All right, let's see what we get once we enter a prompt like this. As you can see, it can get quite specific. The prompts can be very, very specific in NexLev AI. You can basically add any filter point, but obviously, you have to think about like the more specific you make your prompt, the less results you will get. So yeah, make sure to keep that in mind. Anyway, as you can see right here, we got a bunch of channels. The first off, we see a channel called Satisfying Tech right here. As you can see, they have 8 uploads. It seems to be a channel surrounding, you know, tech and like people making stuff. This isn't really a niche I would be interested in. It's too random. It's very difficult to gauge why this does very well, and usually when you look at the comments here, like the comments are also often quite strange, and the viewers are not really from North America, so obviously you're also searching for viewers from North America. The next one is Mission to the Loot. It's actually quite funny if we look at this channel, because it's a channel about faceless YouTube videos, and it's getting a lot of views. So this one got 500,000 views, and essentially, yeah, it could be quite very interesting to even make faceless channels about making faceless YouTube channels. So as you can see, it does pretty well. The video was uploaded 3 months ago, so yeah, quite interesting. So moving on, we have another channel, M9 Workshop. Let's see what they do. Okay, this seems to be an in real life channel, so it's not that interesting. Football Night 7. This is the same channel we encountered before. And then we have Ryan's Box. Alright, this seems like a toy unboxing channel, so that might also not be interesting. But what we can do here, and again, I showed this before, is we can say, give me channels with similar metrics to Mission to the Loot. Give me, let's say, 6 channels. All right. And then let's see what this generates. So this is my favorite thing, because I don't have to think about the prompting. I just ask, okay, give me more channels, give me more channels, give me more channels. And I keep looking through it, and trying to find, you know, as many interesting channels as possible using this method. So we have a few more channels. We have Car Maniac. This might be interesting. I think the RPM is a bit higher here as well. As you can see, 13 million views. I think this channel started like 6 months ago. As you can see, it's performing pretty well. Might be interesting to get into it. But the problem here is that obviously it's very closely related to the Elon Musk niche, which is quite a saturated niche. So yeah, you have to really check if this is really saturated, yes or no. But yeah, personally, I wouldn't jump into a niche like this. Let's see what else we have. So we have the same channels as before. That can happen because obviously we asked for channels with the same metrics, so you'll get the same channels. We have a channel like ViewBrick, also very, very interesting niche. We've seen this one before. I think in this scenario I would probably start a new chat, just so I can perhaps show some other interesting channels. So in this case, let's start over again with find me 10 channels with views, with average views between 150,000 and 300,000, started in 2023, not more than 20 videos uploaded, no shorts. Oh wait, no, I don't mind shorts actually. Has to be monetized. Okay, let's see what we find when we type in something like this. Keep in mind that if, for example, you make your prompt too specific, it might give you an error message, because you know it can't find any channels based on what you're asking it, right? So let's see if there's anything interesting. Here we see cap summaries. Let's see what's in here. It's a movie recap channel. Okay, now that's not that interesting. Your health buddy. Let's see what this is. Quite a weird channel. Again, you'll sometimes find quite strange channels. World TV. Let's see what's in there. Okay, this might be interesting. So you see 15 hidden secrets of the logos of famous companies. I think this is quite a saturated niche. It could be interesting if you find similar channels that recently started doing well with these types of videos. So you can literally just copy and paste that title and see if there's multiple channels doing well there. So in this case, I would ask something, can you find more channels like, no, can you find channels with similar metrics to World TV. Also, what you have to recognize is that, you know, there's so many different YouTube channels that like you have to be quite persistent in like finding new channels. So you really have to like scroll through, see if you can find something interesting, and then if not, you know, go on to the next thing. So let's see what this is. This looks quite interesting right here. So this is very interesting. So this is an AI channel, it seems like. Very basic quality, editing is very simple. But as you can see right here, these videos are actually getting 400,000 views, 300,000 views. So this might be a very interesting niche. Again, found with NexLev AI. So I see another channel here that looks like a cash cow channel, Captain Toad. Toad plays a bunch of video games. Seems like another AI channel to me. Or like an animated channel. Okay. Again, could be, if you know animation, could be interesting. But I really like the Valley of Longevity channel. Find me more channels like the Valley of Longevity. And let's see if we can find a third interesting channel just for the show of it. So I've asked it and see if it can find any interesting channels that are related or similar to the Valley of Longevity channel. All right, we have some more. I see a channel called Crispy Pokemon, very interesting name. Okay, this seems to be a real person, so that's not that interesting. Behind the Diary, I think this is also a real channel. Ooh, this is... yeah, it seems to be a real person. Yeah, this is a real person. All right, so in this case, I would say something like, give me more channels like this or something like this. And you can keep going and going and going, and you will inevitably find your personal best prompts. Like, I would just suggest trying to go through NexLev AI and keep trying to tweak your prompts and like go through as many channels as possible. You will find, like, if you have the right prompt and if you try a few times, you will find the right channels essentially. So yeah, that was my example with NexLev AI. I hope you enjoyed the video and thank you very much for watching. All right, so in this video, we'll be talking about how to find interesting niches or good niches with the trending keywords and the popular keywords tool. So as you can see, we're on the homepage and these just give us suggestions or keywords to look at essentially. So it's pretty straightforward. What you want to do is just scroll through essentially these keywords and see if you find something interesting. So let's say, for example, this keyword tornado has gone up 50% in the last month. We press on tornado and see what we can find. So for example, we have one about disaster documentaries right here. So yeah, as you can see, this might be an interesting niche because you know, even though it started a year ago and this one is uploaded 7 months ago, you could definitely make some documentaries about tropical storms, tornadoes, stuff like this. You can use this as a starting point for your inspiration. So one thing a lot of people get wrong about NexLev is that it should serve you niches directly. It like that it should go like, hey, this niche you should get into 100%. No, that's not how it works. NexLev should be your starting point for inspiration. So you should be able to find channels on NexLev and then go, okay, there's definitely demand here. Let's see what the supply is. And then once you see, okay, what is the demand and supply, you can then do some research on YouTube itself after you've, you know, gotten the inspiration from NexLev. And then, for example, in this scenario, you could definitely do some research into, you know, doing tornado documentaries. So, for example, you could do something like tornado or tornado documentary and then see what comes up. Because some of these get quite a lot of views, 1.5 million up here. This one, 52K, 8.4 million. So I think you can definitely make something interesting out of this, especially if the, you know, the documentary about the storm chasers. You can see there's quite a lot of storm chase channels in this section right here. But yeah, you can definitely take inspiration from here and use it to find interesting niches as well. So, and you can do this for every single one of the channels right here. Like, so let's press on makeup art, for example, and let's scroll through. There are a few similar channels, and you can even, by the way, filter through all these channels, again, with the same amount of filters. So let's see, you want recently started channels, you can also do that. But let's press, for example, on the channel Beauty Bible, it does have shorts, but as you can see, it started like quite recently. It is run, I think, by the same person, or it could also be a cash cow channel. I couldn't say, but yeah, you can literally take this, copy this, and make this your own niche. And this could be an extremely profitable niche, because not only is the RPM quite high for makeup content, but also you can sell products related to these videos. So again, it's a great inspiration tool to find interesting stuff in between. So same thing goes for, you know, your trending channels. You can find a lot of trending channels on here that you could potentially make niches around, and also your popular keywords. But then again, like, the popular keywords are just there to make you aware, okay, which or what are the biggest or most popular categories on YouTube itself. So yeah, that is the video for trending keywords, popular keywords, and your trending channels. I hope it was valuable, and thank you very much for watching. All right, we've judged the saturation, we've looked at supply and demand. Now it's time to understand how to look at a channel and how to see when it's interesting to save or maybe jump into a certain niche. So we're just going to run through a few steps and a few example channels to understand when a channel is interesting to start or not. So the first thing you must look at when starting a new channel is, when did the competitors start? Are they successful? And how consistent is their success? And are there others that are replicating this success? So those are three really important factors. I'm just going to run you through with an example. So again, we're going to look at be looking at the fitness secrets. So you have this channel. It started 2 months ago. Again, they are using this exact format. The first video got 400,000 views. Again, same format, 700, 700, 700, 150. So that format is really, really consistent. But essentially, the next thing we want to look at, we see, okay, it's been started in the last 2 months. So a question I often get asked when looking at these channels is, okay, when is a channel too old to look at? So my rule of thumb is usually I want to have a channel that started in the last 3 months or so. For me, the absolute maximum is 6 months. But if I start a channel where my example channel has been started more than 6 months ago, the odds, like certain factors like the RPM, their views, the ease of making that content has to be really, really, really favorable to me. So essentially, it has to have a high RPM, a lot of views. Those are really important if I'm starting, if I'm using an example channel that is older than 6 months. But yeah, rule of thumb, try to find channels that are less than 3 months old. That's what I would usually recommend. So as you can see, for this niche, this channel started 2 months ago. Then you have this channel, again, not too many videos, started 3 months ago. There's a few other channels with this format that also started like 2 months ago, even less. So that's a really good sign that this is a good niche, but this is not the only thing to look at when deciding if a niche is interesting to you or not. So the next few things you have to look at is understanding, okay, is the niche monetizable? So that's really important. So the way to figure out is a niche monetizable is the following. First, you have to check, is a channel monetized? You can do this by downloading this really nice Chrome extension called Is YouTube Channel Monetized? I'll link it in the course, so you're able to install it on your own YouTube. But essentially, this channel's monetized, and if you look at the other channels, it's also monetized. So that's a really good sign. In some cases, people jump into niches where most of the channels are not monetized. And yeah, okay, you might have a viral video, but it doesn't matter if a channel is not monetized. So again, this is really, really important. Another factor of monetization is understanding, okay, how much money, or can I earn enough money with this niche? So my rule of thumb is that a niche should, by a big margin, like it should easily do 10K a month. So essentially, the way to judge this is the biggest channel in your niche at least doing $20,000? So what you can do is you can get your calculator out. You can use vidIQ to track the monthly views. And then essentially do the following formula. It's 3.1 million. And then you divide the amount of views by 1,000. Since RPM is calculated in increments of 1,000 views per certain amount of money. And then you multiply it by the estimated RPM. I will teach you later in the course, if you don't know what RPM or how to judge RPM, if you don't know how to do that, I will teach you later in the course. So don't worry. But for now, I'll just show you how to do it. So let's say the estimated RPM on this niche is around $6 or $7. We multiply it. As you can see, this channel is nearly doing $18,000 a month. So that would be, probably a good niche. If there's other channels in the niche doing around that same figure or doing above $10,000 a month, that is a very good signal. So preferably you would obviously get channels that are a little bit higher than $10,000 a month. So maybe 20, 30K would be a really good indicator that a niche is big enough. But try to really aim for $10,000 plus a month when it comes to YouTube automation. So another thing that's really important is understanding the following few factors, which is how big is your moat? So with Moat, I mean, how hard is it for new competitors to enter your niche market? You also have to understand how hard it is for you to produce your own content. So for some niches, they might look really nice. Like, for example, niches that use 3D animations, but they're really, really difficult to replicate because it's really intensive to create that type of content. So you have to understand, if I look, for example, at this channel, right? Can I make these videos? Are these videos easy to replicate? Yes. Meaning there's no mode, since there's no copyright issues, there's no limited ad issues. It's simply a niche to really easily enter, and there's no real production cost. But for example, if you look at niches like this, where you have channels doing 3D animations, and the 3D animations are doing really well, you have to understand, like, most beginners won't be able to make this type of content because this might cost you $500 a minute of animation. So you also have to see, okay, is this achievable with production, and how high you kind of want to aim for. How high can I make the mode? So essentially, okay, maybe you do have a budget. So how far or how high can you take the quality, and thus how high can you make the mode? So my tip would be, try to, as much as possible, create a mode within your niche. So upping the quality, creating multiple channels. Is that possible within your niche? For example, with this one, you could probably create multiple channels. For example, with this niche, it's already quite secure by itself because, 3D animations is really hard to replicate. Or maybe you can do different types of format. You can do old people working out compilations, stuff like this. Can you expand or secure the position in your niche? Is that possible? That's also a really good factor to look at, because it's really important that you try and establish your position for the long run. If not, your success will not be lasting very long. In some cases, you come up with a niche, or you come up with a certain idea, but there's nothing to show you that it's worked in the past. What do you do in that moment? So there's a few things to judge if a niche is interesting if there's no example channels out there. One of the ways to do so is checking if the subject or the idea you have performs well as a one-off video on other channels. So, for example, if you look at top 10 channels, like, for example, we can use the Secret of Fitness, you will probably find that good niches are outlier videos. So videos that get more views than the average on existing channels. So if you look at the fitness niche, like the old fitness niche, you can see right here, this old lady on Good Morning America scored really well. So essentially, that's a good sign that a niche might be interesting. As you can see, like, most videos on Good Morning America don't get too many views. But that video about that lady doing fitness again, did really, really well. So that might be a really good indicator that even if there's no existing example channels, that your niche still might be interesting. Another way of judging it is doing the same method, but with short form content on TikTok or Instagram Reels. You can also do it with YouTube Shorts, of course. But essentially kind of looking, is there any certain type of content that is consistently doing well in short form and is an outlier, essentially? It's like, okay, when they post this certain format that I'm planning to do in long form, it always does better than the rest of their content. So that's something to watch out for. Another way to kind of judge if a niche would be good to jump in without any other example channels would be going to Google Trends and kind of checking, okay, is there enough search volume? So for example, fitness, you can go fitness and you can go worldwide and then going to YouTube search and like kind of gauging if you compare fitness to other subjects like tennis, like other established niches, you can just compare it to those. And if you see that there's a larger search interest, for example, tennis or NBA, you can kind of in that way see if there's enough search volume. So say, for example, you know there's very popular NBA channels, right? And you want to make a channel about fitness or another really specific thing. You can kind of compare the popularity of a thing to other existing channels. And this way you can still kind of gauge if there's enough search volume or interest for you to make a successful channel. Yeah, so essentially those are the most important factors when judging if a niche is interesting or not. In the next video, we'll be discussing the mindset when it comes to searching for the right niches. So stay tuned for that, because that's also a really, really important factor of making sure you consistently find the right niches to use for your YouTube channels. One of the most important things people forget is they've been looking at supply and demand, but then they totally forget about market saturation. So often people are searching for niches and they find a niche and they think, hey, there's a bunch of demand there. And then they jump into the niche and boom, the channel fails. But why? Well, usually the problem is, yes, there might be a niche where there's a bunch of demand, but that doesn't mean necessarily it's a good niche. We also need to be looking at the supply factor. So that's why it's really important to understand market saturation and making sure you can identify when a market is saturated. So in this video, I'm just going to show you a few things to watch out for, essentially, and these principles will basically help you to avoid really saturated niches. So one thing you do really have to understand is the difference between topic saturation and format saturation. For example, if you look at the laptop right here, you can see when it comes to Elon Musk, there's a bunch of demand. You know, he gets a bunch of views. You know, the channels that talk about Elon Musk do really, really well. But the topic of Elon Musk is quite like this format where they do like news items and like warnings of Elon Musk. That's quite saturated. You can see it. You can find hundreds of channels on the subject. As you can see, Elon Musk Evolution, SpaceX Live, Elon Musk Zone, all these channels doing the exact same format over and over and over again. Does that necessarily mean the topic Elon Musk is saturated? No, not necessarily. Does that mean this format is saturated? 100%. Yes. So make sure to differentiate between topic saturation and format saturation, because there could be still opportunity here, and I'm not saying that's guaranteed. But if you, for example, look at maybe Elon Musk compilations, the saturation levels on that format, like a compilation, might be different from the news videos. So it's really important to, when you're doing niche research and you find a saturated format, maybe try looking at different formats to see if you can still find a gap in the market over there. But again, the rules still apply. make sure when you look at that format, if it's been done already 100 times over, don't enter that market. So essentially, that's a really important factor to consider. Okay, so now we've gone over that. I want to go over a few steps with you guys to kind of understand when a niche is too saturated. So you can kind of follow along with these steps and check it for your own niche and see if your niche is also too saturated. So a good example for a really saturated niche is the Elon Musk niche. So we'll use that as an example. So first of all, you want to go to the main keywords. If you check my laptop here, and you can essentially just search up Elon Musk. And the question is, if I go to this month and then view count and 4 to 20 minutes, again 4 to 20 minutes to filter out all the shorts, can I find 5 to 10 really big competitors that are doing Elon Musk content? So for example, you have one here, 110,000 subscribers. Quite large. If you keep scrolling, you will probably find a bunch more. Again, another one with nearly 1 million subscribers. If you keep going, you will keep finding channels within the Elon Musk niche that are doing the exact same format as each other. And obviously, they're all still working. But if there's a bunch of really, really big channels, chances are that there's also hundreds and hundreds of smaller channels that have failed. So if there's 10 big competitors in the same niche doing the exact same format, that's already a really big red flag. So again, if there's 10 people making videos on Elon Musk, the topic, it might not be as bad as 10 people making the Elon Musk news videos. So again, topic saturation is different from format saturation. So keep that in mind when doing research. So especially in the Elon Musk niche, you can see they're literally all doing the same format where it's like Elon Musk reveals something. So that kind of gives you a good idea that essentially that part of the market is already really saturated. But maybe you can still differentiate by maybe doing compilations or documentaries or maybe another format. Like a good example is this channel where they talk about AI, Elon Musk and an AI, and essentially they're still leveraging the topic Elon Musk, but they're not doing the same format as all the other channels. So even though they were not really uploading a lot, they were doing really well because they were still differentiating themselves from that news format and still leveraging that same topic that was not as saturated yet. So this is a great example of the difference between topic and format saturation. Okay, so once you've checked if there were 10 major players in the same topic, same format, and they've been around for a long time, that's another very important factor. If those channels have been doing videos on that topic or format for a very long time, let's say 2-3 years, that's also a very good indicator that a niche might be saturated. The shorter a niche exists, the less likely it is to be saturated. So watch out for niches where there's a lot of competitors that are really, really old. So always look at channel creation dates or the first video uploaded when doing niche research, because this is, again, also a really important factor. So another way to measure saturation is by looking at the newer channels being created. So it's really important to understand that, okay, yes, there might be successful channels here, like there's a lot of successful channels, but you have to understand for all those successful channels to exist, there's a huge layer of unsuccessful channels under them. And those are also really important to analyze, and you have to also understand why they failed. So one way to do it is typing in a title similar to the one the big channels use, and essentially going to a week time frame. So if you can find a bunch of competition here, that already says a lot already. But say you find more channels, and usually the smaller channels, they copy the bigger channels. So that's why searching on the same title will often give you really good results. You can basically see the smaller channels. So this one is like medium large. But again, like this channel, it's been uploading really consistently. the quality doesn't look that bad. Like the thumbnails look decent. But again, they're just not getting off the ground. They're getting maybe 20,000 views maximum. And that's just a clear-cut sign of market saturation, because essentially market saturation is also indicated by, say, someone enters a niche, right? And there's already a lot of saturation. The quality level is already quite high. So to compete with existing channels, you have to get videos that are high quality. Often what you see in unsaturated niches, and I'll show you right now, is that you can enter with really bad quality and the videos will still do well regardless. All right, so let's look at some examples of good niches or unsaturated niches where you can clearly see that there's a bunch of channels that are essentially doing pretty bad quality videos, but are still doing really well. So let's, for example, have a look at this niche where it's like fitness stories of old people. And you have this channel right here. And what you can do is you can essentially type in the title they're using. So Secrets of Fitness 91-year-old. You can type in that title. And often enough, you see other people copying this channel. That's what they do. So the bigger channels always get copied. And that's a really good way to do research, because you can see what other people's results were before you even enter the niche. So let's go to view count this month, because you're going to want to look at the recent timescales for the 20 minutes. If you don't see any results on this month, just make it a little bit older. But then again, look at this. So you have this channel, right? And it, the quality is not really that good. But even like with this bad thumbnail quality, it still is putting millions and millions of views per video. Same here, you find another channel. The quality is pretty bad. The thumbnail quality is pretty bad, but still they're putting 166k views, and they've just started recently on this channel, right? Again, and they do this format over and over and over again. 1.4 million views even. So, yeah, this is a clear-cut sign of unsaturation where you see all these new channels. The niche is now slowly getting saturated because it's a little bit older, but you will see a lot of new channels popping off and not a lot of large established competitors. So maybe in this niche, there's only one large established competitors, and it's this one. So that's a really good sign, because you want to be looking at, okay, are there large established competitors? No, in this niche, no, there's not really large established competitors. Have they started recently? Yes, most of these channels have started in the last 3 months. You can also see the quality is quite bad, so that saturation level with quality is not as high. And those are really good signs that a niche is unsaturated. Another niche that's a great example is the President's Place niche. We've went over this niche before. Again, if you go to a view count, you can even sort on this week, and then 4 to 20 minutes. You will most likely be able to find, again, like here, you have one competitor that has been doing it for maybe 22 videos. They've been doing really well, but only 3 weeks ago. And then you have another channel here, which only has 15 videos, started 12 days ago. So, and they've already amassed around nearly 1 million views. So again, same thing here. Not a lot of established competitors. A lot of smaller channels popping off. There's still a lot of space to innovate on the quality. You often in these niches, for example, this niche, and another good example of this is this channel. So essentially, this is like a channel where they tell like stories of people. And you can kind of see like the thumbnails are pretty bad. The videos themselves are literally just stock footage. If you just watch the videos, they're essentially all stock footage. So it's like pictures, really bad stock footage, and there's a lot of room to improve still. So yeah, these are really clear-cut signals in order to judge saturation. I also wanted to go over some of the niches to kind of watch out for. So a few really saturated niches, and you can look at them yourself just to kind of understand what a saturated niche looks like, is cryptocurrency, Elon Musk, everything to do with motivation, like motivational videos, is really saturated. Yeah, those are really good niches to look at, just to kind of understand, like, okay, what does a saturated niche look like? Another niche that's also good to look at is maybe the military niche. Yeah, those are good guidelines to kind of compare other niches to, if you want to check, like, oh, does it look like a saturated niche, yes or no? So now you've got a few niches to kind of look at. Okay, like to understand, okay, this is what an unsaturated niche looks like, and this is what a saturated niche looks like. So I hope you now can have a clear-cut understanding of unsaturated and saturated, and hopefully you can implement this in your own research. One of the biggest mistakes that gets made when finding niches is not having the right mindset. It often comes down to people knowing the right techniques, but just not having the right mindset when finding the niches. So in this video, I just want to discuss and go over a few things you should keep in mind when going through the process of finding niches, and hopefully this will help you be a little bit more consistent and making sure you kind of know when you're on the right track or not. So first off, I want to start by saying that it's really important you understand that when it comes to niches and opportunities, just as like in any other business, niches and opportunities take time. You have to make a habit out of searching for them and patiently waiting for the right opportunity to jump on. Another thing that's really, really important to keep in mind is to not overthink when jumping into niches. If a niche fits the requirements I've talked about in the previous videos, or if a niche fits your requirements, just go for it. Just execute. You will fail regardless. Even if you fail, it's a good lesson. So don't overthink jumping into niches too much. It's a really, really dangerous trap. Also make sure to keep in mind that finding the perfect niche is extremely rare. You will always find a flaw within a niche. So make sure to, when you finally find a niche, just to keep in mind that it doesn't have to be perfect, but try to get as close to perfection as you can. So this ties into overthinking. Try to go as far as you can, but don't eliminate your own progression because of that overthinking. So again, perfection is nearly impossible. And if it's possible, it's really, really, really rare. As to the time frame of finding the right niche, that's also really important to keep in mind. Try and set a goal for yourself. I usually, when I start out on a new channel, try to set a goal like 2 weeks. I've given myself 2 weeks to find a niche, or maybe a month to find myself a niche. Try to give yourself enough time to find the right niche. You're not in a hurry. YouTube is not going anywhere. So give yourself enough time and it will come to you. So hopefully this video just kind of helps with getting you into the right mindset. And in the next few videos, I'll be explaining how to find niches. So make sure to stay tuned. Alright, so in this video, we'll be talking about the features of NexLev AI. Now, NexLev AI is currently still in its beta stage as of this recording. I will re-record a new tutorial when we have the full features launched, but for now, I will give a beta tutorial or a feature overview of NexLev AI. So let's head into our NexLev AI and we can explore the features. Alright, so let's have a look. So when you open NexLev AI, you can essentially interact with YouTube data using ChatGPT. Now, we will start expanding a lot on potential features for NexLev AI, and this is by far a very, very basic version, but I will do a walkthrough of everything you're currently able to do. So right now, NexLev AI is basically an AI version of the filter tool. So you have to really think about it as a filter tool, and it's not yet an AI that can grasp the context of each and every channel. We're working on it, but it's not yet able to understand the relation between what a channel is about and the actual channel. So you still have to mainly rely on the metrics to find the right types of channels right now. All right, so starting off, we have essentially a few example prompts that you can use. Now, these are very, very basic. You can make them way more extensive than these. But yeah, you can use these essentially as a guideline. So, for example, you can say, provide me YouTube channels that have an average view count exceeding 10,000 views. Now, this is not a very good prompt, but again, it shows an example. So you can find channels that exceed certain metrics. So, for example, you can say something like, I want to see channels that have above 100,000 views on average per video. I want to have channels that started in the last 365 days. I want to have channels that are monetized. You can ask all those questions to NexLev AI. So what you can also do, which is very, very interesting about NexLev AI, is you can do something like, okay, first come up with a few channels. So let's start with a basic prompt like, give me 5 YouTube channels started in the last 6 months that have an average view count higher than, let's say, 250K, are monetized, have no shorts, and let's say something, have an RPM higher than $5. All right, so you can just give it a prompt like this. Again, it works like the filter tools. As you can see, I'm giving it those filter metrics to go off, and it will start loading, and it will find the channels that fit this prompt. So as you can see, you will find a bunch of different channels, and let's say you see an interesting channel in here. Now, let's say we want to find more channels like the channel Lark E or something like that. That's what it's called. So what you can do then is you can literally ask NexLev AI, find me more channels that have similar metrics to Lark C. So if you ask this, it will essentially find channels that have very similar metrics to the channel you mentioned. So that's one very powerful feature. You can very easily iterate your results by just saying, okay, I find out of these 5 channels, I find this one the most interesting. Okay, now find me more channels that are very similar. So if you look at these channels, they can be very interesting potential niches, right? So you can keep doing this, and this is one way of finding inspiration for channels. You can just keep saying like, oh, find me more channels like Super Prime, find me more channels like Mission to the Loot. And this way you can find a lot of inspiration using NexLev AI. So that's essentially the features. This is a very short tutorial. We will dive into best practices for NexLev AI later in another tutorial. But yeah, for now, you can essentially, every metric you see in the channel filters, you can ask on NexLev AI as well. So if you want subscriber count, RPM, channel category, average views, number of uploads, those things you can all ask NexLev AI to find you channels around. You can even find keywords on NexLev AI. So for example, you can say something like, find me 5 keywords that have channels that have an average view count higher than 1 million, that started in 2023. They have to be monetized, and as you can see, you can just query something like this, and it will then again load the keywords in, and you can then do the same things you do with the channel. So as you can see, voila, it's showing you channels above 1 million views, and the channels should be, monetized. Again, it also even filters out the channels that aren't monetized. So if you click on this right now, you will see the channels that are monetized. So yeah, that's essentially what NexLev AI does. You can again, if you would like to ask, give me more channels or more keywords similar to the keyword female or street or rescue. You can even filter by category. You can ask, give me channels related to a certain sport or a certain hobby or a certain category like crime. You can ask follow-up questions like, what is the average number of channels per each keyword above? And then it will give you the average number of channels per each keyword is above is 1. So as you can see, it's 1. So yeah, you can ask a lot of different types of questions, and that can be very useful. Like you can ask, okay, what's the average RPM? What is the total amount of subscribers of all these channels? You can do a bunch of these things. And later on, we will also add topic integration, so you can also find video topics and videos directly in NexLev AI. And essentially, it will become ChatGPT with YouTube data integrated. So for now, this is a very basic version. It will become much more powerful, especially when we have historic data, so we can track trends with NexLev AI as well. But yeah, these are the main features of NexLev AI, so feel free to play around with them. And yeah, I hope this video was very valuable, and thank you very much for watching. All right, so in this video, we'll be talking about all the filter points in the advanced filter tool within NexLev. So yeah, we're going to be going over each and every one of these filter points or metrics. I'll explain them to you, and I'll also give some tips when using those certain filter points. So starting off, before we get into the channel filters and the keyword filters, I first want you to understand that obviously there are a finite amount of channels and opportunities on YouTube. So if you make these filters very specific, what will happen is you won't get a lot of results. So make sure that when you're filtering, you're very due diligent with trying to make sure that you just tweak the filter points a little bit. Don't make them too specific, just start very broad. So make the filter points very broad, and then slowly niche down if you can't find any more interesting opportunities. So with that being said, let's have a look at the channel filters. So within NexLev and the advanced filter tool, you have two different types of filters. You have the channel filters, as you can see up here, and you have the keyword filters, as you can see down here. Now, the channel filters are essentially filters that apply to the metrics a certain YouTube channel has. A keyword filter is essentially there to filter out certain metrics keywords are connected to. So let's say within a keyword, you want there to be a minimum amount of 10 channels, then you can do this right there. So this won't affect what channels you'll be seeing, but it will affect what keywords you will be shown. So this will affect what keywords you'll be shown. This will affect what channels you'll be shown. So with that being said, let's first kick off with the channel filters. Now the channel filters starts off with the first video upload date. Now the first video upload date is there so you can essentially select channels that have started in a certain time period. So let's say I only want to see channels that have started in the last year. You can simply go to January 1 and August 25. And let's check if that's working correctly. And there you go. So now it will only show me channels that had their first video uploaded within this time frame. So this is a very powerful tool. This is one of the tools I would recommend using very much. But keep in mind, if you select channels that have started in the last 2 months and you do the average views up to 500,000 per video, the chance that there's channels that started in the last 1 or 2 months and that have 500,000 views per video is very low. So keep that in mind, that if you tweak one and tweak another, that it might become very specific. So yeah. This is the first video upload date filter. So coming up next is the subscriber count. Now, this is very straightforward. I wouldn't recommend tweaking the subscriber count too much. It's simply therefore, okay, if you are searching for more established and bigger channels, you can slide the thing upwards. So now it only shows you channels between 300k subscribers and 500k subscribers. Or if you want to show all the channels, then you can do it in this way as well. And let's say you don't want to see any small channels, you can slide it up where it only shows you channels between 15k subscribers and 500k subscribers. Next up is the RPM filter. Now, before we get into the RPM filter, I want to explain what RPM exactly is. RPM is the rate per mile, or how many dollars a YouTube channel gets paid per 1,000 views. So let's say you only want to see channels that get paid a high amount of money per 1,000 views. You can size this up to $11, and if you do this, you will mostly get videos in the finance niche, gambling, dropshipping niche. Those types of channels you will see if you slide the filter very high. If you do it more towards the low side, you will, for example, more get channels that are related to sports or kids content. So again, by tweaking the RPM, you can find different types of opportunities and channels. Next up is the views per month. Now, the views per month, as of the time of this recording, is currently not yet available. It should be added in the next 3 weeks or so. But the views per month is a super powerful filter tool, because it allows you to essentially find channels that are getting a specific amount of views per month. So let's say you want to find channels that get like between 2 and 3 million views per month, you can do that. If you want to find channels that are getting more than 5 million views per month, you can do that. So this way you can find channels that have really high demand and very consistent amounts of views. Same thing for the monthly projected revenue. Let's say you only want to see channels that are earning a minimum X amount of money per month. You can also do this with the monthly projected amount of revenue filter, but those are currently not yet available as of the date of this recording. So moving on, we have the channel categories. Now this is very straightforward. You can just select what categories or what channels you want to see. So let's say I only want to see channels in the anime, architecture niche, or in the auto racing niche, basketball niche. You can all select those, and then it will only show you channels within those categories. So that's very straightforward. Next up is the average view count per video. Now this is a very powerful tool, and I would recommend playing around with this one the most, because essentially what this does is it will kind of show you how consistent the channel is getting views, and if the channel has a good amount of traction. So this is my favorite filter, and it will really help you find the right channel. So I, for example, would a lot of the times I only want to see channels above 100,000 views. And yeah, essentially this will make sure that you will find those larger channels as well. So I would stay away from subscriber count and instead tweak average views, because it doesn't really matter what subscriber count a channel has. It more so matters how many views they're getting and how much money they're earning, right? So yeah, that's what average views per video does. One thing you do have to take note of with average views per video is that an average essentially is very susceptible to skewing. Essentially, let's say you have 3 videos on the channel. One video with 1,000 views, another video with 1,000 views, and one video with 1 million views. Obviously, the median will be around 1,000 views per video, but the average views will say something like 300k per video, which is not really what is going on in reality, right? So you have to keep that in mind, that the average views per video filter point is susceptible to data skewing. So sometimes the videos might not be getting as many views as you expected, because one of the videos is just an outlier and has 25 million views, which drags the average views per video up considerably. Now the next one would be number of uploads. So let's say you only want a channel to have a low number of uploads. You can just drag this down essentially, and then it will only show you channels that have less than 200 videos uploaded. And let's say you only want a channel that has perhaps 10 videos uploaded, you can even do that here as well. Same thing with total revenue generated. Let's say you want a channel that has generated close to $1 million, you can slide this up. And let's say you want channels that are kind of in between there, you can just kind of slide it down, and you find the middle type of channels that are earning between 200k and $650,000. So that's that. Now we have the number of uploads per week. Now this is a very interesting and powerful filter, because the number of uploads per week can show you what type of channel it is. So what you have to think about is that documentary channels often upload less than, for example, news type channels. Like news type channels upload maybe once a day, documentaries maybe 3 times a week, or maybe even 1 time a month. So this way you can also kind of control what type of channels you're going to be seeing, and perhaps you can also identify opportunities in niches where, perhaps they get a high average views per video, so the views are very consistent on each documentary they upload, but they just don't upload too much. And in that case, you can find those those opportunities. But then again, keep in mind that as you start tweaking this filter, it might really limit the results you'll be getting. So be wary of changing these filters very extensively, like for example doing only one upload per week, then you'll get very limited amounts of results. So keep that in mind. Now with the average video length in minutes filter, you can filter out also different types of channels. So let's say you want to start a channel that has a format or a niche where people like to watch shorter videos. You can do that here as well. Maybe you want to get into niches where you want to make very long documentaries. You can also do it here. So if you do this, something like this, you will find more documentary or interview or podcast type channels. So again, these things will help you find certain types or different categories of opportunities. Let's say you want to make sure that you find a niche where the channels you are shown are still active. That's where the last video uploaded filter comes in. So it works exactly the same as the first video upload date. You kind of want to see that, okay, the channel I am being shown needs to have a video uploaded in the last 2 months. So that's what you can essentially do here, is you can simply say, okay, I want the channel to have at least one video uploaded in the last 2 months. And that could be very helpful if you're looking for active channels instead of channels that are maybe no longer active. So moving on to total channel views. I think this is kind of obvious how this works. If you want to find bigger channels with a lot of views, you can slide this up. If you want to find smaller channels, you can slide it down. Then you have the shorts filter. Now you have to keep this in mind. If you press no on the shorts filter, if the channel has one short on it, that channel will not be shown in NexLev. So keep that in mind, that it will also very much limit your results if you press no. So any channel with a single short on that channel will not be shown in NexLev. So if you press yes, it will only show you shorts channels. And if you press all, it will show you a mix of both shorts channels and channels that don't have any shorts on them. Now, with monetized, it's the same story. You can either only find channels that are monetized or channels that are not monetized, or both mixed together. So again, by tweaking this, you will get a bunch of different results. Like obviously, if you press all, you'll get a bunch more results than if you press yes or no. All right. With that being said, those were the channel filters. Now we're going to move on to the keyword filters and what each metric means. Now, the keyword filters, you have to understand, apply to keywords and not to channels. It applies to an average between all the channels within a certain keyword. So starting off with the channel count. So let's say we have the keyword crime. In the keyword crime, you can select how many channels you want to be attached to that keyword. So let's say you want to search for less saturated niches where there's only X amount of competition, right? You can slide the channel count filter a little bit down. So that way you won't find channels or niches or categories that are that have maybe thousands and thousands of channels within them. So this makes sure that you find more exclusive opportunities if you're filtering on keywords, right? Same thing goes with keyword RPM. It looks at the keyword and it gives an average RPM for all the channels inside. And this way you can kind of gauge if it's a high RPM keyword or low RPM keyword. Same thing for the keyword category. So this channel category is based off if we look at the last 30 titles of a channel, and then we make like an average decision, okay, between all those 30 titles, what is the most common theme? And that's how we categorize our channels. With the keyword category, we only look at the keyword itself. So for example, if the keyword is Airbnb, it will most likely go into travel or something like real estate. And that's essentially what the keyword category is about. So those two are calculated in a different way. Total subscriptions, again, this shows all the channels combined within one keyword. How many subscriptions do they have in total? This will kind of allow you to filter in between, okay, how many really, really big channels are within one keyword. That is what the total subscription filter essentially does, is say you want to find keywords that have very large channels within them or very large amounts of subscribers in them, you can filter that upwards. If you want to have keywords that have tiny amounts of subscriptions within them, you can filter that downward. Now you have the average time since start date. Now let's say you're searching for newer niches, like very brand new types of categories or niches or trends. This is one of my favorite filters in the keyword filter section is the average time since start date. It shows the average time of all the channels connected to the keyword when their first video was uploaded. So let's say you want to find a niche that has recently started. Well, you can do it with this because usually the channels have also recently started, so that will reflect in average time since start date. And then you also have new channels since last month. Again, like we scrape all these channels monthly. So let's say we see a very large increase in channels, like you want a minimum of 3 new channels in the last month. You can select that in here. So that's that. Lastly, you can press reset filter if you want to reset the filter to normal. And then it will set the filter and you can start anew. So I hope that was valuable information and thank you very much for watching. All right, now let's have a look at the different filtering environments within NexLev, because we don't only have one filter environment. We have 3. We have the homepage filter, we have the keyword filter, and the channel page filter. Now, the homepage filter encapsulates everything. It will essentially show you every different type of filter we have. The keyword filter allows you to filter through different keywords, and the channel filter allows you to filter through different channels. Now, you can also do these simultaneously through the homepage, but again, I would suggest going from a top-down view, first looking at keywords and then going down to different types of channels, because it helps you identify interesting categories or topics within those channels before you click on the channels themselves. So, all right, let's have a start. So let's just start filtering, and I'll explain as we go down our filters. So let's just say I want to see channels that started in 2023. So again, I'll go like here and I go back to August 25th. And then we'll go over to, I want the channels to be monetized. I want them to not have any shorts. And I want the average views on these channels to be higher than, let's say, 200,000. And then I would like perhaps to make sure that the RPM is a little bit higher than 1, maybe let's say 4. All right, so now we've selected our filters. In this case, I didn't touch the keyword filters because that would limit my results a bit too much. But as you can see right here, we have our keyword filter environment. Now, the keyword filter environment has a bunch of different features. So starting off with the bar up here. If you look at the bar up here, you can essentially sort from highest to lowest or lowest to highest on different metrics. So let's say I want to show the lowest to highest the average views. I can just press this and that's essentially what it will do. So it shows now the lowest average views per video, because obviously we selected 200,000. The lowest will be near 200,000. And if I do highest, it will show the highest, which will be war in this case. Same thing goes for subscriber. So this is the lowest subscriber count. This is the highest average subscriber count. Then you can do the same thing for total channels, average days in start, and average amounts of uploads. Obviously, in the keyword filter, you can keep adjusting your filters. So let's say you think, okay, maybe I can adjust my filters a little bit more so I can get better results. You can adjust them here, and then you can press go again and see what you find. All right, moving on, you also have a filter applied section. So let's say you're not seeing any results. I would suggest just removing those filters and perhaps reloading the page. So you remove all the filters and you see all the results once again. And another really neat feature we have is hide revealed keyword. So as you can see, there is a I next to each keyword that I have already encountered before. If I've revealed this keyword before by doing this, essentially it will save that and I can hide those keywords. This way I won't see them. So as you can see, all these keywords I've not seen before. And that's really, really handy. So let's just have a look through the metrics you can see. So as you can see, if you look at the keywords, you have different types of metrics. So you have your average views per video. I've explained what this metric does before. You have your average subscriber count, so the average amounts of subscribers within that keyword. You have your total amounts of channels within that keyword. So as you can see, 1 out of the 5 channels that are in the keyword spending match our filters. That's what this means. The average days in start. So the average start date of all these channels combined is 109, and the average amounts of uploads across all these channels are 108. As you can see, you can also see the average RPM, which is 8.4 in this case, the monetized channel ratio, which basically shows out of all the channels how many are monetized. So as you can see, out of the one channel that we're going to see when we click on spending, one is monetized. So yeah, that's essentially what it does. Then you can see the category. So the keyword is spending, the category is finance, and the total amount of subscribers within this within the channels that match our filter points is nearly 300,000. So that's essentially the keyword page. That's what it does. That's what each of these mean. Another thing or another neat thing you have here is that you can save a keyword. So if you save a keyword, again, it works the same as saving a channel. You can create new, enter a list, and you can essentially save the keyword to your saved keyword list. So with that being said, we've gone over the keyword environment. Now we will go over the channel environment. So let's move on to the channel environment and have a look. So as you can see, instead of displaying keywords now, it's showing channels. So you can directly see channels instead of going through the keywords first. So let's keep these filters the same, and perhaps we can hide the reveal channels, but I think I'll leave that open for now. And we can sort by lowest amounts of views first. So you can basically just click through these channels, see what they are about. So this one is in psychology. I'm not sure what this is. This is about boxing, as you can see, and it started around 80 days ago. We can see what this channel is about. As you can see, it has 19 videos and over 100k subscribers, so that's very, very impressive for a small channel. So yeah, you can very, very quickly find interesting niches with this method. So if we go back and scroll down, yeah, you will see that there's a bunch of interesting niches. So for example, Rap Daily might be an interesting channel. As you can see, there's 80 videos and they're getting 1.4 million views. Hyperspeed has 28 uploads. And as you can see, these are also quite interesting channels, 1.3 million, 700k, and all 2 weeks old. So yeah, very, very interesting, as you can see right here. Again, these have the same metrics as you have Again, these channels have the same types of metrics you have in essentially your filter points or your channel filter tool. As you can see, this displays if a channel has YouTube Shorts, and this channel doesn't have any YouTube Shorts. It shows the average monthly upload frequency. It shows the RPM, the total revenue generated, the average video length of the channel, what niche it's in, when the last video was uploaded. So it's very, very convenient. You can really quickly see if it's an interesting channel, yes or no. So again, this environment works pretty similar to your keyword filter environment, only it shows the channels directly. So that's the difference between those two. So now you understand what everything does. In the next videos, we'll be talking about how to best use these tools. Thank you very much for watching. All right, so in this video, I'll be discussing the most common mistakes made when using NexLev. So obviously we have a very intricate filtering system going on right here. And you have to understand that people really like to try and push the boundaries on these filters. Like obviously they like to try and find the channels that, for example, are getting 1 million views per video or 500,000 views per video. But keep in mind, there's also a lot of channels where it could be a good niche and you're only getting 100,000 views per video or 50,000 views per video. And keep in mind that not every video will reach 100,000 views. So let's say you have 3 videos. One video does 120,000 views, the other does 50, and the other does 60,000 views. You will still end up with an average views below 100,000 views. So keep in mind that a lot of people set their average view count pretty high, and you will get very weird or specific channels then. like a good 50 or 60% of the channels essentially are under that 100,000 views barrier. In these tutorials, I do show a lot where I do above 100,000 views, but that's because I'm trying to find like really big outlier channels. But overall, I think there are a lot of really good niches where, you know, the average views per videos are under 100,000. So keep that in mind, that you should be very careful when filtering around, because yeah, especially with the average view counts, because essentially it could be a good niche, but if you constantly push the average view count above 100,000, it often will show very limited results, because that's maybe the top 1% of channels you're seeing there. So yeah, that's basically the biggest mistake. Another big mistake a lot of people make would be that they, instead of trying to use NexLev as a tool of inspiration, they actually think they will directly find like the perfect niche through NexLev. Like they think we will serve like 30, 40, maybe 100 niches on a plate with a description next to it, like, oh, do this, and then you'll be profitable. No, what we do is we give you a filter tool that can help you find inspiration for niches, and it does find you niches directly, but you also have to use your creativity as well. Like, for example, you find a niche, you say, okay, this niche is doing very well, and I see there's demand, for example, for videos about like vintage airplanes or vintage warplanes. Well, okay, then I'm going to make a channel around vintage warplanes. I know this and this makes the videos on that other channel work. I'm just going to take those elements and improve the rest of the packaging. So that's another important thing, is keep in mind that NexLev is an inspiration tool. It helps you find inspiration that you would have never thought of, because you're stuck in this confirmation bias where, you know, you only can think of so many keywords that could work, while NexLev finds an infinite amount of channels outside of your zone of inspiration, essentially. So yeah, those are the biggest mistakes I would say I often see when using NexLev. And another thing would be, yeah, just make sure you try different filters, you try sorting in different ways, and that you keep scrolling quite a lot, because I think this way you will find the best niches most effectively. Anyway, that are the most common mistakes I see when people are using NexLev. I hope you know, you got a lot of value from this video, and thank you very much for watching. All right, so in this video, I'm going to talk about starting niches in other languages. So essentially what we're going to do is take big niches from the American market and transfer them over to other languages. Think about Spanish, Portuguese, and French language. So there's a few really important factors to keep in mind. Like, I have a quick example for you here before we get into that. But make sure you pay attention into this video, because there's a few really important strategic points I have to discuss with you before you ever start a multilingual channel. So just look at this example, for example, here. You have my court cases channel, and you can literally transfer this over to Spanish, and someone did it already. So you have court cases, and then you have this guy who essentially is also doing court cases, but in Spanish, and he's getting millions and millions of views. And usually, and that's the really nice part about Spanish channels or French channels, is that they're not yet on the quality level American channels are. So you can easily take over these niches. So what I recommend doing, if you want to start a channel in Spanish, because there's a few really nice advantages. Those are, for example, that again, the quality in those languages are not as high, it's not as saturated, and you can really simply take concepts from American channels and transfer them over to Spanish channels. So for the languages, I recommend you stick with French or Spanish and maybe a bit of German, but I would definitely recommend Spanish and French, because most people in France and Spanish only speak French and Spanish. And that basically ensures that they only watch, you know, Spanish or French YouTube channels. So essentially what the next step is look at bigger YouTube channels, like Sunny V2 is a good example. Maybe things like really broad YouTube channels, like Not What You Think. It's a show about military equipment and military vehicles. You can easily transfer this over to a Spanish language as well. Keep in mind, try to stay either as broad as possible. So you either need to get a ton of views because the RPM is lower, or you need to focus on high RPM channels. So it's one or the other. You can't be in the middle. You can't be in a niche where it's like, okay, the views are medium and the RPM is also medium. You either need to be at large amounts of views or really high RPM. So a good example for a high RPM Spanish channel might be law of attraction or motivational or something, or like something to do with investing might be good niches for a Spanish channel. So yeah, essentially what you just can do with Spanish channels is literally just look up the like big cash cow channels in America, then look at the keywords they're using, like aircraft carrier or crime, translate it into Spanish, like for example, Momentos de la Corte, and then essentially use the keyword scanning method to find potential competitors in Spain. If there's, and then again, if you see those right signals, like it's been done before, it works, a lot of new channels are popping off, you can enter that niche very easily. So you can find a bunch of really interesting niches in Spanish, and it might be a really good move if your second language is Spanish as well. But again, the big disadvantage of this is, of course, less sponsorships. The RPM is also lower. So yeah, every upside has its downside. So again, keep this in mind. It is a nice opportunity though, if you understand the culture, if you understand what Spanish or French people click on, it might be a good option for you. So thank you for watching. I'll see you in the next video. This is probably one of the most important principles when it comes to YouTube automation. Essentially, it's seeing YouTube as a market. And you're probably wondering, what do you mean seeing YouTube as a market? Well, just like any market, YouTube has both supply and demand. Essentially, your demand is your viewers and what they want to watch, and your supply is the YouTubers or the people on YouTube creating content. Now, normal YouTubers, what they do is, you know, they take years to build up their personal brand. You know, they have to spend years creating a connection with their audience. It takes a lot of time, hard work, essentially to create that connection, essentially to create that demand within their viewers for their content. Instead, what we do with YouTube automation channels, and this is by far the most important principle, is making sure that we leech onto something that already has large amounts of demand. And viewing YouTube automation as trying to fill gaps in supply and demand is essentially what it is all about. So just in this video, I'm going to show you some simple principles to figure out where to find demand within YouTube. So one of the ways to essentially do this is look at channels that have blown up really quickly. So how you do this is by looking, for example, by going to YouTube and going to your YouTube tab and searching in certain keywords. So for example, recently there has been a meme on Instagram and YouTube as well, and it's called President's Play. So you've probably seen this meme come by all the time, and it's been blown up all across the internet, TikTok, Instagram, YouTube. And you can see this back within the supply and demand structure of YouTube itself. So for example, if you go to this month, so to kind of see the most recent video, you want to sort on this month, 4 to 20 minutes, because you want to filter out all the YouTube shorts and go to view count. Essentially, you can see that there's smaller channels, for example, like this one with 3,000 subscribers, just recently started, which already have 1 million views on a video. For a normal YouTuber to do something like that, it takes years and years of work. But essentially, once they're leeching onto these certain trends and certain formats, they're already succeeding. So it all comes down to making sure you fill those gaps. And that's all you have to do. It's literally finding the opportunities and executing on the opportunities and then automating that workflow. Now, what's really important to note is that there is a downside to this. And that downside is you don't create a personal connection with the audience you build. Essentially, you're just leeching off trends, which means, yeah, sure, you'll get a lot of views, but it's not something that's as sustainable, for example, as the popularity of someone who's been building their audience for years. So do keep this in mind. That is the big downside when it comes to YouTube automation. Now, another way in figuring out really quickly where the supply is short and the demand is high is using a software like I've been building. So here you have NexLev, and essentially what it does is it scans YouTube for it scans millions and millions of channels each day, and it's looking for channels where supply and demand is out of balance. So we've built in a bunch of filters essentially, and these filters, they will allow you to filter out the channels that just have recently started and have immediately blown up. That signal, that important signal where channels blow up really quickly just when they start, you can find those channels really quickly with this software. So essentially, you can do multiple things, but we'll get back to this later. But this is a really valuable way of finding these high demand, low supply channels. Another really good way in finding these is looking at channels where they have huge outliers on a certain format. So think about a channel that normally does maybe 10,000 views, and then all of a sudden, if they do a certain type of video, it blows up. So for example, look at this channel. It started 3 months ago, and essentially you see this video with old people who are really fit, and that video did really well, 2.2 million views. Then they switched to another format, which performed horribly, 3.9K. Again, 16K. Well, this one did pretty okay, so it might be interesting. But then again, boom, 1.8 million views on the same format as the previous one. Again, then they continue doing these. They don't do as well, the food content. And essentially they keep going, doesn't do well. They do another one where people show how fit they are at an old age, 500K views. And you can see this pattern keeps reoccurring throughout the channel. And again, this is a very clear signal as to the fact that there is a high amount of demand and a low amount of supply. It's just really obvious that this format is something people are looking for. And because there's no other channels doing it, they're blowing up really quickly. Now, keep in mind, you don't have to follow this method. Like, this is the way I do YouTube automation. You can also take a different route. Look at channels like Moon or Magnets Media. They're still taking the route of like normal YouTubers. Of course, they leech on trends, but they're mainly focusing on creating really, really high quality content. And again, building that personal connection with the viewer and building an expectation with the viewer that they deliver high quality content. So that's another way to do it. But again, I don't recommend it for beginners because you have to have a lot of experience in creating really good YouTube content. So it's way easier just focusing on filling the gaps in the market and executing well on it instead of building that market yourself, because that takes a very long time. Anyway, thank you for watching the video about supply and demand. In the next video, we'll be talking about market saturation and how to judge market saturation. All right, so this next method, I call the Incognito method. So essentially, what we'll be doing is using Incognito to find inspiration for niches you might have never thought of. So essentially what you want to do is, if you're not located in America, what often will happen if you start an Incognito page, like right here, you will open up YouTube, and what you will see is often get recommendations from your own country. So currently I'm in Indonesia. So what you will see is that all the recommendations I'm getting, they're all Indonesian. So they're useless. Why? Because obviously with YouTube automation, you kind of want to target an American audience. So to work around this problem, what you must do is close out of your Incognito tab, start up a VPN, and set your VPN to whatever American state you want to target. So for me, I recommend doing either New York, Florida, Texas, California are all good choices. So right now I'm connected to Seattle, but you can also put it to San Francisco or LA. Essentially, you want to target high RPM areas. In this way, you will probably also find the niches that people with a high income and thus high CPM or RPM will watch. So I'll just set it to San Francisco. That will work fine for this example. You can boot up your Incognito page again. And in this case, you will see American recommendations. All right, so as you can see right here, we finally got a bunch of American recommendations. There's already a bunch of interesting niches in there. So for example, you can see dashcam videos. I wouldn't necessarily recommend those, but what I see right here, for example, is a tornado video. And this channel, for example, only has 20,000 subscribers. And that video blew up. It got 3 million views. So essentially, what you can do is kind of use these channels as a starting point to search between niches. So what you can do is essentially now, okay, I know people in San Francisco are watching tornado videos. That's what they find interesting. So what I'll do is I'll just search up tornado and essentially go to most viewed, then go to this month, and then press 4 to 20 minutes. So that way, you filter out shorts. And as you can see right here, for example, you find interesting channels. Like this one is not necessarily faceless, but I can imagine you can probably convert this format into a faceless YouTube channel. So as you can see, this channel is doing really, really consistent views and might be interesting to replicate as well. But again, keep in mind, these methods are just for finding you inspiration for good YouTube niches. So essentially, you can keep repeating this process. So you can go to the homepage. Okay, can I find something interesting? Not really. You just refresh. Eventually, the more you start pressing on stuff, the more fine-tuned your recommendations will become. So I recommend sometimes closing out of your Incognito tab and restarting one, because it will slowly start recommending you certain videos. So yeah, make sure you keep refreshing it from time to time. But eventually you'll find some interesting niches, like you have Rebound, like the Faces channel, but keep in mind it takes time. It takes consistency to find the right niches. So I recommend to just keep scrolling, seeing if you can find any of these faceless channels. They often just appear when you least expect them. And to be honest, like what you can also do is if you see videos that consistently get a lot of views, for example, what I keep seeing is stuff about the Navy. Like apparently people in San Francisco enjoy watching Navy videos, because I've seen one here. I've seen one up top, another one about a Navy ship. And maybe you can search up Navy, see if you can find any interesting videos about the US Navy, and maybe you can start a channel in that area as well. So this is the Incognito method. Again, you can kind of fine tune it to your own preference. It's more so about finding the inspiration for entering the right keywords than it is really to directly find channels. But again, it's a great method, and yeah, that's basically it. Thanks for watching. All right, so before we get into any explanations or tutorials, I first want to let you understand what NexLev was made for and who benefits from using NexLev. Because if you understand this, you can understand the tool NexLev way better. NexLev is made to scan the entire YouTube content market and find you pockets or opportunities where the demand is extremely high and the supply is very, very low or low quality. Now, to get you to understand better who NexLev is actually meant for, I want to explain to you why those high demand and low supply areas are so valuable. Now, I will do this by showing you two different types of approaches or pathways to doing YouTube. The first way would be the investor's way of doing YouTube. The investor is essentially someone who's trying to get an audience interested in them or something they already own. So for example, investors would make remarkable content that are pushing the boundaries of YouTube and maybe never been done before to try and create demand around that remarkability. A good example around this is, for example, MrBeast. He keeps making content that's so unique that people have more and more demand for his content. Now, the best part about being an investor is that it's a very sustainable strategy. So an investor creates the demand around their content, and then what essentially happens is once there is a lot of demand, they will be the only one to give away that supply. So the investor strategy is something that's more sustainable. There are a few problems with this investor strategy. Now, the first one is it takes an extremely long time to build that demand around a person or a specific subject if there isn't already existing demand. So that's one. Two is if you're an investor, it takes ages to essentially make sure that your content is actually even something people want to watch, or that there's actually demand for the idea you've had with your YouTube channel. So there's going to be a lot of trial and error, a lot of time invested, a lot of money invested to find out, okay, what works, what doesn't work. And it's a very long way and thus a big investment. So that's why it's called investor strategy. So that's the downside. So for people who want to essentially grow their channels quickly, investor way is not a good way to do it. And NexLev also doesn't cater to a investor strategy. So an investor strategy would be, starting a channel, coming up with ideas in a specific niche without any backing of data and trying to optimize videos until they go viral. Now, NexLev is not made to optimize videos. It is made to find already existing opportunities. So with that being said, we come to the second pathway of doing YouTube. The second pathway of doing YouTube would essentially be the trader's way. And now the trader's way is someone who goes around YouTube and searches for those pockets or niches with very high demand and very low supply. Now, once they find this pocket, they will execute on it. They will create a channel or videos around that same topic. And because they know, okay, for example, they know how much demand there is, and they also thus know how much profitability such a channel can generate or a video around that topic can generate. They also know that there is existing demand, so they're not just shooting in the dark. They already know there's an existing market for the content they're going to create. And thirdly, they have already proven examples of what works for that specific audience or that specific demand, essentially. So if you're an investor and you create and you're constantly pushing the boundaries, right, you have no inspiration to work off. Now, a trader already has that inspiration to work off. They already have had someone that went out there, pioneered the way, and essentially they can just model after those people. And that way, the trader's way of YouTube is faster and way more reliable for viral and profitable growth. So NexLev is really, really catered to the trader's way of doing YouTube. It's not made for optimizing. It's made for opportunities and finding and identifying those opportunities. So essentially, to summarize it, NexLev is not made for people doing the investor strategy. That's where you already have a chosen niche, a very specific chosen niche. You already have some tunnel vision on that niche, so you only want to work within that niche, and you're trying to optimize that content. NexLev is not made for optimizing one specific niche or finding opportunities within one very, very small niche. It's made to find opportunities across all of YouTube. So that's one. And then secondly, for the people who would really, really benefit from using NexLev, those are the people who don't care what niche they're going to enter. Those are the people who are okay with, trying something out. If it doesn't work, they move on to the next thing. And that's where NexLev comes in really, really handy, because you can essentially try something out. Okay, if it doesn't work, you just use NexLev for a bit. You find another opportunity and you execute on it again. Essentially the trader's way of doing YouTube. Now, lastly, I wanted to give some examples of what you can use NexLev for. So NexLev you can use for obviously finding those high demand and low supply niches or opportunities. Secondly, you can find high demand and low supply formats. So if you have a bunch of channels with the same format, you can kind of find them on NexLev as well. You can also find some more specific opportunities on YouTube. So for example, if you're searching for specific types of channels with specific metrics, then NexLev could be useful to you as well. For example, if you're a marketer or a brand looking to sponsor specific types of YouTubers with specific metrics, then you could use NexLev to find those smaller channels and opportunities as well. So with that being said, I hope you now understand for who and for what NexLev is, and this will hopefully help you make better decisions and also help you decide if NexLev is something for you. It will also help you better understand the tool itself. Thank you for watching. All right, so in this video, we're going to discuss when to jump on a niche. So essentially, this video will contain 2 parts. One will be about the psychology, which is kind of like your mindset when jumping on a niche, and then also the technical part. So, okay, what factors to look out for when jumping on a niche. So hopefully you've set a deadline for yourself where you've said, okay, I'm going to give myself 2 weeks or a month to find a niche, and make sure to set that deadline and make sure to hold yourself to that deadline, because this is really going to help you kind of break the knot, essentially, like kind of make sure you will execute. So essentially, the first part I want you to think about is making sure that your niche ticks all the boxes. So you've put all your niches into the ranking system. You've seen, okay, this one is a golden niche, this one is a silver niche, this one is a bronze niche, and essentially look at the golden niches and check all the boxes. Okay, which one performs the best? So does the golden niche fill a huge gap in supply and demand? Is the golden niche not too saturated? Is it something you have personal interest in? And can you innovate within the niche? Just ask yourself those questions. See which of the niches fits those requirements the best. And then at the end of the deadline, just jump in the niche. Don't wait too long to execute. I know there's a lot of you who take ages to find a niche. Just set a deadline, set a month, maybe you need 2 months. I don't care, as long as you make a decision at the end of that period. And this is going to stop yourself from basically being someone who constantly watches from the sideline while other people jump in. You're just waiting because you're kind of scared to jump in. You have to start, because essentially that's the only way to achieve success. So yeah, make sure to take this advice to heart, and hopefully it really helps you with kind of breaking through that barrier. Thank you for watching. So another really important thing to think about when you choose a niche is, will I have trouble with monetizing this niche? So this is something I see a ton. Like, yes, risky niches are very lucrative if you know how to make them work, but they're very, very dangerous, and I would really recommend beginners to stay away from them for now. So there's a few things to watch out for. The first big thing is reused content. So reused content can mean either 2 things. Either your videos are just not original enough, you're using too much copyrighted footage and YouTube doesn't like that, or YouTube thinks your content is so low effort that it's made by a bot. And at that point, it will also get demonetized. A good example of low effort content would, for example, be stuff that has no voiceover. Things like motivational videos, quotes, those types of videos are really prone to demonetization for reused content. And essentially, you should be very, very careful with those. I'm not saying you should not get in copyrighted niches, because there are things you can do to get around them. For example, a few things you can do is hire a voice actor with face. So essentially, you kind of make it a reaction video. So you hire someone else to do the recording for you. That's an option. It's not optimal, but what I would do is just insert them at the start of the video, in the middle of the video, at the end of the video. So when YouTube does review the channel, they see it's someone with a face, and it's way less likely to get demonetized. Another way you can avoid this is by just adding more voiceover to the compilation, or adding more voiceover and context to the copyrighted clips, and or, for example, the quote videos. What I definitely would recommend is try to add as much emotion and a unique reaction into the videos. That really, really helps, essentially, because if you add unique emotions, unique reactions into your YouTube video, often enough, YouTube will kind of see like, hey, this channel has a personality, like they're really making unique types of content, and we'll keep it monetized. So you're way less likely to be demonetized if you sound unique and add your own reactions to the content itself. Another thing you can also do, say, for example, you need to keep the content really dangerous. Like, for example, you find a niche where if you change up the format too much, it just doesn't work. If you just want to earn a quick buck, what you can do is buy a pre-monetized YouTube channel, because otherwise you won't even get through the partner program regardless. And you buy a pre-monetized YouTube channel, you make that cheap, you make that easy content, that copyrighted content, you put it out, you maybe earn 30 to 50k from it, and then YouTube will demonetize it later on down the road. If you want to earn a quick buck, that's a possibility. I would not recommend doing it, but it is a possibility. So another reason and thing you have to really watch out for when picking niches is making sure there's not too much chances for limited ads or age restrictions. So think limited ads and age restrictions are often imposed when there's cursing, violence, and especially when there's something to do with war or police violence. Those things are really a no-go. So I would recommend to either stay away from those niches because they're really, really tricky. Or if you figure it out, make sure to never show physical violence. So you can show altercations, like for example, people screaming at each other is fine. But as soon as it starts getting physical, especially if police is involved, you will get terminated or demonetized really, really, really quickly. So make sure to stay away from physical violence or subjects about or clips about the Ukraine versus Russia war are also very dangerous to make videos about, although these niches can be extremely lucrative. This is what you should watch out for when you pick a niche when it comes to monetization. Do keep in mind, if you somehow figure out how to get around the demonetization problem on some of these niches, it can become a huge asset to you, a huge moat, essentially because other competitors will have to figure out how to do the same thing you're doing and how to get around that same demonetization problem as you have. Because most people, if they get demonetized 5 or 10 times, they give up. So that's a huge asset to possibly have. I leverage it all the time. That's why I'm always in a little bit more risky niches, because essentially the more difficult it is for competitors to jump in or chase after me, the longer I can run and milk niches. So yeah, I hope this information was really valuable to you, and thank you for watching. So in this video, we'll be talking about A/B testing and A/B testing with YouTube thumbnails. So essentially what A/B testing is switching out thumbnails if the old ones are underperforming. So the big question is, of course, when do you switch them out and what signals to look at? So I would suggest, and I've made multiple big threads on this, don't look too much at CTR, really. What I recommend you look at, especially, is view velocity. So essentially, if a video dies out, and it does really have good retention, for example, like here the retention is okay, it's decent, I would try to switch out the thumbnail in this case, because essentially we've got a flat line here. It's not too bad, we're still going up, but I would recommend changing the thumbnail here because you don't have too much to lose. Again, of course, this video can spike later on, but I think my chances will probably increase by just switching out the thumbnail here, because if you look at the views, it's kind of flatlining. So if you would look at the CTR at this point, like you would say something like, oh, okay, it has 14% CTR. That's pretty good, right? So why should I switch out the thumbnail? Again, that's drawing the wrong conclusion from CTR. That's why I don't recommend looking at CTR when doing A/B thumbnail test. Because then again, I can't really draw conclusions from this because, like, okay, yeah, 14% CTR is pretty good to me. Like, there are other videos where the CTR is even higher than that, but it has lower amounts of views. So make sure to always look at view velocity when it comes to switching out thumbnails, and try to give sometimes thumbnails a little bit of time. So especially if you have new channels, make sure that when you're A/B testing, so switching out thumbnails and titles, to if you think like intuition tells you and other people tell you like, yeah, that's a good thumbnail, on a newer channel, like it's your first or fourth video, just let it be for a month. In that case, if it after a month it doesn't do anything, but it does have a little bit of traction. Try and swap out the thumbnail and see if that does anything. But in the beginning, especially if you don't have an established channel yet, don't start A/B testing too soon. I would just recommend uploading new videos, because sometimes, and you can see it in court cases as well, it just takes a long time for a video to essentially pop off. Like right here, you see it took a very long time for this video to essentially gain traction. So if you look here, it took quite some time before this video actually gain some traction. It took them around 7 days, but usually it takes a little bit longer. Like sometimes it can be up to 2-3 weeks. So again, in the first few weeks of your channel, don't switch out your thumbnails and titles too much. You have to give it time. But if you have an established channel and a video is underperforming and it's kind of flatlining like this, it doesn't really hurt to swap out thumbnails. So when you see a plateau coming in, you don't have to look at CTR too much. Like, okay, yeah, sure, this is a low CTR, but then again, like I can see the same thing in views. Just in this case, of course, you would switch out the thumbnail, and same thing with all the other things. Like when it flatlines and it doesn't gain any more real traction anymore, I would, in this case, also switch out the thumbnails. Like, and obviously you can switch out as many times as you like. For me, sometimes I would rather focus on just creating new content than constantly switching out the thumbnails all the time. But yeah, essentially, just try to watch for flat lines, and if there's a bump coming in your view graph, then I would leave the thumbnail as is. But if it's been flatlining for a very long time, I would highly recommend switching the thumbnails, especially on like medium new channels. So if your channel is like 1 to 2 months old and it has a little bit of an audience, then I would change the thumbnail if it's flatlining. So don't attach too much value to CTR. Sure, you can kind of gauge how a thumbnail is doing by CTR, but I would still mainly look at views to choose when to switch out your thumbnails. So yeah, that's essentially A/B testing. There are really nice tools that I'll link at the end of the course that you can use for A/B testing, but this is essentially the basics. So you look for videos that are flatlining, and then if they flatline for, say, for example, a week or two, you swap out the thumbnail and see if it has any effect as into the views. So that's the basics of A/B testing. Make sure to experiment and see what works best for you as well. And yeah, that's basically all for this video. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next. In this video, I just want to talk about why formats are so important when it comes to YouTube. Essentially, in the next few videos, I'm going to explain you my tips and tricks when it comes to different types of video formats for YouTube. First, I do want to talk about why are formats even important. Well, essentially, when it comes to YouTube automation, the equation is niche, format, plus good execution. That is what makes you successful. So that format essentially helps you create a blue ocean strategy. So this blue ocean strategy helps you create a new market segment, and essentially it eliminates all the competition from your channel. So you could go into a way more saturated niche than normal if you're utilizing formats correctly. So if you go into a niche with a unique format and the right approach, you could basically create a new market segment all for yourself with no competition. A good example for this would, for example, be my tennis channel. This format of compilations has never been done before in the tennis niche. So I essentially took it from NBA and just pasted it down in the tennis niche, and this is what you get. So, and it works really, really well. So essentially, that's the most important part. You have to understand that topic-wide saturation can be avoided by using formats, and that's why we're discussing a few formats in the next few videos. So have fun watching. Alright, so in this video I'll be talking about the animation format and what to watch out for if you want to go into a YouTube animation videos. The most important thing to understand when it comes to animation videos is that it's high risk again and high reward. So essentially the reason it's a really good format if you're really experienced on YouTube. So again, I would not recommend any beginner trying this unless you're making maybe 50K a month from YouTube. But if you're doing so, I would recommend doing the following, which is starting an animation channel where you can create a massive moat between you and the competition because the animation costs are so high. So expect, if you start an animation channel, expect to pay something around $500 per minute of animation. That's the average price. It can get higher or lower depending on the type of animation you want. But essentially, what you want to do is the following. So you have a niche, right? Again, make sure to do a ton of research when searching for a niche, and then you have to choose your animation format. So a lot of the times, what you want to do if you have lower budget is to go into niches where animation can add a lot of value to explaining. So essentially, most of the mainstream animation channels are usually either kids channels or the animated teen channels. Like, for example, my animated story, like you see right here, is something that pulls millions and millions of views and is very profitable. They're making $1 million+ a month from YouTube. And essentially, that's something you kind of want to stay away from unless you know what you're doing. Instead, you should go for something like this. And animation content doesn't necessarily mean you should do character animation. You need to do the type of animation that fits the best with your audience. So essentially, if you have an older audience, they don't like character animation. What they like instead is an explainer animation. So essentially, look at how old your audience is. So say, for example, you make more kids or storytelling content. Yeah, you can do character animation. But I would prefer going into something like this, where it's like, okay, this guy's talking about the real estate market. The RPM is extremely high, maybe $30 per 1,000 views. So essentially, he's getting 300K views a video. So he's making really good money off this. And essentially, if maybe this animation style cost him $300 a minute, or he's doing it himself, that's also possible. But if you want to outsource, this will probably be like $300-400 a minute. Yeah, essentially, you will be able to create a massive moat between you and any competition. And that's the nice part about animating. But make sure your animation type or animation style fits your target audience. If you don't do that, you will lose a lot of money. Another thing that's really crucial with an animation channel is making sure you always enter high RPM niches, or making sure you enter a niche where the market is really broad. So if you enter, again, an intermediate niche, you will break even every single time. So what you need to do is either go for massive amounts of views. I'm talking like my animated story type views, or go for something like this, where you maybe get 300-400K views a video, but have a really high RPM. Another good idea might be to make animated book stories, like book summaries, and animating the stories within entrepreneurship books, and then attracting that high-paying entrepreneur or business audience to watch your channel. And that way you can, again, get a high RPM, and you can also get really good sponsorships, because sponsorships are going to be really important if you want to make your animation channel worthwhile. So keep that in mind. But in the end, to be honest, animation channels are all about branding, building an audience, and eventually selling that channel for a lot of money. So think about animation channels as the end game. Essentially, you can exit the market, or you can exit YouTube with for large sums of money when it comes to these animation channels. So keep that in mind. Animation channels are great investments for advanced players. So yeah, keep your eyes open when it comes to animation opportunities. And thank you for watching. All right, so let's start with compilation videos. How should you approach this format? Essentially, there's a few things that are really important. So the first thing you have to think about when starting a compilation channel is this niche even possible for the compilation format? Essentially what I'm saying is, you can't make scientific compilations. So say your niche is science or engineering, you can't make compilations about that. But what you can do is make compilations about subjects that have big fan bases. So think about sports, reality TV shows, think about podcasts, maybe celebrities, certain events. Those things you can all make compilations of. So when it comes to compilations, there's a few things you have to understand. Nowadays, compilations aren't as straightforward as they used to be. They're high risk, high reward. So please follow the following guidelines when you do the compilation format. So, of course, number one, you have to jump into a niche with a big, broad fan base. And the niche also has to offer enough clips and content for you to utilize in your compilation itself. So what you shouldn't do nowadays is just make brain dead compilation. So you shouldn't just copy and paste clips next to each other. You will 100% get demonetized within a few days. The thing you should do is do the following. First, you have to add voiceover. Then second, you have to start adding authenticity. So think about memes, sound effects, custom edits, reactions to the content. So the voiceover has to say certain things like, oh, I think he's an idiot or whatever. Like, to make it more authentic, try to incorporate reactions into your video. So that way the content is more personal, and YouTube will essentially allow it to be monetized because it's not brain dead compilation content. Another thing that is really important, like I said, is high quality editing and make the channel really well branded. The more professional it looks, the less chance it has that it looks like a brain dead copy and paste compilation channel. A really good example that the people who do compilations really, really well is the channel Dime. As you can see, they have really nice branding, a really clean name, really nice logo. That's just one part of it, of course. Again, the thumbnails are high quality, and then when you watch their content, you can see really important factors. So one of those important factors, for example, is the high quality edits, the sound effects, the voiceover giving his take on certain things. So let's have a really quick look at the videos themselves. So when you open a video, you often see a bunch of edits, flashes on the screen, sound effects. You can't currently hear them, but essentially that's what's going on. You know, they also incorporate stuff like text and then memes like this, like the night. Those things really add value to the video and will cause YouTube to not really demonetize this channel as quickly. Still, again, compilations are high risk, high reward, so you really have to be careful with them because they can cause a lot of headache. So another thing with compilation channels is make sure your branding is on point, essentially because sponsors don't really like compilation channels too much. But if you still want to attract sponsors, make sure everything is top notch. The quality is pretty good. The branding is really good. This will really help you in the long term to attract those sponsorships and earn more money from your channel. So one other thing I want to talk about is the pricing when it comes to producing compilation videos. So a lot of people think, oh, I can produce a compilation video for $20. No, it doesn't cost that much. It costs way more. So if you want to make a decent compilation video with voiceover nowadays, it will probably cost you $50 to $60. Maybe you can do it a little bit cheaper, but then again, with cash cow videos or YouTube automation videos, you really get the quality that you pay for. So again, you can pay $60 and you will get a very basic video just with voiceover and clips. Again, those are really risky. I wouldn't really recommend doing it unless you're searching for a quick buck to make, but it's not sustainable in the long term. If you want to go for a sustainable channel, make sure to incorporate high quality edits, just like Dime. High quality edit memes, special effects, good voiceover, good branding, and I think that will set you back a minimum of $150 to $200 plus a video. So make sure to keep that in mind, and keep in mind compilations, high risk, high reward, really nice format. If the niche doesn't have compilation channels yet, and if the niche has a really big and loyal fan base, it can be really, really profitable to start compilation channels. I myself own a bunch of compilation channels, and they're doing really, really well. We might discuss them later on in the course, but then again, these channels are really, really high risk, high reward. So keep that in mind if you want to start one. Thanks for watching. Alright, in this video we'll be talking about the documentary format. essentially, I just want to go over the different things you need to pay attention to, and also some of the beginner mistakes and some of the do's and don'ts. So one thing you really need to take attention to is not competing in a broad market when it comes to documentaries. And I see people do this so much. What they do is they see a channel like Moon or Magnet Media and they think like, oh, this is really cool. I'm going to do a channel similar. I'm going to create business stories or business documentaries. But you will get screwed over. You won't get that channel off the ground unless you have really good quality, which is really expensive to get to. So instead of trying to compete with those guys, go back to the drawing board and try to create a blue ocean strategy. So essentially what I want you to do is look at the market and look at, okay, where can I introduce a documentary format where it's not been done yet? So just think about it. For example, Sunny V2, he covers celebrity formats. Josh Brett, he covers documentaries, but then for fitness. Moon does documentaries on politics, and So Athletic Interest does documentaries on sports. So seeing these, there's already quite some ground covered. So a lot of topics have already been covered. So try to niche down. For example, instead of only focusing on sports as a broad niche, try to niche it down. For example, only talk about the NFL, only talk about Formula One, only talk about golf. Those things will really help you create that blue ocean strategy and will highly boost your chances of getting a viral video, because you're only targeting one fan base, and that will really help YouTube's algorithm essentially to push your video way faster than it will on really broad niches, because you're competing with those really high quality channels that have really good average view percentage. So essentially the nice part about documentaries as well is that you can nearly enter every single niche market. So there's not really a niche market where documentaries cannot be applied. Like, you can go into science, you can go into celebrities, you can go into nearly everything, and you can make a documentary about it. And it's so extremely versatile. Like, for example, a few examples for maybe good niches you can try and make a documentary channel in is stuff like K-pop, Roadblocks. I mean, they sound random, but like, documentaries have not been executed well in those niches, while they have huge fan bases. So imagine the amount of revenue you could garner from such a niche and being the only documentary channel there. But do keep in mind the following: documentary channels, again, are really difficult to make. The quality usually needs to be a little bit higher, so make sure you really study everything well before you enter into documentaries, because you have to understand pretension, you have to understand good thumbnails, and you also have to understand good storytelling. So keep that in mind before you enter. I hope the information was very useful, and thank you for watching. Alright, in this video we're going to be talking about explainer videos. So essentially, explainer videos are your simple cash cow videos, your simple YouTube automation videos that everyone can basically produce nowadays. So how should you approach this format? How should you execute on it? The most important part about doing explainer videos is essentially making sure you're always in front of the trend. If you're behind the trend with explainer videos, you're always going to get beat. Why? Your quality of video and your video format is essentially the same as everyone else. You don't have a Moat, you don't have a blue ocean strategy, except for the niche itself or for the timing itself. So that's why if you go for normal cash cow videos or explainer videos, you always need to execute fast. You need to be in front of the market, because that's the only leverage you have. So make sure to have a team ready when you're going to execute on explainer videos. Make sure you can scale up really quickly. So say, for example, you start an explainer channel and the channel does really well. You're making top 10 videos or whatever on a certain subject, and the channel does really well. You have to be able to scale very quickly. So say you're uploading 3 times a week, go to 1 video a week as soon as you possibly can, because the competition is coming fast. So that's the only leverage you have in this market, and it's important you make sure you leverage that, because otherwise you're going to be left in the dust by saturation, and you don't want that to happen. I've seen it a few times. If you sleep on the speed of execution, you will be done for when it comes to explainer videos. So this is my most important tip. Make sure to focus on being in front of the trend. Check if you're one of the first to execute on that niche. Make sure you execute quickly, and also make sure you can scale up quickly if it's necessary. Thank you for watching. All right, in this video, we're going to be talking about explainer videos. So essentially, explainer videos are your simple cash cow videos, your simple YouTube automation videos that everyone can basically produce nowadays. So how should you approach this format? How should you execute on it? The most important part about doing explainer videos is essentially making sure you're always in front of the trend. If you're behind the trend with explainer videos, you're always going to get beat. Why? Your quality of video and your video format is essentially the same as everyone else. You don't have a Moat, you don't have a blue ocean strategy except for the niche itself or for the timing itself. So that's why if you go for normal cash cow videos or explainer videos, you always need to execute fast. You need to be in front of the market because that's the only leverage you have. So make sure to have a team ready when you're going to execute on explainer videos. Make sure you can scale up really quickly. So say, for example, you start an explainer channel and the channel does really well. You're making top 10 videos or whatever on a certain subject. And the channel does really well. You have to be able to scale very quickly. So say you're uploading 3 times a week, go to 1 video a week as soon as you possibly can because the competition is coming fast. So that's the only leverage you have in this market, and it's important you make sure you leverage that because otherwise you're going to be left in the dust by saturation, and you don't want that to happen. I've seen it a few times. If you sleep on the speed of execution, you will be done for when it comes to explainer videos. So this is my most important tip. Make sure to focus on being in front of the trend. Check if you're one of the first to execute on that niche. Make sure you execute quickly, and also make sure you can scale up quickly if it's necessary. Thank you for watching. So in this video, we're going to talk about creating a strategy. And a good strategy always comes with first setting a goal. So what I want you to do is get out your Google Docs, get out a spreadsheet, maybe get out a pen and piece of paper and write down your goals. I first want you to write down how much do you want to earn in revenue, in net revenue from your channel. I also want you to write down how much views you would need to generate that net revenue. So if you kind of know the RPM of a YouTube channel, you can basically calculate that and know how much views you should be getting. Also write down, and again, this is not really important, but it's just something that helps you mentally. So just practically is not that important, but again, it's a mental thing. Write down a CTR you're trying to get. So try to aim for a higher CTR level and try to aim for a certain average view percentage or average view duration. So just write those things down, write those goals down, and just have them on the side of your desk, essentially, just to help you kind of visualize where you need to go and understand and trace back the steps you need to take to get where you want to go. So this is just a really short exercise I kind of want you to do. I think it will really help you to just focus on what steps to take and how to execute on them. So I hope you can do this exercise, and in the next video we'll talk about the most essential part is tracking back the why and the how. Thank you for watching. All right, in this last video of creating your strategy, I kind of want to talk about just doing a bit of due diligence when it comes to researching your niche market some more. So I just want to say, go out once you found your niche, you found your format, go out and do research. I'm saying subscribe to all the channels you can find in niche. For example, say this is the niche you want to get into. Subscribe to every single channel you can find. Like, try to look at their titles, try to kind of reverse engineer those titles into the search query and essentially try and find all the competition you possibly can, and make sure you kind of keep a routine where you like every week you check the competition, see what they're doing, see what's doing well for them, what's doing not so good for them, and even if there's a possibility, try and get in contact with them. Like I sometimes, if I am starting like a channel I'm really invested in, I'll just send everyone in a niche an email like, hey, you want to connect, you want to hop onto a call, I'm also in this niche, maybe we can help each other. And essentially that will help you to overcome a lot of hurdles in the niche market. So if you talk to people who are more established, yeah, sometimes you will learn some information that's really crucial to your success in the niche market. So yeah, really try, if you can, to connect with people in your niche market if possible. Keep a very close eye on your competition, and that will help you a ton. So that's why I'm just giving this quick side note within the course, where you please do your due diligence when you do research into a niche, because it's going to be crucial for your success, because it can help you avoid really stupid mistakes at the start, especially when you have other people within that niche. It will help you a ton. So anyway, thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next. In this video, we're going to be executing on the most basic step when it comes to YouTube automation, which is just simply setting up your channel, choosing a name, and setting the channel settings right. That's the only thing we're going to be doing just for our beginners. Feel free to watch through it if you've already done this before, but I've just made this video for people who've never done it before, and you might pick up some inspiration per branding, but again, this video is made for beginners, so you already know how to set up a YouTube brand channel. Feel free to skip over this video. Anyway, the first thing we need to get out of the way is, what are we going to name our channel? So you've chosen your niche, and now we need to pick a name. So usually what I do is just head over to ChatGPT and type in the following prompt, which would be something like this. Come up with 10, you could even make it 20 YouTube channel names that are related to tennis. Like in this case, I'll just use the tennis niche as example, but you can do it with crime, you could do it with any other niche out there. Just type it in and it will come up with a bunch of nice names you could possibly use for your YouTube channel. So I usually choose either 1 or 2 word names. It depends on your preference. But usually 2 word names are fine as well. And I kind of try to relate them a little bit to the topic or the niche we're going to be making videos on. So you can just input the prompt and you will get a bunch of really nice channel names. You can look through them, see if you can find any. You can even make your own spin-offs from the names. If you don't find any interesting names, you can literally just type more, and yeah, they will basically serve you a little bit more names. So in this case, I'll probably go with something like Court Masters, could be good. Something like Tennis Talks, for example, could be a good channel name, especially if you're doing something like documentaries or talking about channel like tennis news. Those could all be good names. So for this example, I'm just going to go for Tennis Talks. Let's pretend we're setting up a tennis news channel. So yeah, let's go with Tennis Talks as a name. Then the next step you want to go to is create a new Gmail account, a brand new Gmail account. Don't use it to sign up to anything. It's only for managing your YouTube channels. That's the only thing it's for. So it's only for creating new YouTube channels. So anyway, make a new Google account. That's basic enough. Log into YouTube and then do the following. You don't want to start uploading on your personal account. No, you want to make a brand account. So essentially, to make a brand account, you want to go to settings, and then you can make a channel, and essentially it will run you through setting up a brand channel. So you can do something like Tennis Talks, and then see if the handle is available. Sometimes in this case, the handle Tennis Talks is available, which is great. You can leave the photo blank for now. You'll be working on the branding a little bit later. You can then create the channel itself. And once the channel is created, it's time to adjust the channel settings. So in order to adjust the channel settings, you need to be heading over to your YouTube studio. And I recommend inputting the following settings. Head over to your settings and then input the following settings. So first, go to your currency. I prefer to leave this either on dollars or euros. Usually dollars are fine, but again, it depends on your preference. But if you want the ease of comparing your channel earnings to someone else's, I would prefer to set it to US dollar. But then again, that's up to your own preference. Then as to does the country of residence matter? Not really. I usually just set it to United States. But all in all, I've not seen any evidence that this really affects anything with the algorithm too much. As for the channel keywords, I will just input some general keywords, things like tennis news, some popular names of people within the niche, and I would input maybe some terms. You can keep this very, very simple. And then again, it's just for YouTube to kind of like categorize your channel a little bit. So for the advanced settings, I will just click no, set this channel as not made for kids. So you don't have to fill that in every single time you have to upload a video. That's quite annoying. And then furthermore, I would just leave the rest as is. So make sure, this is the most important step, is to make sure you verify your phone number. So you're able to have feature eligibility. So without this, you won't be able to upload thumbnails or do live streams or something like that. So you have to verify your phone number. So if you already made too many YouTube accounts, I would just recommend getting a digital phone number or a digital SIM, and you can, or a digital SMS service, and you can just use that to verify your Google phone number. As to the upload default, I usually leave it blank unless I already have a set description. But to be honest, nowadays descriptions and tags don't really matter too much. I usually just input them just for the sake of it. But then again, YouTube only looks at tags and descriptions in the case where they just really can't find any viewers based on your title or thumbnail or video itself. So keep that in mind. Descriptions and tags are really secondary. But then again, if you want to fill this out, that's up to you. Furthermore, if you head over to this section, there's not really anything to change. I would probably take the whole potentially inappropriate comments for review. That's possible. And another trick I want to go over is you can also press hold all comments for review, because essentially what you can do is then review all the comments manually and filter out all the negative comments. So when viewers head to the comment section and people are saying something like, oh, it's clickbait or whatever, they don't see those comments and they only see positive comments you approved. And this way, essentially, their bias kind of gets shifted, because if they only see comments about how the video is really bad, essentially the chances that they click off is way higher. So hold for review could be a possibility if you have the time to review some of the comments. I would probably suggest reviewing something like 50 comments per video and then approving those. As to permissions, these will be really important. So essentially, I would suggest inviting your main management email. So what I'm talking about main management is that this email you're on right now, like the email we just created, that's purely for creating YouTube channels. And once you've created and set up your YouTube channel, you want to log out of it and don't touch it. The reason we do this is essentially if you're logged out of your Google account and say, for example, a hacker comes along and installs a keylogger or anything on your computer, it's harder for them to get into that main account. They only have manager access essentially. So with the permissions, you just want to go over here and then invite your email you always use for your YouTube itself. So just your everyday email you can add right here and then add it as manager. And essentially you will use that email to manage this channel. And then this whole email you will log out of after and you won't touch it at all. And keep in mind your main management email. So with main management email, I mean the email you use for all your daily activities. I would also assign that for your sponsorship deal. So you would probably have to put that in the channel email section. Because if you checked it a lot, you're way quicker to respond. So I would just put it on your main email or create a secondary sponsorship email. So by doing this, it's way harder for your YouTube channel essentially to get hacked. As for community, there's not much to see really here. I would just skip over it, to be fair. This is not very interesting at all. Same thing for agreements, nothing to find there. Anyway, when you've done all those changes, the next thing you can do is head over to customization. And if you want, if you already have branding, you can change the banner profile picture in this section. I do recommend getting your banner or profile picture done by someone professionally. I believe my team offers it as well. So if you go into my thumbnail team, you can pay $8 for a profile picture and $8 for a banner. So that's something we do offer, but you can also just go to Fiverr, Twitter, and let someone there essentially make you a profile picture and a banner. As for the profile picture and banner, it's really important to just keep it simple, keep it clean, keep it very brandable. So this is a very important part. I really want you to make sure that if you look at the channel, and I think, for example, one of my favorite pieces of branding on YouTube is Dime. I think they have just a very brandable channel. Same thing for Athletic Interest. It's just a simple logo. When you see it, you immediately recognize the logo, you recognize the channel, and that's essentially all a logo should serve as. A clean branding that's appealing for sponsorship or appealing for brands to look at, as well as recognizable for potential viewers. As for the banner, it doesn't really matter all that much for cash cow channels. I would just recommend, again, to make it something clean, make it something brandable, and that looks appealing to sponsorships. Other good examples for clean branding would be Athletic Interest. They also have a really nice logo. I think they're also very, very recognizable. So again, it's just a single digit or a single icon, and it's just a very, very simple banner, and it makes the channel very brandable, essentially very recognizable for any sponsorships or any viewers. Anyway, so you should have your channel set up now. You have your banner, you have your logo, you have your name, and it should all look good, and you're now ready to upload, which we'll be talking about later. But yeah, essentially, I hope you found this video valuable, and thank you for watching. All right, so let's start with the hiring process. So the first step you need to know about when it comes to hiring is, where do you start with hiring? I will go over a few platforms, a few of my favorite platforms to hire people from, and just go over a little bit of the pitfalls when it comes to those platforms. So the first platform I want to talk about is Upwork. So as you can see, this is Upwork. If you've never heard about it, you can post a job here. Essentially, a bunch of freelancers will then come and apply for your job, and you can review them, and then you can work with them together. So this is how I usually get a lot of my staff. Essentially, with Upwork, there's a few things you really, really want to watch out for. I will go over doing stuff like job posts in the next few videos. I just want to go over Upwork as a platform in general. There's a few things you really need to watch out for and keep in mind. So when it comes to Upwork, you want to do a few following things. So the first thing when it comes to Upwork is making sure your Upwork profile looks good to potential freelancers who want to work with you. So for example, this is kind of what they would see if I would post a job. And essentially, they can also see a section which is about the client, and it kind of like shows them like my reviews, it shows them where I'm from, the amount of jobs that I've posted, the amount of money that I've spent, and how big the company essentially is. So this will give you a lot of trust when it comes to these freelancers, and that trust really helps with hiring, because essentially if they see that trust factor, they will be more inclined to react to your job post. Another thing that it's really important when it comes to Upwork, and this is actually against the terms of service, but I would highly recommend it, is don't just spend your money on Upwork. Don't pay through Upwork, because you have to pay major amounts of fees. Like, for example, most Upwork fees are 3% on my side, like I believe something like 10% on the side of the freelancer. So I would really recommend, as soon as you find someone on Upwork, is to transfer them over to a platform like Slack, Discord, or maybe even WhatsApp. But again, I really recommend Discord or Slack, because essentially, if you stay on Upwork, the communication is just slower, since they only check Upwork when they're online and working. And Discord and WhatsApp, for example, is something people use on a daily basis, so they're more inclined to respond faster. And also, it's easier for you because you can put them on a monthly payroll and kind of automate that monthly pay workflow, essentially. So make sure to just use Upwork to find people, but then don't use Upwork as a communication platforms, because it's very, very limiting. So please take your people off Upwork. Don't say this directly in the chat. So when you're chatting with a freelancer, never ever ask them like, can I have your Discord, can I have your phone number or your email? You can't. That's against the policy. What you should do instead is send a text document or Google Docs link asking them like, hey, this is my Discord, can you add me there? Or what's your Discord, can you paste it in this Google Docs document? And essentially that way you can kind of like communicate under the radar and get them onto Discord. And then you can ask them, okay, would you be open to do a monthly payroll? I will pay you upfront for the first 3 or 4 projects. And essentially that's how you get them off Upwork and onto Discord, because that will just majorly improve the amount of fees you're paying, and also your workflow will be a lot faster, more responsive, and a lot easier to organize. The next platform I want to talk about is Twitter. Twitter is great for finding more Western professionals. Often enough on Upwork, you will find more so people from India, Pakistan, also West Africa is a very popular country or place that a lot of these freelancers come from. So do you want to have a bit more Western freelancers who are, for example, native speakers? You can also look on Twitter. And again, with Twitter, it's really important. There's this trust factor. If you have this random Twitter account with no profile picture, no banner, no description, no tweet, people will kind of find that sketchy and not work with you as fast. So if you have a little bit of a name on Twitter, it doesn't have to be anything major. Just making sure you link, for example, your own Instagram or link your own LinkedIn profile. That really, really helps, because if people know who you are, they're more inclined working with you, especially if they know you have some kind of reputation. That really helps with finding editors, script writers on platforms like Twitter. So Twitter is especially great for anything to do with graphics. Think about video editing, think about thumbnail design. This is a prime place for artists, essentially, to show off their work. And it's a really good place also to find video editors and thumbnail designers. So make sure that you set up a Twitter account, and definitely a great place to find talent. So the next place I would really recommend would be Fiverr. As you can see, this is Fiverr. You can essentially find a bunch of freelancers on here to basically do anything for you. But I would primarily recommend using Fiverr for voiceover artists and stuff like script writers maybe. I kind of stay away from Fiverr a little bit. I don't like the way they work. Again, they have the same type of policy as on Upwork, that you have to communicate on the platform, which is really inconvenient. They also take major fees. So again, you have to kind of do the same trick as I talked about on Upwork. We have to transfer them over to Discord, Slack, and WhatsApp. So make sure you're very careful when you do that, because that could get your account suspended. But regardless, it's a great platform to find very specific types of talent, but it's by far not my favorite platform. I would definitely stick to Upwork and Twitter. The last one I want to go over would be Discord. So Discord is a great place to find good editors and good thumbnail designers as well. Basically, what I normally do is I go on the internet and essentially find Discord servers like this, where you can put paid requests for video edits and also thumbnail designs. To find these channels, what you can do is you can go onto the internet and essentially search Discord server for editing. and you will find a bunch of Discord servers that have editing communities within them, and you can easily DM people who are in these servers, and you usually get a bunch of good responses back. I'll show you some of mine. So for example, here are a bunch of responses when it comes to video editing. They often send me like samples, stuff like this, and it really helps with finding talent as well. So Discord is a great place because often there's a lot of reputable editors and script writers as well as thumbnail designers in these servers. So yeah, make sure you keep Discord in mind when trying to find talent, because it's a really, really good place. Anyway, that's all for this video. I hope you enjoyed watching, and I'll see you in the next. So this is probably one of the biggest questions most beginners have, which is, do you make your YouTube automation or YouTube Faces channels videos yourself, or do you start outsourcing immediately? In this video, we'll be going over what exactly you should choose as a beginner and what the pros and cons exactly are. So let's first start with making the videos yourself. I personally would recommend anyone who has done editing before, is a little bit technical, to just start out writing scripts yourself and doing the editing yourself as well. The voiceover you can outsource if you're not good at that or you're not a native speaker. But essentially, writing the scripts and doing the video editing yourself will help you a ton at studying YouTube. Essentially, by doing the script writing yourself, you will get better at recognizing what does a good script look like. By doing the video editing yourself, it's easier for you to communicate with potential video editors. It's also easier for you to understand, okay, something needs to be changed. Maybe you can change this in the edit by adding this effect. So by essentially teaching yourself how to edit YouTube videos, you will become better at making viral YouTube channels. So that's a huge plus side. Doing stuff yourself will give you a way deeper understanding of how YouTube works, especially with writing scripts. Because if you're writing scripts and a video fails, it was all your fault, and you have to go back and analyze what went wrong. And essentially, that feedback loop will help you so much with becoming better at growing on YouTube. So if you're a beginner, you have a lot of time, you're a bit technical, and your budget is low, I would go for starting out by just writing yourself and editing yourself. But then again, it's not necessary. But I would highly recommend it. I did it myself as well. I started out as an editor. I did script writing myself. I did editing myself. And it really, really helped me understand what works on YouTube and what doesn't. So major life hack for the people who have a low budget. Just start out by doing everything yourself. Is the channel making money and you understand how it works? You can then start outsourcing everything. If you have a big budget and you're not as technical and you only want to lay back and just outsource every single part of the YouTube channel, then that's fine. Keep in mind, your learning curve will be a lot slower than the first option, because then again, you have less experience than, for example, those people would have. And also you run a greater risk at having a loss. So essentially, if you're investing a large amount of budget into, for example, outsourcing, again, you can lose that money, and with the first option, you will only lose your time and you will have gained a skill. So essentially, the risk on the second option, which is outsourcing, is much, much bigger. So keep that in mind. Make sure it's money, it's play money that you can lose. Really keep that in mind, because you will make a bunch of really dumb errors when you first start outsourcing. You will hire the wrong people. You will not have the right niche. You will not have the right strategy, and that will cause you to lose money at the start. I always see it. People will lose money at the start. That's normal, but keep this in mind. Be aware of the risk. When you first start outsourcing yourself, you will lose play money. You will lose a little bit of margin. And then again, you will, if you keep pushing, you will essentially earn it back later, the more you improve. So again, quick recap. If you're a little bit technical and you don't have a big budget, go for doing everything yourself. If you have the budget and you're not as technical, go with outsourcing. So those are the two options you have. I hope you can now kind of make a choice. Anyway, that was this video. I hope you found value in it, and thank you for watching. All right, so in this video, we'll be talking about should you hire a complete cash cow team. So this is something I get asked quite a lot of times per day, actually. It's really important to distinguish having your own team from an existing cash cow team. Personally, I would always recommend to build your own team, because you have to see it like this. If you hire someone else's team, sure, it's very convenient. That's fine. Like when you start out, when you're a beginner, hiring someone else's team could be fine. It could work great for you, and 100% there's a bunch of good teams out there. One of my business partners, he also runs a really good team. Like those teams are fine, especially if you just start out for YouTube cash cow and you don't want to be like really involved in hiring, or you don't like to do the hiring process, then finding a good established team is fine. But in the long term, you want to start building your own team. The reason being is that your team is a really valuable asset. You have to understand talent is the most valuable asset to have on YouTube in 2023. So building your own team is basically also building your own net worth, because if you have a really talented team, that equals money. That literally equals money on YouTube. So the better your team is, the more you will earn. It's rightly connected to each other. So you have to make sure during the years or during the months you're working on your YouTube cash cow channel that you also build a very valuable team. So what would I recommend? If you're a beginner and you don't have a lot of hiring skills, you're still kind of like trying to figure out what you're going to do, or you just really quickly want to jump on a niche and you just need something that's convenient, hire an established team. That's fine. But in the long run, I really suggest you start switching to building your own team, because in the end, that's a really valuable asset to have. And if you have an established team and you sell your YouTube channel, you can also sell your team with it, and it makes your YouTube channel 10 times more valuable. So keep that in mind. I hope the video was valuable, and thanks for watching. All right, so in this video, we'll be talking about hiring a manager and what exactly a manager would be good for. So essentially, the first question I want to ask you is, do you even need a manager? So a manager, a YouTube manager, comes into play when you have more than 2 channels that you're actively running. And a manager can help you with loads of different things. Think about helping organize your workflow, making sure your team payments get sent out, resolving questions with your team members as well. For example, if there's any miscellaneous task like setting up a Discord server, or for example, communicating with certain sponsors, those things a manager can be really, really helpful for. And essentially, you kind of have to see your manager as a future CEO of your YouTube automation business. So essentially, in the end, you want the manager to take over your position of strategizing. That's the final thing you kind of want to do. So the sooner you can get a manager to work with you, the sooner you can kind of 100% outsource your business and only be in an overview position, because that's basically the leverage a manager gives you. He can be in the field working with the team all day, and essentially you can kind of have the overview position of your whole business and an overview position of your whole channel, and only focus on the strategies and creating opportunities for your channel itself. So this is kind of more important when you have established channels. This is something that will happen more and more over the coming years, where creators and also faceless creators will hire managers or CEOs for their businesses. They will basically help resolve tasks at the back end of your company. Another really important thing that, for example, a manager can help you with is keeping your team responsible. So the manager can kind of keep your team to a certain deadline or a certain responsibility. That's really helpful. Otherwise, you're constantly checking deadlines the whole day with your team. And that's just something that you don't want to spend your time on. You want to spend your time on finding those opportunities, coming up with game-breaking strategies for your YouTube channel. So if your manager can kind of go back and forth on the deadlines with your team, that's really, really valuable to outsource. So I really love having a manager. My manager's name is, for example, Penigma, and he's been working with me for a few years now, and it's been really, really good so far. So essentially, a manager is a great investment if you come to a higher level. I will, in this video, of course, show you how to hire one and what to look out for when you're searching for a YouTube manager. So essentially, to find a manager, there's a few places I really like to look, which the first one is your own network. The reason I look at my own network often is the manager is someone you really need to be able to trust. Often they're going to be handling sensitive data, something like invoices, paying people. Those things are quite sensitive, so you need someone who essentially you can 100% trust with your business. Also, for example, when you go on vacation, the manager needs to run everything. You need to know that manager is responsible enough that it can run your business without you being there. And that's very, very important. So when you're searching for a manager, your surrounding network is a very valuable place, especially if you know other YouTubers or people you like working with, like friends. Those are great managers to hire. Another good place is, for example, finding people or ambitious people on Twitter. I always say, like, try to go for ambitious managers as much as possible and try to always set up the deal you have with them in a way where the more you win, they win as well. So you offer them a base fee when you hire them, and you also give them a bonus percentage if the channel does well. You basically want to make them your business partner, since your manager will essentially be your exit strategy. Your manager will help you kind of, if all the channels are set up, kind of relax and regain your free time. So make sure your manager is also really ambitious about the business. Preferably, you would also hire a manager that's very trainable, someone who's maybe already gotten some experience with YouTube itself. That's really helpful. Often enough, you can find these people on Twitter as well. So keep that in mind. Twitter is also a great place for searching for managers. YouTube Discord servers are also a great place to find managers. And the last place, I really wouldn't recommend this too much since you kind of don't know who's behind it, but Upwork could be a last solution if you don't have anyone in your surrounding network or on Twitter or on Discord. So yeah, keep that in mind. Few skills that is really important with your manager is that they're great with people, they're great at communicating, they're very consistent, they're good at keeping people to deadlines. Often, in my experience, script writers or voiceover actors can also become great managers because they've been working with the team for quite a while. And often script writers are really good. Why? Because they kind of have the script writer is the basis of a video. So essentially they can kind of guide the team when writing that script, and they can also give feedback on the vision they had with that script. So hiring a script writer as manager is also a really good play to do as well, since they know the team personally and they know what the workflow looks like. You also need a manager who is online a lot. So you want to have someone who's really responsive, that when any of your team members have a question, the manager gets back to them within 8 hours or so. So yeah, that's really, really important. In the end, just to recap, make sure if you have the money, a good manager will cost you probably $1,000. But if you want to go a little bit cheaper, you can probably get a decent manager for $300-400 a month, and that's their base fee. Keep that in mind. So essentially you also want to give them a percentage of the YouTube channel, so usually give them 10-15%, and yeah, those would be good deals to strike with them. You can also do something where they get to write all the scripts. You basically just want to make sure the manager only focuses on your business and doesn't have any other side hustles. They need to be focused on improving your business and the workflow as much as they possibly can. So make sure you pay them a living of which they can actually live off, because otherwise they're going to search for secondary side hustles. So keep that in mind. So a good manager will cost you $300 to $1,000 a month. If you want a really, really good one, it will probably be a lot more. But then again, I'm saying this is just a base fee. My manager is usually earning somewhere between $4,000 or $5,000 a month. Essentially, the more your channels grow, the more you can kind of upscale their pay as well. So keep that in mind. Manager is a great investment. If you already have a few established YouTube channels, managers are a great investment. And yeah, that's essentially all. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Thank you. All right, so in this video, we'll be talking about hiring a 2D animator and what to exactly watch out for. So the first question, of course, is where to hire a 2D animator. So usually I would recommend either going with agencies. The reason I recommend going with agencies is because essentially, yeah, sure, you can get an individual 2D animator, but 2D animation just costs a lot of time and it's very, very intensive. So in order to upload enough you basically need a whole team of animators to work on a video and a team yourself for the time being. So if you scale up later, sure, you can make your own team. But in the beginning, I would recommend going for an agency. Another good place to get a 2D animator would, for example, be Twitter or Discord, but Twitter would usually be the best place. You can also watch on LinkedIn. There's really talented animators there as well, but keep in mind, usually they are corporate animators and they ask a lot of money. As for the pricing for 2D animations, this is a really big one, and the pricing basically guides the whole strategy for 2D animation channels, which is usually for a 2D animation, something like My Animated Story, that YouTube channel, will set you back around $500 a minute of video. If you want to do something more simple, like Magnet Media, Athletic Interest, something like Moon, those videos will maybe cost you $200 to $300 per minute. Yeah, essentially those editors are also way easier to find, so keep that in mind what type of 2D animation style you are looking for. Another thing that's really important with 2D animators is that you find someone who understands the difference between 2D animations for TV and 2D animations for social media. Those two are very different. Usually the styles are a little bit different, and the amount of quality needed to go into them are also a little bit different. So keep that in mind. You want to have an animator that is specialized for social media content. The last thing I wanted to go over with 2D animators is make sure you're very, very careful with who you hire, since we're talking about a ton of money per video, like usually $4,000 or $5,000 a video in some cases. You really want to be very careful with who you work with, because you're very prone to getting scammed. Say, for example, you send $2,500 over to 2D animators and they disappear. That's a huge loss compared to, for example, $60, $70 on a normal cash cow video. So keep this in mind. 2D animators can be very, very valuable asset. But yeah, it's a very risky business model. So be careful as well when you hire 2D animators. I hope you got a lot of value out of this video. It was a little bit shorter than normal, but regardless, thanks for watching. Alright, so in this video, we'll be talking about hiring a scheduler. So essentially, a scheduler is someone who just schedules all the videos on your YouTube channel. So essentially, when your team is done with creating the content, he will go over and upload those videos to your YouTube channel, so you don't have to anymore. So again, this is an investment you can make later down the road when your channel is doing well. At the start, you can just do it yourself, but I recommend investing in a scheduler because it will just again put you in this overview position of your company, and you don't have to really think about consistency anymore. So it's really good to outsource that as well eventually. So in this video, I'm just going to talk about where to hire a scheduler and also what to look out for in a good scheduler. So to start off, I recommend actually searching for schedulers on Twitter and Upwork. Essentially, the reason being is that usually schedulers need to have a little bit of knowledge of how YouTube Studio works, how YouTube itself works, and how to create good titles and thumbnails. Because again, of course, you put in the topics, but it's also essential that the scheduler understands that they can kind of like tweak the title based on what thumbnail design the designer, of course, comes with. So make sure you have someone who understands YouTube analytics, who understands thumbnail psychology, and who also is really consistent. That's really important as well. Another thing that's really important when it comes to your scheduler is that they make sure that they're always consistent. Another thing that's really important with your scheduler is that they can go even if you're not there. So essentially, say you're on vacation for 2 weeks, your scheduler has no problem just uploading the videos every single day to your channel. And obviously, they can also just schedule them. But my team works on a day-to-day basis because we upload videos daily to the channels. So essentially, he uploads the videos at the end of every single day. So yeah, that's basically the most important part when it comes to hiring a scheduler, that it's someone who, again, understands analytics, understands YouTube psychology, and also is really good at keeping the business running while you're gone. Same thing as the manager. Sometimes the scheduler and the manager can be the same thing. So sometimes the manager can also upload a little bit of the content, but I like to separate the two, essentially to kind of make sure the manager keeps focusing on that YouTube channel. That's also important. But again, like if you have a smaller operation going, you can also assign the manager to be the scheduler as well. So keep this in mind. It's just very important that you try and get rid of the task of uploading every day as soon as you can, as soon as you have the funds for it, because this will help you scale more. So the more time you have, the more time you also have to invest in researching your YouTube channel, researching the analytics, looking at different things and different concepts for your channel. So the more time you can essentially free up, the better your channel is going to become, because essentially you have time to really come up with some crazy concepts. So usually the best ideas come to me when I'm bored. So yeah, that's essentially my strategy when it comes to a scheduler. As per the pricing or how much you should pay them, I usually recommend to pay the scheduler somewhere around $300 to $500 a month. You can usually get a fine scheduler for that price point, especially if you're only uploading like 6 videos a week. If you're uploading more than that, like say for example daily on multiple channels, like me for example, I upload something like 10-12 videos a day. Yeah, then I would really recommend paying them a lot more, something like maybe $1,000 plus. But yeah, schedulers are definitely a great investment to get started on if you have multiple channels, like 3 or 4 channels. Before that, you can probably get your manager to do so. And if you maybe run only 1 or 2 channels, you can just do it yourself. But yeah, that's basically all the information as to a YouTube scheduler. I hope you found this video valuable, and thank you very much for watching. All right, so in this video, I'll be talking about how to hire a script writer and what to look out for when hiring script writers. So essentially, to hire a script writer, there are 3 places I really prefer. The first place I really get good script writers from is Upwork. It's a really good place to get copywriters, script writers. There's a lot of good ones on there for a good price as well. If you want to go a little bit more expensive, you can also search for script writers on Twitter. They're a little bit more rare, but the nice part about script writers on Twitter, they're usually American or native English speakers. So if you're looking to write scripts on a more advanced subject, often involving American or English culture, you can also get those from Twitter. Another thing is, say for example, you want to focus more on storytelling. There's a bunch of Discord servers. You can again search them up online, and these Discord servers are people who like to write, for example, stories or comics, and these are great for example if you want to start a storytelling channel, stuff like this. So if you want to hire a good script writer, usually Upwork is the move. But Twitter and Discord servers can also be a good place to start. Now we're going to be looking at essentially what to look out for when you essentially make a job post on Upwork for script writers. We're going to be kind of like going over some of the proposals I've had, and I'll show you what to look out for when looking at these proposals. I'll also show you my job post and kind of how to structure your job post. So yeah, that's what we're going to be doing right now. So let's jump into the computer. As you can see right here, I've done 3 different job posts. One is for a script writer, one is for a voiceover, which we'll be going over in the next video, and one is for the video editor. Same thing there. And I'm first to go over the job post itself. So essentially what you want to do with a job post is make sure you make it as simple and straightforward as you can. A lot of the times I see beginners making these huge job posts and no one is going to read them. You have to understand these guys are going through hundreds and hundreds of job posts a day. If you start writing whole paragraphs about who you need, you're never going to find the right people, because people are too lazy essentially to read all of those job posts. So make sure your job post is clean and concise in your needs, essentially following this format. So first, put in what you essentially need. Like in this case, I made a job post for my crime YouTube channel, Court Cases. You can, for example, say, okay, I need a script writer who can write scripts for this YouTube channel, and then the YouTube channel is linked under it. The title of the job post would be script writer needed for YouTube crime channel. And essentially, you link your channel if you don't have an established channel, you can also link an example channel. So make sure to keep that in mind. If you don't have a channel yet, link an example channel. Then following that, the script needs to be the same style as the channel above. So I want them to kind of look through the videos. And then the reason I also want them to look through the videos is often you can kind of like see the scriptwriters who put in the effort to look at the channel. You can kind of see that back in their proposal. So if they have watched the channel, that's a really good sign, because they're more invested in the job post. And usually the scriptwriters who are good, they invest a lot of effort in writing that proposal, so they also have a look at your channel. And then I want to put in the requirements and the amount of work I need. So essentially the scripts are going to be 8 to 12 minutes long, so around 1800 words, and we need about 3 scripts a week. So make sure to just put this in really quickly, as in bullet points. Helps them to kind of see exactly what their responsibilities will be. We're looking for someone with the following requirements. Then you kind of want to show, okay, this is what we're looking for in an ideal candidate, essentially, which would be fast turnaround times. You want a really responsive scriptwriter as well. Essentially, if the scriptwriter is not responsive or doesn't have fast turnaround times, your whole channel will kind of freeze. So it's really important that they're fast, but also, of course, high quality. But fast, one thing I've also noticed is that essentially the response rate of someone is really difficult to change, like, because they have to change their whole lifestyle essentially to get a faster response rate, because some people are just more on their phones or computers than others. So I'll usually go for a scriptwriter who has fast response rate and a little bit less quality than a scriptwriter that has better quality and really slow response rate and is really inconsistent. So keep that in mind when hiring. Response rates and turnaround times are really important, because you can do quality all you want, but your channel is not going to be profitable if you're posting 1 video a month. That's really important to put in your job post. Another thing is good understanding of storytelling and YouTube retention. That's also something I really look out for in the proposals itself, and being able to find good source material for the video. So say, for example, you're making a compilation channel, or you're doing a documentary channel where you want to integrate clips. Make sure the video editor kind of links their own resources, like articles, clips. Those are really helpful for the editors and make for a way better viewing experience and editing experience as well. So yeah, make sure to integrate that in your job post, because these are 2 really important skills. And you kind of can test them on these skills by kind of like just asking a small favor. And I usually type the following: you can significantly increase your chances of getting hired if you write an example hook. Send in an example video clip / source material for a video titled 5 kids reacting to life sentences. So essentially, I kind of want them to write like 3-4 sentences to show, okay, can they find good source material? And do they understand what a good YouTube hook looks like? Usually, if they write good hooks, that's a really good signal. You can distinguish bad scriptwriters really quickly by looking at if they start the video with, "Hi guys, welcome back to the channel." If they start the video like that, if you see that in their script, skip over them. That's not a good scriptwriter. Good scriptwriters understand that's the worst hook you can probably introduce. By judging their hook, you can usually kind of judge how good they are at retention and storytelling. So keep that in mind. These are really important. Anyway, we're now going over the job post itself. So the proposals we've had. I'll just kind of go over the thought process while we're going over these proposals, and hopefully you can kind of see my way of looking at it. So let's load up the proposals. And as you can see right here, we have a bunch of them. We currently have 33. I posted it yesterday evening, so usually it's quite fast if you have a good profile. So usually the only thing I do is not look at this. They always write these really long, really elaborate proposals, and usually it says nothing. It's like, oh, I love writing, and it doesn't make any sense. The only thing I want to see is a little bit of the writing. So this guy literally linked nothing. He didn't link any examples. It's not even interesting for me to look at. I won't even read his proposal. Here you go. This guy linked some of his work. Usually I'll look at it, but then again, I really asked him to like do a 3-4 sentence example. He didn't do it. It looks a little bit like this. Again, it's like a standard job post, and those type of people I don't really want to hire. There you go. This is another one. To demonstrate my skills, I've attached an example hook titled "Inside the Courtroom, Understanding the Legal Processes." This guy, they also didn't understand the assignment. So again, that's a really good way of judging like just a simple assignment like I put in the job post is a really good way of judging if someone is interesting or not. So here you have another one, and as you can see, this guy did write a sample. So you can kind of go over the sample and kind of look at, okay, did they do it right? Well, in this case, they didn't even link any source materials. So that's not really interesting to us because, again, like it was a simple assignment and he didn't pass it at all. So again, then it's not really interesting to me. Like I need someone who can properly fill out an assignment like that. Here you have another one. So this guy, and that's a good sign, he linked actual relevant examples. So this guy has done some court cases script before. I would usually look through them just to check, okay, what do they look like? You can kind of just have a look through these scripts. Again, try and look at if they link source material. As you can see right here, you can see he's linking source material. That's a really good sign. And then another thing is he doesn't start with welcome back to the channel. He just gets straight into it. So this is a really good sign. So this might be an interesting job proposal. So again, I'll probably just like this and then move on like I was doing before. So essentially that's kind of my process. Never look at what they say in the proposal. It's always a bunch of fuss. Always look at just what their work looks like, because that tells 1,000 times more than what they say in their proposal, because usually those proposals are copy-paste. So I hope this really helps. It's the same thing with Twitter and Discord. If they send you a proposal, only look at their previous work, only look at their samples, only look at how fast they responded as well. So if you send them a message after this, look at how fast they respond. And if you then again send them a message and it takes them a really long time to get back to you, those are also bad signs. So just test them during the hiring process. That's usually how I find the best people, because I'm always looking out for certain cues during the hiring process, and this helps me avoid a lot of bad hires. So I hope this video was really helpful and gave you an insight in what I look out for when I look at script writers. And yeah, thank you a lot for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Thanks. All right, so in this video, we'll be talking about how to hire a good video editor. So the first question, of course, like always, is where do you get good video editors? So my favorite places to get good video editors would 100% be Upwork for more general work. It's definitely a good place for if you need lesser quality and you want to keep a low budget. Upwork is a great place. If you kind of want to scale up your quality and go with a better and a little bit more expensive video editor, Discord can also be a good place. Like I just showed you, this Discord server would be good, but there's a bunch of others where you can also DM editors and ask for their portfolio essentially. If you want to get really, really high quality editors, I think the best place honestly to look would be Twitter. Again, just I would recommend doing the following when you want to hire a Twitter editor. First, go ahead and like type in, for example, a VFX. You can usually find people who do like VFX editor, or you can even type in like something like an editor, something like this, and you can go to people, see if you can find any good editors. So for example, okay, you find an editor and they have a nice portfolio. For example, I know this one has a cool portfolio right here. As you can see, it looks really good.
Is Andrew Tate really?
This guy, for example, but what you can also do is go to his following page and essentially go through his following page, and usually editors follow other editors. So by doing this, you can kind of like go through and like see what other editors he's following. And this way you can find a bunch of good video editors for your own channel. But keep in mind, usually these editors are quite expensive. They start around minimum $150 to $200. So keep this in mind. They're usually quite expensive. But then again, if you're looking for that quality, Twitter is 100% the best place to go. And you can just send them a DM like, okay, this is what I'm searching for. How much are you charging? And usually you can get really, really good editors from Twitter. Yeah, so essentially now you know where to get video editors from. I do want to warn you about one thing. I do not recommend getting editors from Fiverr. Usually they're really busy with other clients and or they're really unresponsive. I've not had good experiences with hiring editors from Fiverr. Usually the quality is really bad since they're getting so many jobs that essentially they'll just drop their quality. And this really causes some friction between you and the Fiverr editor. So recommend staying away from Fiverr. Just stick to Upwork, Twitter, Discord. Those are really good places. And essentially, just like all the other videos, I'll be going over an Upwork post so you can kind of see in depth how I kind of review the proposals I get from editors. That's what we'll be doing right now. And let's get into it. So as you can see right here, we have our job post. Again, it's really simple, just like all the other job posts. I really try to keep it straight to the point. Make sure to link your channel again, so they can see your example channel or your own channel, and they kind of see the style you're searching for. Also, you have to list our responsibilities, same thing as everything. And then, of course, look for someone with fast turnaround times. Those things are really, really important. And then, of course, that's not the only thing you'll be looking for. But I kind of, I'll explain the other things I look at when hiring a video editor. Because essentially, this is just to get them drawn in. And then later, you will kind of vet them based on the proposals they send. So, again, I also asked them to send in relevant samples of documentary style editing. So usually editors won't do like a custom sample if in a proposal. So I recommend just asking them to send relevant samples they've done before, or relevant examples they've done before. So let's just go over a few editors, look at their edits, and I'll tell you what I think. So let's go over these editors, and I'll tell you what to look out for during the reviews that we are doing. So let's start with the first one, a really good sign. So one thing to really quickly watch out for is large editing teams. So if someone is outsourcing your editing work, that's really dangerous, because essentially if there's a editor in between you and your work, you usually get like really weird responses. It's slow, it just doesn't work well, and your editor is not your own asset. You have to think about your talent, pieces of assets within your company. So you have to be able to kind of own those editors yourself. If you hire an external company that has like a bunch of editors under them, that's not sustainable. Essentially, you just want the same editor the whole time, because you want to be able to train that editor and give them feedback. So that's really, really important when you're searching for a good editor, that's not an editing company that you're hiring, because that happens quite a lot. So let's have a look at the other proposals, which is the first one. Again, you see a bunch of stuff that he's linking. Again, he has his crime style here and documentary style. Usually I'll just go through it and kind of like look at, okay, does he understand retention? Does he understand pacing? Does he understand music and sound effects? In how much effort does he put into certain animations? Is it clear that he kind of understands, okay, if I, for example, blur an image that's interesting to the viewer, that I get more retention? Like stuff like this is really important. So make sure to look out for pacing, storytelling, visual storytelling especially is very important. And then how much effort they actually put into the videos.
Mark Zuckerberg, little known fact, guy invented Facebook.
So for example, if I look at this video already, I can tell his quality is not good. Like for example, this image is static. The text is really bad. Like it's really badly animated. It's a really poor quality. So then again, I just look at one of their videos, and if just one of the samples is really poor, I just immediately click away, because usually one of the samples represents all the samples. So again, that's how you kind of want to go through everything. Let's look at the next one. If it's zips, I never download those zips. You have to be very careful with those as well. So just go through it like this. Again, with hiring, it might take you a little bit. So stay consistent, make it a habit. It might take some time to find the right editors. Another thing you have to watch out for, sometimes editors claim they've made certain videos. While they haven't, they just search up the random video. So make sure, for example, if you're like doubting that they haven't made this video, I recommend just asking them, can you make a screenshot of the timeline or something like this to kind of verify if they've actually made the video itself.
But here's a new one. There have been a lot of cases when criminals are brought to their trials to make stronger cases.
So this is kind of like,
we're going to be looking at such cases where prisoners were...
This is kind of like boring editing. There's no nice music. It's kind of boring. There's not a lot of animations, a lot of general templates. So necessarily not really the quality I would be looking for in this case. For some people, this is a fine editor. Like you can use this. But then again, like for me, again, it looks a little bit low effort. So essentially, you just gonna want to go over and see if any of these videos actually catch your attention. So for example, if I always try and put myself in the shoes of the viewer, if I click on a video, I'm kind of looking for, okay, does this edit kind of get me hooked to the video?
Prehistoric North America,
like for example, this one is
ferocious.
A perfect example. Like in the first 3 seconds, I can already tell it's a bad video. Like, by the way, he's using stock footage. That's also a really big red flag. If people are using a lot of stock footage, those usually indicate bad editors because they're not creative enough with the places they source footage from. So if you see stock footage, yeah, that's a really big red flag. And also like the font just doesn't match this scene at all. So again, these you can easily eliminate. Like I can probably go through the list of editors in 10-15 minutes maximum. So yeah, we can look at this as
Imagine
well.
Oprah Winfrey.
This is not even a facelift video. So again, it does take a lot of patience, like especially on Upwork when you have lower budget. You kind of like, you often get like low quality editors, but sometimes you will find a diamond in the rough. So keep in mind with hiring, it's always like this, like you literally get what you pay for. So keep that in mind. And just be really consistent when trying to find an editor, because it might take you a little bit. And then this one doesn't link really any relevant documentary samples. So yeah, you kind of want to go through it like this. Be really critical about who you're going to hire. So if there's nothing here, I would just make another job post, and within a few hours you'll have a bunch of more responses. So essentially, if I look at it like this, I don't really see anything that really excites me. I only see a few. The one I would personally maybe consider would be the one that did these videos. That might be an option. But again, like I'm not crazy about the quality he's been putting out. So then again, it's a long process, but now you kind of understand what I'm looking at. You have to be very critical about, okay, how are they using the edits, and really try and compare it to your competition as well. Like, okay, does this even measure up to my competition at all? So these are the factors I look at during hiring an editor. So make sure you're really critical. Watch out for, big editing teams. Watch out for people stealing each other's work. That's another thing that happens quite a lot. And make sure it's a quality editor, basically a diamond in the rough. Again, it takes you a little bit of time to find these. Again, sometimes it takes me 2-3 job posts to find a few good candidates. And but essentially, when you find one, it's an asset for life. So think about it like that. It's an investment you should be making. And if you find a great editor, you're going to earn a bunch of money from them as well. So it's a win-win essentially. So anyway, I hope the video was very valuable, and thank you for watching. All right, so in this video, we'll be talking about how to hire a voice actor. So when it comes down to voice actor, my 3 favorite platforms to hire on essentially are Upwork, Fiverr, and sometimes for very specialized, like really voice acting occasions, Discord is also great. But Discord is only good for, say, for example, you want to do something like a role play, or you want to do something like an audio book where there's multiple characters. Discord is a great place, but just for your general voice acting gigs, I would really recommend doing Upwork or Fiverr. So essentially, I'll first show you my Upwork post. I'll kind of go over what to look out for in a good voice actor, and then we'll listen to some voices just to kind of see and understand how I view voice actors essentially. So for the job post right here, I'll usually, again, use the same strategy as with script writers. I'll go in, I'll say something like, it's a very clean job post. Looking for a US male voice with a serious yet light tone. You kind of want to let them know what tone or what dialect you're looking for. That usually really helps with voice actors. Again, I link my channel. I give them, okay, this is what your responsibility will be. So the scripts are 1800 words long, and we need 3 voiceovers a week. The requirements is, again, fast turnaround times is really important. Otherwise, your workflow of your channel will die. And essentially, responsiveness and text is also really important. Say, for example, there needs to be an emergency video recorded. You can also contact the voiceover really quickly for any changes or revisions. So let's just have a look at a few proposals, what to look out for, and what type of voice actor to hire, or what type of voice to go for. So essentially, keep in mind we're going for a crime channel here. So I'm kind of looking for a mysterious yet light US male voiceover. So that's kind of what we're going to be looking for. And then we're also going to be looking at their proposals, and I'll show you what some of the things indicate. Let's just go over them. I'll have a look at a few proposals, and we'll listen to a few of them, and yeah, it should be good. So we have the first one here, and it's Jim. And Jim is a talented storyteller. And to be honest, like sometimes the proposals, they're not really effective. Like there's not too much interesting stuff in there. To be honest, most of the important part is just a demo reel they link. So sometimes they do add nice details to the proposal. Something like, oh, I'll edit the voiceover so it sounds more clean, or cut out any mistakes. Make sure you kind of check that with them, because sometimes the video editors, they get kind of upset when you give them a voiceover where there's a lot of mistakes and they have to kind of cut out all the mistakes. So make sure you get a voice actor that cuts out their own mistakes and edits any mistakes they make within. So make sure you get a voice actor that at least cuts out any mistake, ahs, within their own voiceover. This will really help the workflow for the video editor a lot. So let's just go over some of these demos. We have this one, which will be downloading and listening to. So let's open it up. All right, let's listen to it.
Jim Honemeyer.
I saw it coming, but there was no dodging an asteroid that size. Then there was nothing, only darkness.
For me, this voiceover sounds a little bit too corporate. So I'm kind of looking for someone who's a little bit more natural for a YouTube channel. So essentially, if you're hiring someone for a YouTube channel, you want to also have someone who sounds like they have a personality. So sometimes you have these voiceovers and they're really, really static, like they're really stiff. Try to have someone who sounds like they're actually a real person and they're just telling you a story instead of something that sounds like it's a corporate video. So really watch out for that when you're going through the voice actors. So we have another one. I'm also kind of looking for a bit younger US male, because essentially those connect better with the audience. So also think a lot about what voice will best resonate with the audience of my channel. So usually I'll just go with a little bit younger of a voiceover because they sound a little bit more fresh. Pacing is nicer. If you have an old voiceover, they usually go with a really small subset of niches. So I'll usually recommend going with a little bit of a younger and fresher voiceover.
Trucks mean everything in Middle Tennessee. To your work, your play, and your family. That's why driving the right one from the right dealer is important to buy and how much you should pay. A new or pre-owned vehicle. It's the biggest sales, $449 a month. With TD Ameritrade's.
I mean, I really like the voice. I like the intensity of it. It sounds also fresh, and I think it might be a good fit. The only problem is that the proposed bid is way higher than we originally put in the post itself. I would recommend going for a voice actor, paying them around $15 to $20 maximum per voice. I think you can usually find some good voiceover for that price point. As you can see, there's quite a lot of other ones that do offer $20 per voiceover. So yeah, I would definitely recommend going with those instead. So again, good price point for voiceovers would usually be somewhere in the range of $10 to $20. So yeah, keep that in mind. And then again, I would just go over all these voiceovers one by one, kind of looking at, of course, like, all right, does this fit my target audience? That's something I'm thinking. Like, usually people say like, oh, I like this voiceover, but it's not about if you like the voiceover. It's about, does my target audience think it's a nice voiceover, or does it resonate with the target audience? So for example, you could also get a female voiceover, but usually they resonate less, for example, on like intense crime channels. So really keep that in mind. Just be looking for something your viewers enjoy and not so much yourself. So that's my biggest tip when it comes to voiceover. Again, look at response rate, look at the way they also interact with the team itself. That's also really important. For example, say there are mistakes within the scripts. Do they adjust the mistakes or give feedback to the script writer? Because usually it's nice to have that feedback loop within your team where the voiceover artist goes back and gives the script writer corrections like, hey, you made mistakes here. Can you fix that next time? Or if the video editor has any questions to the voiceover, can you re-record this part, that the voiceover is easily able to come back and give them that revision. So those are really, really important factors to have. Yeah, and I hope this video was very valuable, and thank you very much for watching. Alright, so in this video, we'll be talking about hiring a thumbnail designer and what exactly to look out for. So the first question, like always, is where do you hire a thumbnail designer? Well, for me, there's only one place really I get my thumbnail designers from, and that's Twitter. Twitter is by far the best place to get thumbnail designers. Like, yeah, there are some other places like Upwork. Usually you'll get pretty low quality. Discord sometimes also has some thumbnail designers. Like, I know in my Discord server, for example, there are some designers hanging around, but the best thumbnail designers in YouTube are on Twitter. So make sure you make yourself a Twitter account and make sure it looks solid, because it's really important that you're going to be able to find good thumbnail designers that are going to respond to your offers. So essentially, to find a thumbnail designer, I would essentially just go to designer, or like you can also type in thumbnail designer, and then do the same strategy as with video editors. You can literally go to people, kind of click around. Okay, where can I find some thumbnail designers? I usually like click through their portfolio. That's really important. And also when they have statistics and like results on their page, that's a really good indicator. For example, this thumbnail designer already looks quite solid. I like he does have technical skills. Like I like the way he uses the textures. I like the way he, for example, he seems to be very knowledgeable about Photoshop itself. So you want to have a designer that has a lot of technical skill, because if you have a designer essentially who's not good at really good at photo manipulation, you're going to be very restricted creatively. Say for example, you would like to replace someone's face, or say for example, you want to make a really weird scenario in a thumbnail, and if the thumbnail designer doesn't have a lot of technical skill, it's really difficult to make good thumbnails because you're really restricted in what you can and cannot do, because your designer essentially can't make certain photo manipulation look real. So really look out for that technical skill, like stuff where they do like holograms. Like this one is a good example. It kind of shows off his skill. I'm not necessarily really 100% impressed, but I've seen a few good thumbnails from him. But you can essentially again go through all the thumbnail designers and kind of do the same thing. Click here and then see, like for example, this guy. He seems to be very knowledgeable about 3D thumbnails. That's a good sign as well. Usually when I've worked with bigger YouTubers, they're going to be more expensive. So keep that in mind. So usually when you try to find a thumbnail designer on Twitter, try to go for thumbnail designers that have not been picked up by bigger YouTubers, since they charge a little bit lower prices. I would recommend probably going in the range somewhere of $10 to $20 a thumbnail. I prefer to put it, like if it's a really good designer, put it around $15 to $20 essentially, since it will incentivize them to help you innovate with the thumbnail. So say for example, they have a better concept or they have a better idea for the thumbnail, they will help you think out the thumbnail, and that's really valuable. So yeah, essentially this is what I do. I'll just go over all these different thumbnail designers and see if I can find any ones that look good, that seem to have the technical skill. And another thing I always look at is, do they understand the psychology behind why someone clicks? Do they understand what colors look good? Do they understand what concepts, what thumbnail concepts work, yes or no? Can you kind of see the way that they frame a thumbnail, that they understand how to use spacing? Those are really important things to keep in mind, because some people are really good at making nice graphics, but not so good at making good thumbnails. Those two are two different things. They might have the technical skills, but if they don't have the insight and intuition as into making the right thumbnails, then it's not a good thumbnail designer. So a good thumbnail designer always has good technical skills and good intuition when it comes to thumbnails. So always keep that in mind. So you're always searching for someone who's good at coming up with thumbnail concepts and who's good at also Photoshop itself. So those are really important things. Like for example, this one, really nice thumbnail. He seems to have a lot of technical skills as well. And I think by the looks of it, he also kind of understands the concepts behind it. So again, I would kind of chat with them back and forth, see how knowledgeable they are, try a few samples with them. And of course, the most important part is, can they kind of put your vision for a thumbnail and bring it to life? That's the most important part, to be honest, for a thumbnail designer. Can they turn your vision into reality? So that's what I'm always searching for. Anyway, I hope this video was helpful and that you learned a bunch about thumbnail designers, and I'll see you in the next one. Thank you. All right, so in this video, we're going to be talking about how to set up your team structure. So essentially, this is the basis of your video production workflow. I'm going to go over my workflow, and essentially you can create your own based on whatever tools you like using. Obviously, like, you shouldn't if you, for example, are very good with Monday.com or you're very good with Slack or those types of tools, I recommend just sticking to those. I'm just going to show you my workflow and my philosophy behind the choices I've made with these workflows. And essentially, I'm going to show you how to set it up. I'm going to show you the thoughts I put into the workflow itself. And you can basically adjust this workflow to however you like. Just take a little bit of inspiration from it, and maybe you agree with certain philosophies I put behind this workflow, and that can maybe also improve yours. All right, so my workflow is completely based off the chatting app Discord. So I'll show you right now. My workflow starts in Discord. So to create a server that's similar to mine, basically what you have to do is I have my production Discord server right here. But for this video, I'll create a whole new server just to kind of show you how I set it up. And you can kind of follow along with me. So essentially, I'll just create a new Discord server. I'll create my own. I'll usually do that for me and my friends, and I'll just name it whatever for this sake. So essentially, I try to keep everything in my workflow as easy to understand as I possibly can make it. Because essentially, for you to start scaling, you have to invite a bunch of different people with a bunch of different skill set and a bunch of different backgrounds who all have different skill sets and knowledge on different types of tools. So I try to make it as simple as I possibly can. This way we can kind of attach as much talent to my workflow as possible. I know that there's a lot of people who have very automated and advanced workflows. The problem I have with that is that if you onboard a new member, script writer, video editor, it's going to take them ages to adjust to that workflow. So I know people who have very elaborate systems with tagging and also things that are automated, sending alerts and messages. I do think those are really nice on a very, very large scale, but essentially, usually you don't need that stuff. I think I run 25 channels with a very simple workflow. And I think if you go above that, yeah, sure, you need a more elaborate way of doing things. But I try to keep things as simple as possible. That way, everyone in my team can understand what they need to do. I put the responsibility not so much on the workers. So I don't put the responsibility of the workflow on the workers like scriptwriters, video editors, and voiceover artists. I put that responsibility on my manager and scheduler. Normally, you can also put it on yourself. I think it works better when there's an actual person just messaging a video editor personally. I think it also creates a connection like, hey man, there's a new video ready to be edited. Can you start editing it? And this way, if you have a very concise manager on it or someone else who basically assures that the team is being held to certain deadlines, this is a very nice workflow. Say you want to automate everything, that's fine. It also works. But for me, I like this workflow the most because it's a very personal workflow. And it creates a connection within the team because everyone kind of has to communicate with each other. So let's go over to the computer right here. And essentially what you want to do, and it's very, very simple, is you have your general chat. You just want to create some extra Discord channels for each channel you create. So let's say my tennis channel, and then we create court cases, and so on and so on. And so what you can do is set these to private if you want. I usually leave them open. For the reason I leave all the channels open and don't set them to private is that, say for example, those has a problem, like the editor or the thumbnail designer, he dropped out all of a sudden. Usually the other workers in the Discord server, they see that problem happening. And some of them might say at that point, like, hey, I'm also available right now. Maybe I can jump in here and kind of make sure that gets done before the end of the day. And this way we kind of try to enforce collaborating across multiple channels. Obviously you want to have one dedicated team to each channel, but say something happens and if you're in the YouTube automation business or any business for that matter, you know people will sometimes fail and for example be sick or not be available, then this is a really great way of kind of hatching against those problems. So anyway, you create the Discord server, you add your channels. Essentially, normally what I do is I go to my server settings, and I also create roles. So that's a great way to kind of organize your talent in your Discord server. So if you go here to roles, you can create different roles. Like, for example, I'll create myself like owner, and I'll give myself, for example, like like a yellow thing, and then you can create editor, script writer, and then assign certain permissions and assign certain colors, so everything stays kind of organized. But again, the philosophy behind everything I do, and I hear a lot of people when they kind of find out how I operate my teams, is like, wait, why is it so simple? Like, why is it not everything automated, or why are there not certain connections, stuff like this? I think the more complicated you make it, and it's a very basic engineering concept, the more complicated you make a mechanism, the more prone it is to failure. And the same thing goes here. So that's my philosophy behind the whole workflow. So yeah, don't overthink it. Just keep it simple. You can even do a WhatsApp group chat. For my part, I think Discord is just a little bit more organized, and it just works nicer on my laptop as well. So that's why I stick to Discord. So essentially, Discord server created, you can create some roles for everyone, you can assign those roles, and then you can just basically chat. And what you do next is you create a Trello board, very easy. So I just go to Trello, so you go to Trello, you create a new board. It doesn't matter what the background is. I'll just assign blue. You create a board title, so I'll call those. And then you make you make these following fields: topics, script, voiceover, video editing, review. Thumbnail, and then review, publish, and then archive. So once you have this set up, so the only thing you now need to do is just literally get the link, copy the link, get it over to your Discord server, paste that link in the Discord server, get everyone on top of the Trello board, and then let your manager or yourself just manage that Trello board. So for example, okay, there's new topics added, then just send a message like, hey guys, hey guys, I added new topics. Can you start? And I usually just ping them, and that way it's way more it's just easy, it's simple, and everyone understands what they need to do. If it's sometimes an automated system, I've seen it break down a bunch of times. I've tried it. People just get confused, and in my experience, this just works the best. I know there's a lot of people who disagree, but just keep it simple is my opinion. So anyway, here from here it works very simple. You add topics like craziest smashes in tennis. There you go. You have your topic. Now, okay, I'll notify my scriptwriter like, hey, there's a new topic, and you start writing it. Okay, he starts writing it. Once he started writing, he moves it to script. And once he finished the script, he moves it to voiceover. Then the voiceover basically gets notified by my manager or by me, and essentially he'll just let you know, hey, there's a script available for recording. Can you please record the script? What the voiceover will then do, once he's recorded the script, he will attach the Google Drive file in a comment or just in the description or as an attachment. That's also possible. And essentially, once we see there's an attachment added, and he let us know like, hey, I've done the voiceover, we can move the video editing. You simply move the video editing. The video editor sees, okay, the script is attached to the card. The voiceover is attached to the card. He can simply start editing. Once he's done, thumbnail, and it's very straightforward. Once done, thumbnail. Once that's done, again, he attaches the thumbnail. Then we go to review. And then my manager or me checks it, and then we move to publish. And once it's published, we go to archive, and that's that. It's as easy as that. You don't need to overthink it. There's a bunch of other programs you can use. Monday is great. ClickUp is also a really great alternative if you want to do more advanced workflows. So essentially, for me, I like to keep it simple, But if you want to see more advanced tutorials, please do let me know. One of my business partners, he's really good at setting up automated workflows. If that's something you want to see, please do let me know, either by sending me a message in my Discord, and that really helps. But yeah, anyway, I hope it was very helpful, and thank you very much for watching. All right, so in this video, we'll be talking about giving instructions for YouTube scripts. This is a very important principle to understand. So a lot of people, they just send in the topic and they don't give any briefing. Now, if your team is established and you've been doing it for months, you don't necessarily have to give a briefing. But when you start working with your team in the first maybe 20 to 30 videos, it's important that you give a briefing with each script. It really helps the script writer to understand the expectations you have from them. It really helps with bringing your vision or bringing your strategy to life in that video. So in this video, we'll be discussing some principles or some things you can implement in your script briefing that will really help bring your script to the next level. So the first thing I want to highlight is when you make a script briefing, try and define your target audience. A script writer who writes for an audience that's maybe 60 to 70 years old will write very differently and have very different types of humor from a script writer that will write for an audience that's maybe 15 to 20 years old. Those are very, very different writing styles. So defining that writing style or defining that audience, a target audience you're trying to reach to the scriptwriter is a really powerful way of letting the scriptwriter know how to word themselves. So that's really, really important. So another really important thing you have to keep in mind when you do a briefing is that you set clear objectives for the scriptwriter. So for example, what do you want the viewer to learn from the script? What do you want the viewer to do after the video? Those are really important things you can incorporate into your script briefing to make it easier for your scriptwriter to understand what exactly it is you're after. So make sure to set those objectives in the first few scripts. That will really help the scriptwriter understand what they need to do. Another thing that's really important is identifying a key message. Now, this is not as important for compilations or entertainment videos, but for example, if you're making a documentary, setting a clear message that your scriptwriter has to execute on is really important, because if you define the message you want to send to your target audience, your script becomes way more impactful, because at the end, people will have understood what you are trying to tell with the story you were writing in the video. Make sure you put that key messaging in your briefing. This will also really help your scriptwriter kind of guide through exactly what they need to write. Another thing that really, really helps a scriptwriter, and this is probably the biggest point, like if you're gonna neglect the rest, please just do this. Add helpful sources for the scriptwriter. So for example, if you found the topic from an article or another YouTube video, link the article, link the YouTube video. And if there's a certain style of writing you want, just add that video to your briefing. Just add as much sources to the briefing, because this helps the scriptwriter so much with improving your vision. So essentially, give them as much resources as you possibly can. You will get a script that's 10 times better. So make sure you give as much resources as possible. Another thing you should also discuss with your scriptwriter in the briefing is if you're going to keep it serious or you want it more lighthearted. For example, if you're writing a serious documentary, you don't really want to incorporate any humor. But if you do a more lighthearted script, feel free to tell the scriptwriter to maybe incorporate some jokes, some memes. Stuff like this will really help the scriptwriter kind of gauge what type of tone to use. And also, if they need to incorporate any jokes, they will also know that up front. So by letting them know what kind of style or tone you want, the scriptwriter can way better execute on your vision. Another thing is be clear on how long you want the video to be. Usually I do tell my scriptwriters like, hey, just make it 8 minutes. After that, I don't really care about the length. But in some cases, you should probably let them know, okay, try to make it 10 to 12 minutes long, try to make it 20 minutes long. So just try and be as concise as possible. I usually tell them, like, make the video at least 8 minutes long. After that, I don't really care how much you add after those 8 minutes. But in some cases, for example, if you see that your competitors have like videos that are often above 12 minutes, I would recommend trying to copy those competitors and then making your videos 12 to 20 minutes as well. So keep that in mind. Make sure to brief your scriptwriter on the length of the commentary as well, because if you don't, they will get confused with how long the script will need to be. The last thing that is really important, and a lot of people still forget it till this day, is provide feedback for your script writers. Just check the script. If you didn't like the hook, let them know. If you think there's things you can remove from the script, let them know. Like, try to give them as much feedback as possible. The more feedback you give, the better the script writer will become. You have to think about it like it's an AI training model. The more feedback you give that model, the better it becomes and the more results you will be getting on YouTube. Anyway, those were the tips. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Thank you. All right, so in this video, we're going to talk about how to brief your video editor. So this is a very important one as well, since your video editor is an essential part of making your YouTube video a success. So the first tip would be define the story up front. So by letting the video editor know, okay, this is kind of the story arc I'm after. If you don't know what a story arc looks like, search up storytelling arc on Google. You will essentially find a few graphs and you can kind of see like, okay, this is the storytelling arc. And by letting him know, okay, this is what the storytelling arc looks like, he can better interpret where to use what sound effects, where to use what music. He can also maybe visually change the video depending on where you are in the story. So by giving him that story arc up front, the video editor can get way better results than they normally would if they didn't have it. The next one, and this is probably the biggest tip, just take this tip away from me. Like, you have to utilize it. This is a must. The rest is all nice to have, but this is a must. Give the video editor as much resources as you possibly can. Send them the articles. Make sure that in the script you link any footage that's related to what the script is talking about. Make sure that if there's any specific edits that need to be made on a certain point in the script, that you put that in the script as well, so the video editor can actually read the script, see the notes, and then incorporate that into the video. So being very clear and giving the video editor as much resources as possible will produce a way better outcome than you would normally. Another thing that's really important is highlight any key points. So key points for a video editor would, for example, be when a villain goes down or someone loses something, an emotional moment in a story. It can also be in a compilation. Like, for example, when something funny happens in a compilation, you can kind of like mark it like, hey, maybe make a funny edit, or maybe make an emotional edit, or maybe make the music sound more angry here. Those key points, try and highlight them in the script, or maybe tell them up front, like, hey, in the script itself, there's like a few points. I kind of want you to make a special edit at those points. So try to highlight key points for the editor to basically latch onto, and then you will get way better result than if you didn't. So this next point is kind of similar to the last one, but I think it's also good to mention is if you have any expectations, like you want a video editor to add an animation at the start of the video, or there's specific parts where you want to have a special graphic or something like this, let them know up front. Let them know up front, like, hey, in the start of the video, I want to do a graph animations of a certain number. So letting them know you're setting the right expectations with your video editor, you will have less revisions. So make sure to kind of look for the script and maybe think about, okay, where do I want specific animations to be? Where do I want specific edits to be? And try to let them know up front. That's also a really good habit to give yourself, because essentially that will eliminate a lot of revisions. The last part I want to talk about is defining the length a video should be. Again, it can be very simple. Just say, okay, hey, I'm trying to reach 8 minutes of a video so I can incorporate mid-roll ads. Can you please make sure the video is at least 8 minutes long? This really helps with eliminating any future revisions. And again, it sets a clear expectation towards your video editor. Anyway, I hope this information was useful. Thank you very much for watching. Alright, so in this video, I'm going to be talking about the basis of a good voiceover. I'm going to talk about some of the elements that make a good voiceover. So let's start from the beginning, which is you have to get a voice artist, of course, that matches your target audience. So we've discussed this already, but again, this is really, really important. The next thing you have to get right on a good voiceover is making sure the pacing of the voiceover matches the pacing of the video. A lot of the times I see these really weird pacing. So either the voiceover artist is talking too quickly and is skipping over very essential parts that need to be accentuated. So like dragged out a little bit. For example, if you have like really intense parts within a YouTube video, you kind of want to like drag them out a little bit just to make them a little bit more tense. And sometimes they just go too slow. It becomes this really boring explainer videos and they're constantly talking at this same pace as if they're reading this really, really boring book. So make sure the pacing within a voiceover is right. So that's very, very essential. The last thing I want to talk about when it comes to voiceovers is making sure the tone of voice is correct. A lot of the times, the tone of voice in voiceovers, when they're reading a script, they get monotone. And that's really, really boring to listen to. So you want to have a voiceover that basically goes up when they're speaking, but also when they want the viewers to pay attention, they kind of make sure they slow down a little bit and talk a little bit softer. Because essentially, viewers will pay more attention when you're talking slower and you're whispering. So they have to go from high energy to low energy. So making sure to coach them on something like that, if they're not doing it already, is very, very important. So that's why tone of voice is a very powerful tool to increase the retention on your video. Essentially, it's like directing music, and really great tool to just get a longer average view duration and make sure to note it when you're working with your voiceover artist. Anyway, I hope you got a lot of value out of this video, and thank you for watching. Alright, so in this video, I'm going to talk about a really important concept, and again, a lot of even experienced people in the YouTube automation industry still mess up here, which is communicating properly with your team members. And you might think like, oh, this is another like weird mindset thing. No, this actually gets really good results. So I highly encourage you to exercise the tips I give you in this video. And yeah, this will 100% improve your team and also the quality on your YouTube channel. So the first tip I want to give you when it comes to communicating with your team members is nearly always, except for rare occasions, stay friendly. Don't be harsh towards team members. They're also humans. Like, if you're being rude to one of your team members, remember there are also people behind that Discord account. There's also people behind that WhatsApp number. And essentially, those people, if you're rude for long enough. So my first tip is always remain friendly, except for in very special occasion. So always remain friendly when it comes to your team members. What I see a lot of people do is kind of treat their team members like trash. Like they're very rude. They don't reply for a very long time. And if they make a mistake, they can be very, very harsh towards their team. And sometimes, yes, this is justified. Sometimes people make really big screw ups and you have to be hard in those times. But I would really encourage everyone as a first tip with communicating with your team is be friendly in nearly all situations, because this will take you way farther than being really rude all the time. I see this so much. Even experienced YouTube automation people, they're still really rude towards their team. And people often forget that behind a Discord icon or behind a WhatsApp number, there is someone sitting there working on your stuff like every day, doing your video editing. And if you're rude to them every single day, they just kind of retreat back. They don't give their honest feedback about working with you. They don't put it in the effort anymore because they kind of start feeling resentment towards you. So they will start putting less effort into your YouTube videos, which will cause your performance to drop. So again, being friendly towards all your team members as much as you can will really help them will really help with them being more giving towards you. And by establishing a relationship like this, your quality will skyrocket. Like, because if people like you, they will automatically also work harder, because they, of course, want to kind of give you back that friendliness inside of their work. So I would really recommend being very polite with your team members, and maybe even just having a personal chat with them, not only talking about business, but also checking up on them, like, how's your personal life, how's your family, stuff like this. Like, if you build a personal connection with these team members, often you will get that back within the quality of your videos. So the next tip I want to talk about is when you're communicating about specific things you want in a video or certain messages, be very clear and concise in your messaging. Often people send very long messages, very confusing paragraphs, and people look at their phone and they click away. What you want to do is, when you're talking to your team, make sure you're very concise and very clear about your demand. So what you should take away from this tip is essentially try and kind of dim it down on any corporate jargon. Just try to talk like a normal human being, and also try to just make sure that people can read a message, maybe 2-3 sentences long, and immediately understand what you want. Try to make bullet points, try to make it as simple as possible, because this way your feedback or whatever you're trying to convey will be better implemented by your team, because it's easier for them to understand what you're trying to say. So think about, next time you're going to send a message to your team, think about how you structure your message, because it really helps them understand what you exactly want from them. So another thing I highly encourage you to do is listen actively to the feedback that your team is giving you. Say, for example, there's something messed up with the workflow, or there's something they don't like, or something isn't working for them. Listen to them and try and come up with solutions. By doing this and actively listening and fixing the problems, you will increase your efficiency, and again, also the satisfaction that your team has with working with you. And again, you will see this back in the results you're getting on YouTube. So again, try to actively listen to the feedback your team is giving you, and also try to open up that line of communication where you ask people like, hey, what do you think of this video? Or, for example, what do you think about the way we work here? Do you have any tips on how we can improve the workflow maybe? And this will give you back a lot of valuable feedback. So try to listen to your team as much as you can. Another thing I find really important is try to use different modes of communication. So a lot of people, they always just text, and it's very impersonal. What you want to do instead, of course, you want to try and try to text as much as possible, but sometimes try to hop onto a call with them. Just hop onto a call and discuss certain subjects with them, like how the videos are going, the results you're getting. Maybe give them a little bit of feedback on their work. Ask them, what do you think you could do better? Stuff like this is very valuable, and it also builds a better connection with your team. And this, again, helps you get more results. The next one that's very important is that you have to set clear expectations. So, for example, when you want to have a video done, just say, okay, guys, this video needs to be done by then and then. I would really like to have that done. Can you please let me know if you can reach these expectations? Then maybe they will say, okay, no, I don't have enough time for that. Can we move it to then and then? And you can kind of negotiate back and forth, like, okay, this is what the deadline is going to be. Sometimes what you want is just simply not possible. They can't offer that. So try to negotiate back and forth. This will really help setting clear expectations from your team members. And then if you both come to a consensus on basically what the expectation will be, they will most likely hit that deadline way better than if you just set a deadline for them. So try to set clear expectations with your team. It's a really powerful way of improving communication together with your team members. Another thing that's really important is being responsive. If your team has questions, if there's a crisis going on, try to communicate with them back and forth. I struggle with this quite a lot because I get a lot of Discord messages every single day. I have messages on WhatsApp, Twitter, whatever. There's a lot of things that go on throughout my day. But again, I try as much as possible to be responsive to my team. And you should probably too, although you have a busy job, although you have maybe a lot of hobbies and stuff in your personal life, try as much as possible to quickly respond to any team messages, and be clear, for example, when you're leaving for a weekend or you're going on vacation and you don't want to be on your phone, just let them know. Usually they don't mind, and it will set clear expectations and they know, okay, he's not going to respond. That's fine, and then they will probably ask you the question a little bit later. So again, be fast with your responses and be clear when you're not going to be able to respond. Another thing I want you to try and exercise with your team is celebrate successes. Say for example, you have a viral video. Take a screenshot and send it to your team. This will really help to encourage them. Like, hey guys, you did a really good job. Like look at what we're achieving together. And this will create a really strong bond in your team. And with sharing those successes with them will basically help you also create that connection with your team and the project you're working on. And that really helps them care about the success of your YouTube channel. And that in turn gives you more success. The last thing I kind of want to talk about is giving positive feedback. So say, for example, someone did something really well, like a scriptwriter wrote a really nice hook, or a video editor did a really nice edit or animation on a video. Make a screenshot, make a screen recording, and say like, hey, this is really, really good. I'm going to give you an example right here. If you check my screen, there will be a screenshot of a message I sent literally yesterday, which was I saw one of my team members made a really nice thumbnail and it did really well. It was a 1 out of 10 thumbnail. And I saw the thumbnail and I was like, that's nice. He's been innovating, like it's different from our usual style. He's been innovating on that thumbnail. And I just gave him that compliment. And of course, the whole team responded like, yeah, very good job. And he's like, okay, thank you guys. And again, like, that creates a positive feedback loop where people will try harder to improve, because every time they do something well, they get a positive response back, and that will help them or encourage them to do better in the future. Anyway, those were my tips for better communication with your team. I hope those were very valuable, and thank you for watching. All right, so in this video, I'm going to talk about how to improve and train your team. It's very important you constantly enable a feedback loop with your team. So your video gets created, you upload it to YouTube, you check the results. Then after you get the results back, you again give feedback, the team incorporates the feedback, and there you go again. You go over and over again until your videos are really, really good. So having a strong feedback loop with your team is very important, so make sure you follow along the steps in this video. So the first part, and this is the basis of everything, is define clear goals and responsibilities within your team. So make sure that every team member knows what their responsibilities are and what exactly the goals are you're trying to reach. That way everyone can work towards the same goals and work on improving their responsibilities within your team. The next point I want to talk about is conducting regular check-ins with your team. So every morning, and it doesn't have to be every morning, maybe every week or bi-daily, you go in the group chat and you ask like, hey guys, how's everyone doing? Are the videos coming along well? Maybe you drop into someone's personal DMs and just check in like, hey, how's the scripts coming along? Do you need anything from me? Like, is there any feedback you want to give me? Like, these regular check-ins will totally change your game, because it will help you understand what exactly is going on within your team, and it will also help you resolve any problems before they happen. So try to check in also on progress as much as possible. Like, for example, if you think a video editor is lacking a little bit, just check in with them regularly. Like, hey, when is the next video being delivered? Or hey, how's your progress on this video? It really helps your team stay on schedule. So try to really make a habit of doing regular check-ins with your team. Another really important thing is provide constructive feedback. So providing constructive feedback is very, very important. I personally do it, for example, with scripts. I'll just go into a script, and then you can use the Google Docs feedback tool to essentially highlight the parts you don't like, give constructive feedback like, hey, I don't like this part because it kills the retention, you're making this part way too dragged out. Stuff like that will really help video editors, script writers understand what they're doing wrong and improve their mistakes in the future. So try to give constructive feedback. Same thing for video editors. If someone edits a video and they submit it to you, sometimes I ask them, hey, can you upload to frame.io, and maybe I can go through the video, give you some feedback, and this way you can keep improving those videos. So that's very, very important. So try to give your team constructive feedback. So another thing I always try encouraging is collaboration. So if one team member has a problem, they don't always have to come to me. They can also just ask the team like, hey guys, I have this problem. Does anyone know how to solve this? So this is a very essential part, because this way you're not the bottleneck with problems. So try to encourage collaboration between certain team members. So the next tip actually will also very much help with this, which would be try and do as much video calls as you can. It doesn't have to be every week, but maybe bi-weekly or monthly video calls where you just get as much of your team on a video call and everyone can kind of see each other and everyone knows each other. And this way you encourage that collaboration. You encourage kind of holding each other responsible for the amount of progress someone has made. So by basically letting people visualize each other, there's much more of an authentic connection within your team, and that really, really helps, especially if you're working fully digital. So yeah, these were my tips when it comes to improving your team and training your team. I hope they were very helpful, and thank you for watching. All right, so in this video, I want to go over how to use your audience tab in YouTube to essentially come up with new topics. So this is only when you have an established channel, so keep this in mind. If you don't have a channel yet, this might not be as helpful, but then again, I kind of wanted to go over it and kind of show you, okay, this is something you can do. So if you look at your audience tab, you will have these two tabs. It's channels your audience watches and content your audience watches. So essentially what you can kind of do is, okay, see if there's any, for example, subjects within other channels that you can leverage on your own channel. So for example, angry Karen, you could take, for example, the angry Karen topic and make a video on it yourself. So for example, I've recently made a video about angry Karens in court. So that worked really, really well. So yeah, essentially here you can find a lot of relevant topics. So for example, the most dangerous prison inmates in the world, that could also be something I could make a video about, like most dangerous people in court, for example, could be a video. So yeah, the audience tab is very, very good at coming up with topics as well, and especially topics that are very relevant to your audience. So if it shows up in your audience tab, it will probably most likely be well received by your audience. So keep that in mind. You can do the same thing with all these other channels. So for example, if this channel gets watched a lot by your audience, I would just go over and sort by popular and see if there's certain videos you can also do on your own channel, like here. So yeah, that's basically the audience tab. If you want to see some more possible recommendations, you can also go into your research tab. Then again, I don't find it as useful. I've not seen a lot of good results. So for example, here you see a lot of undercover boss. Apparently my audience finds undercover boss very interesting, but that's not really anything I can leverage too much. So yeah, that's why the audience tab is a little bit better for topic research than, for example, my research tab. So yeah, that's essentially the information I wanted to give about the audience tab. It's just a piece of inspiration you can use again to come up with topics, and I hope you found it very interesting, and thank you for watching. All right, so the next way of coming up with good topics would be auto-filling your topics. So essentially what you do here is just go to the YouTube search bar and start typing in certain keywords and seeing what people are searching for. And it's very simple. It's been around since the dawn of time. I just wanted to put it in the course because I think it's, for beginners, a good tip to have. So what you can do is, it's very, very easy. Essentially, search up a keyword, let's say crime, and then you can press space and see what else comes up. So you can see crime stories, crime alert, crime cases. You can do the same thing with documentary and then seeing what else comes up. And in this way, you can kind of go through different keywords like Andrew Tate latest news, Andrew Tate's final message. And based on, for example, Andrew Tate's latest news, you can make a channel about Andrew Tate news, or you could make a topic about Andrew Tate's latest message, for example. So yeah, again, extremely simple, very short video. You can even do it like this, where you type in just letters like A, B, and then you can still see like a bunch of recommendations. Like you can just go through different combinations of letters and then see what comes up, and then yeah, just go through them and see topics you can come up with. So essentially, this is a really good way, again, to generate niches as well, but especially it's good for finding interesting topics if you're out of inspiration. So yeah, that's all for this video. Thank you very much for watching, and I hope it was valuable. All right, so in this video, I'm going to talk about how to find topics using Answer the Public. So Answer the Public is a really nice website, as you can see right here. It basically shows you what people are searching for when it comes to specific keywords. So say, for example, right, we want to make a video about Serena Williams, because we've seen in Google Trends that Serena Williams is very trending, and yeah, it's doing really well. So I want to make a video about Serena Williams. Now I need to come up with some inspiration. Answer the Public is great for situations like that, especially if you're a new channel. Leveraging Answer the Public into answering questions people are asking online can really help your YouTube channel get off the ground. So I use this a lot for new channels. So what you can do is type in Serena Williams and then make sure it's on United States or whatever country you're trying to target, and then English, and then press search. And essentially what it then will do is it will look at, okay, what exact sentences are people searching for that contain the keyword Serena Williams. So it's really helpful, and I really love the diagrams they produce on Answer the Public. You can see them right here. You can see some search, the search volume, you can see the search difficulty, and you can even see the cost per click, which is nice. Again, the search volume is good to see as well, so it kind of helps you gauge the relevancy. But yeah, let's have a look. So essentially, as you can see right here, you can see what people are asking about Serena Williams. So for example, who's Serena Williams' coach? Maybe you can make a video about that. Serena Williams' sister, where Serena Williams is from, who's Serena Williams' husband. So stuff like this, you can basically make videos on. And will Serena Williams come out of retirement could be a really great topic. So then again, you can get a bunch of great topics from answerthepublic.com, and especially like who's Serena Williams' husband is apparently something extremely like searched for a lot. So if I would make a video about Serena Williams, that would probably be a very, very good topic to start out with. So then again, it gives you a lot of different data. The more orange it is, the more people search for it. So yeah, it's a great tool. It also shows you different types of prepositions. So that also really helps with trying to come up with topics. So for example, Serena Williams, Will Smith, or Serena Williams on King Richard. So stuff like this, you can kind of see what for Serena Williams gets combined with, for example. So yeah, this is really, really great if you're doing topic research. So definitely recommend Answer the Public. Keep an eye on it, and super great tool for topic research. Anyway, I hope you find this video valuable, and thank you very much for watching. All right, so the next thing I want to talk about is how to find topics using other social media. So you can use Reddit, you can use Twitter. I personally prefer to use Twitter. I think it's a really great way to kind of like track trends, especially in America. It's a really, really good way to understand what people are talking about, and it's really good for leveraging news items, for example. So if you run a news channel in any category, keep an eye on Twitter. It usually kind of shows you what people find interesting. So for example, you can kind of like go here and then check all the trending keywords on Twitter. And usually, for example, say you have a channel about brands, you can probably check out, okay, what are people saying about Nike? And then going over, okay, we could do it's something about Nike's women ambassador, for example. So that's probably a topic you could discuss on YouTube as well. So Twitter and Reddit, the things people discuss discussed there are usually also good topics for YouTube videos, especially if people discuss it quite a lot. There's a lot of good source material to use within video. Like you can kind of talk about the different viewpoints that people have on the subject, and you kind of discuss it in your own video as well. So keeping an eye on topics through social media is really powerful. You can do the same thing, for example, on Reddit. What you can basically do in Reddit is go to the category you find interesting or the category your niche is in, and then see what people are discussing when it comes to that niche or that category. This will really like help you find more inspiration when it comes to topics, and usually it also ends up being a bunch of really good information to base a story on. So in Reddit often stories get told. So yeah, these are great ways to essentially come up with good YouTube videos. So yeah, keep an eye on Twitter, keep an eye on Reddit. Great places to find good topics. I hope you learned something from this video, and thank you so much for watching. All right, so in this video, we're going to talk about how to find topics using AI. I'll keep it simple. Essentially, for this video, I'll just be utilizing ChatGPT, but there's a bunch of other applications that utilize AI to come up with YouTube topics. For example, vidIQ has a topic finder. I believe TubeBuddy and a few others have them as well. So I won't be covering them in this video. They're very straightforward. For this video, I'll just be using ChatGPT. But then again, there's a lot of different ways to use AI essentially to come up with topics. I think I'll leave vidIQ and TubeBuddy for another time. If you want to see those videos, please do let me know in the chat. And I just want to show you how I would do it, for example, with ChatGPT. So in this case, you use the same prompt as always. I would probably make a little bit changes. So for example, I would probably just remove the states, and then essentially what I would do is just enter this, and you, for example, will just use tennis as a topic. So we want to have a tennis topic. Anyway, you can input this prompt, and essentially it will give you back all the keywords that are highly searched for, and this will really help you kind of come up with some more topics. So you just have to see this as kind of like a stepping stone. Like for example, you could do some research into making a video about the US Open. You can make a video about Serena Williams. You can kind of look at relevancy and see, okay, can I come up with a certain topic about this person? Like you can use the transfer method. Like for example, if you've seen a Sunny VT video on the downfall of someone else, you could maybe copy that format and do it on Serena Williams. Then again, this is purely for finding inspiration for good topics. But yeah, ChatGPT is definitely a helpful tool to come up with relevant keywords to make topics about. Then again, I want to say something else about keywords. The thing with keywords is that yes, they are important, but only for beginning channels. So when you're starting out, YouTube doesn't have a lot of data on you yet. It doesn't know what audience basically likes your channel. So it's really important that you try to leverage popular keywords as much as possible, so YouTube can serve you to that audience, and it's way easier for YouTube to kind of identify like, oh, okay, this is the audience that this channel is trying to target. And targeting popular keywords or popular trends at the beginning of your channel, it's way easier to see your channel take off compared to when you're kind of targeting evergreen type topics. So try to target popular keywords, popular trends. That will really help take your channel off in the beginning, especially if you leverage them on topics. So yeah, that's this video. I hope you find it valuable, and thank you very much for watching. All right, so in this video, I want to talk about how to find topics by just reusing old ones. And you're like, reusing old ones, that's stupid. No, it's not, actually. Usually, topics that worked well in the past, like I've discussed before, will do well again in the future. So I recommend that if you jump into a niche, you just reuse old topics. And literally, I can show you a few examples of my own YouTube channels. So let's take a look at court cases, for example. And you check the most watched video, 5 million views. You can see 5 reactions of innocent convicts set free. Literally what I did with that topic, I just took it from an older channel. Look at this. 10 reactions of innocent prisoners set free. That's literally what I did. And people always say, a lot of mainstream YouTubers also like, oh, always try to innovate. No, usually people will actually watch the same thing over and over again. Think about people rewatching Lord of the Rings for the 23rd time. People get tired very slowly of the same thing. Like, we're creatures of habit. So keep in mind that if it's worked in the past, there's no shame in just redoing the old video and putting your own spin on it, making the content within that video original, but the same concept or topic, you can literally keep the same. So that's a really good way of finding topics, just reusing the most popular ones from the past. It's as simple as that. Thanks for watching. So we've talked about supply and demand in niches, but when it comes down to topics, supply and demand is just as important. So making sure your topic, again, is a gap in the market when it comes to supply and demand will be essential for the success of that one specific video. So how do we gauge that supply and demand? That's what we'll be looking at in this video. So the first thing you want to be looking at is the topic a consistent outlier on other channels. Just as with niches, is that video topic a consistent outlier? If it is performing way better than the average video on the channel, that might mean that certain topic is something that people are very interested in. That's why, for example, when you're doing topic research, right? And you're doing topic research on, for example, sports. Let's take athletic interest, for example. You go to athletic interest and you don't look at, for example, their most recent videos. No, you always look at, okay, what are the most popular videos on their YouTube channel? So again, try to identify when you're looking at the most popular videos, which one have a similar subject. For example, I can see this one. So why Rolex doesn't like football and why athletes smoke weed. This thumbnail and this type of topic, questioning that, answering certain sports questions, apparently works quite well. So again, there seems to be a bigger demand for this type of content. Another thing you need to check out if you found something like this is that there's not too much supply already. So sometimes you'll find a topic like this and you think, oh, that's a good topic. No, you still have to check, isn't there a lot of competition? So for example, what you could do is just literally type in the title in your search bar. For example, why Rolex doesn't like football, and check if there's a lot of other channels that have done the same type of videos. So here, for example, I found another one that didn't do as well. So by searching and by checking if there's a lot of supply, you make sure you don't hop into a saturated topic. So make sure to kind of like gauge if there's other channels that have done well with this topic. So for example, if it doesn't work on smaller channels, that's also a signal that you have to take into account. You really want a topic where it's like, okay, if anyone makes a video on that topic, it just explodes. So try to kind of find that pattern. Of course, if you find like a bunch of people doing this topic and it is not working, that should be a red flag. So please take to account demand and supply when you're searching for a good topic. Always look at the most popular videos, look at the demand, and then check for the supply. Anyway, I hope you find this video valuable and thank you for watching. This next trick to come up with good topics is essentially a variation of the last two. So this one I call transfer topics, and essentially what you just simply do here is you can again look at what did well in the past, but for other niches. So you're using those other niches as kind of a stepping stone for your own. So for example, what I did here is you have Dime. They made this video called NBA High IQ Moments. And I literally took that topic, and because I know like sports are kind of similar niche, like tennis and NBA are kind of like sports niches and they're kind of similar, I literally took it over to tennis and voila, that worked. So it's as simple as that. And I know this is a really, really short video, but there's hundreds of examples of people doing this. And you can literally just take popular topics from one niche and transfer it over to the next one. And I just want to just kind of highlight it. I just do it a lot and it works really, really well because essentially you're never shooting in the dark. You know it's a topic that people find interesting, especially in niches like tennis and NBA. They're very similar. They're both sport. So it's very easy to transfer high performing videos between those niches. And again, that's an extremely powerful way of going about it. Very short video. Again, very good trick to have. Thank you for watching. All right, now we're getting into the really exciting stuff. We're going to start discussing how to come up with the perfect topics. Now, first, I want to talk about what actually makes a good topic. The first thing that makes a really good topic is identifying if your target audience is interested in the topic itself. So make sure that when you're coming up with topics, that your avatar, your target audience would be interested in something like this. And now I know it might sound straightforward, but trust me, a lot of people still forget it because often people will kind of see a bunch of other topics in other niches do really well, and they forget that they're still serving this one audience, and they see this other topic and they're like, ooh, and they start kind of getting shiny object syndrome with topics because they see the performance in other niches and they're like, oh, that topic looks really cool, let me try it on my channel. And they get this shiny object syndrome, and they try to take these topics to their own channels. Well, if they thought about, would my target audience identify with this topic, the answer would be no. So just to remind you, make sure the topic matches with your target audience. A lot of people forget it. Again, it's straightforward, but a lot of people still forget it to this day. So the next one is also very, very essential. So what a lot of people do is that they come up with a topic and it sounds interesting on the surface, but then when they make a video about it, it's kind of a boring video, because essentially what they've done is they've taken a topic that sounds very interesting on the surface, but essentially that topic is actually not that interesting when you dive deeper into that story. So when you're coming up with topics, you don't only have to make sure a topic sounds interesting or looks interesting, but that it's actually an interesting topic, that when you go deeper into researching that topic, that there's actually a story to be told, and that there's actually an interesting concept behind that topic. Because I still see so many videos where I'm like, oh, that's a cool topic, and then I click on the video and I'm so unsatisfied with the information I've got, and like it's a boring story, like, oh, I know this already, like the topic sounded so exciting, but actually the story behind it was so boring. So a good topic doesn't only sound interesting, but the story underneath that topic is also really engaging. So keep that in mind. A good topic has both. Another thing about a good topic is that you have to be on time with it. And what I mean is that sometimes people, they see a topic come by, like there's a trend happening. Think about maybe Andrew Tate, think about Donald Trump being arrested, and they execute on that topic too late. A good topic only works if you're on time. So make sure that, again, you follow the previous two steps and that also the topic is timely. And this is something that I still fail on a lot. So you have to make sure that your workflow is really, really solid, and that when something happens, a trend happens, a news item happens, you're able to execute on the topic really quickly, because this will help you a ton in going viral. So make sure your topics are timely. So the next one is the most important thing when it comes to a topic, and that is always repeat what has done well in the past. People think they always need to be original on YouTube. Especially a lot of YouTubers think this. Like they always have to innovate. They always have to, come up with the next big thing. But that's not what we're doing. We're looking at, okay, what has done well in the past and what can do well right now. So essentially try and study what has done well in the past, and if that topic has done well in the past, that's a really good indicator if it's an interesting topic to talk about. So if it matches all the previous signs and it has done well in the past, or a similar topic has done well in the past, that's a really good sign. So keep that in mind. Try to always base your topic off past results, because the chances are way bigger that you will hit a viral than if you just randomly come up with a topic that has no evidence as to its performance ever. So very important, keep it in mind. The next thing I want to talk about is leveraging negativity bias. And a negativity bias is essentially that humans react stronger to a negative signal than they do to a positive signal. Think about this. Imagine being a caveman hundreds and thousands of years ago, and there's a lion in a bush. You have to react strongly to that negative signal, because otherwise you would die. But if something good happens to you, it's not life-threatening, so you react less strongly. So that's why we react way stronger to negative signals. So a good topic often is something that's negative. Look, for example, at the headlines big news articles use. It's always something negative. That's because negativity bias is so extremely strong. So try and leverage negativity as much as you can. The next one is conducting proper keyword research. Now, I know this sounds like something from the past, but keep in mind that when you think of a topic, like for example, 10 most expensive things Ronaldo owned. Let's just first have a look at if there are better options to this topic, right? We want to come up with the most optimal topic. So maybe Ronaldo is not the most searched for search term. Maybe there is a better option than Ronaldo. So let's have a look at Google Trends, for example. So say we would make a video about 10 expensive things Cristiano Ronaldo owns. Right, we only have so much resources. So we want to optimize our topic as much as possible. So by conducting keyword research and looking, okay, are there any better options? We can optimize our video performance that way. So try and first do keyword research, because if you would check Google Trends and see, okay, which one would be a better alternative right now to make a video about, Lionel Messi or Cristiano Ronaldo, you would still see, okay, it's Cristiano Ronaldo. But it could have also been that, for example, Lionel Messi would be a more popular search term. So really keep that in mind, that try to find the best variation of your topic. And that is what makes a good topic, is that it's the most optimal one. So this is really important. When you're coming up with topics, try to make the topic as optimal as possible. So by doing keyword research, you can find the most optimal variation of your topic. Anyway, I hope you found this video very valuable. Thank you for watching.